Footnote 1031. Vero, de lingua latina, v. 54. Livy, I. 4. 5. Ovid, Fasti, E. 411 SQ. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XV. 77. Festus, pages 266, 270, 271, ed. C. O. Muller. Tacitus, Annals, G. 58. Servius on Virgil, in. V. 90. Plutarch, Romulus, 4. Id. Questions Romanae, 57. Dionysius Halicarnus and Sis, Antiquities Romanae, E. 71. 5. All the Roman writers speak of the tree as a cultivated fig, ficus, not a wild fig, caprificus, and Dionysius agrees with them. Plutarch, alone, Romulus, 4, describes it as a wild fig tree. E. C. Also above, pages 10. Footnote 1032. Festus, pages 266, ed. C. O. Muller. Ettore Pays, Ancient Legends of Roman History, London, 1906, pages 55 SQQ. Festus indeed treats the derivation as an absurdity, and many people will be inclined to agree with him. Footnote 1033. On the 5th of July a ceremony called the Flight of the People was performed at Rome. Some ancient writers thought that it commemorated the dispersal of the people after the disappearance of Romulus. But this is to confuse the dates. For, according to tradition, the death of Romulus took place on the 7th, not the 5th of July, and, therefore after instead of before the flight of the people. See Vero, de lingua latina, vi. 18. Macrobius, Sati. 2. 14. Dionysius, Alacarn. And. Rom. E. 56. 5. Plutarch, Romulus, 29. Id. Camillus, 33. W. Ward Fowler, Roman Festivals of the Period of the Republic, pages 174 SQQ. Mr. Ward Fowler may be right in thinking that some connection perhaps existed between the ceremonies of the 2 days, the 5th and the 7th. And I agree with the suggestion that the story itself of the death of Romulus had grown out of some religious rite performed at this time of year. I note as a curious coincidence, for it can hardly be more, that at Bodmin in Cornwall a festival was held on the 7th of July, when a Lord of Misrule was appointed, who tried people for imaginary crimes and sentenced them to be ducked in a quagmire called Halicover, which is explained to mean the goat's moor. Ctf. The Sultan Dyer, British Popular Customs, pages 339. The goat's moor is an odd echo of the goat's marsh at which Romulus disappeared on the same day of the year. Livy, I. 16. 1. Plutarch, Romulus, 29. Id. Camillus, 33. Footnote 1034. Livy, I. 14. 1 SQ. Dionysius Alacarn. And. Rom. E. 52. 3. Plutarch, Romulus, 23. Footnote 1035. Dionysius Alacarn. And. Rom. E. 35. Zonaras, Annales, vi. 6. As to his reported death by lightning, see above, pages 181. Footnote 1036. Plutarch, Numa, 22. I have pruned the luxuriant periods in which Plutarch dwells, with edifying unction, on the righteous visitation of God which overtook that early agnostic Tullus Hostilius. Footnote 1037. Aurelius Victor, De Viris Illustribus, v. 5. Footnote 1038. Livy, I. 40. Dionysius Alacarn. And. Rom. E. 73. Footnote 1039. Livy, I. 48. Dionysius Alacarn. And. Rom. Iv. 38 SQ. Solanus, I. 25. The reading verbium clivum, the slope of verbius occurs only in the more recent manuscripts of Livy. The better attested reading, both of Livy and Solanus, is erbium. But the obscure verbium would easily and naturally be altered into erbium, whereas the reverse change is very improbable. See Mr. A. B. Cook, in Classical Review, XVI. 1902, pages 380, note 3. In this passage Mr. Cook was the first to call attention to the analogy between the murder of the slave-born king, Servius Tullius, and the slaughter of the slave king by his successor Nemi. As to the oakwoods of the Esquiline see above, p. 185. Footnote 1040. Nicolaus Damascenus, in Stoblis, Florilegium, x. 70. Fragmenta, Historicorum Graecorum, ed. C. Muller, E. 457. Footnote 1041. H. Jordan, Diaconage im Alten Italien, Berlin, 1887, pages 44 SQ. In this his last work Jordan argues that the Umbrian practice, combined with the rule of the Arician priesthood, throws light on the existence and nature of the kingship among the ancient Latins. On this subject I am happy to be at one with so learned and judicious a scholar. Footnote 1042. R. E. Dennett, At the Back of the Black Man's Mind, London, 1906, pages 11 SQ. 111, 131 SQ. 135. The word translated sacred ground, Jibilla, plural Bibilla, means properly sacred grove. Such sacred groves are common in this part of Africa, but in the sacred grove of the king of Loango the tree beside which the monarch takes post to fight for the crown appears to stand solitary in a grassy plain. C. R. E. Dennett, Op. Cit. Pages 11 SQ. 25, 96 SQQ. 110 SQQ. We have seen that the right of succession to the throne of Loango descends in the female line, above, pages 276 SQ. Which furnishes another point of resemblance between Loango and Rome, if my theory of the Roman kingship is correct. Footnote 1043. J. G. Frazer, Totemism and Exogamy, E. 530. My authority is the Reverend John Roscoe, formerly of the Church Missionary Society in Uganda. Footnote 1044. Memoirs of Samuel Pepys, edited by Richard, Lord Braybrooke, 2nd, edition, London, 1828, I. 193 SQ. Under April 23, 1661. Chapter XIX Street George and the Perulia. Cita note, the early Italians were as much a pastoral as an agricultural people, and their kings would be expected to ensure the safety and fecundity of the flocks and herds. In the course of the preceding investigation we found reason to assume that the old Latin kings, like their brethren in many parts of the world, were charged with certain religious duties or magical functions, amongst which the maintenance of the fertility of the earth held a principal place. By this I do not mean that they had to see to it only that the rain fell, and that the corn grew and trees put forth their fruit in due season. In those early days, it is probable that the Italians were quite as much a pastoral as an agricultural people, or, in other words, that they depended for their subsistence no less on their flocks and herds than on their fields and orchards. To provide their cattle with grass and water, to ensure their fecundity and the abundance of their milk, and to guard them from the depredations of wild beasts, would be objects of the first importance, with the shepherds and herdsmen who, according to tradition, founded Rome. 1045, and the king, as the representative or embodiment of the deity, would be expected to do his part towards procuring these blessings for his people by the performance of sacred rites. The Greeks, of the Homeric age, as we have seen, thought that the reign of a good king not only made the land to bear wheat and barley, but also caused the flocks to multiply and the sea to yield fish. 1046. Cita note, Numa is said to have been born and Rome to have been founded on the Shepherds' Festival of the Perulia, the 21st of April. In this connection, accordingly, it can be no mere accident that Rome is said to have been founded and the pious King Numa to have been born on the 21st of April, the day of the great Shepherd's Festival of the Paralia. 1047. It is very unlikely that the real day either of the foundation of the city or of Numa's birth should have been remembered, even if we suppose Numa to have been an historical personage rather than a mythical type. It is far more probable that both events were arbitrarily assigned to this date by the speculative antiquaries of a later age on the ground of some assumed fitness or propriety. In what did this fitness or propriety consist? The belief that the first Romans were shepherds and herdsmen would be reason enough for supposing that Rome was founded on the day of the Shepherd's Festival, or even that the festival was instituted to commemorate the event. 1048. But why should Numa be thought to have been born on that day of all days? Perhaps it was because the old sacred kings, of whom he was the model, had to play an important part in the ceremonies of the day. The birthdays of the gods were celebrated by festivals. 1049. The kings were divine or semi-divine. It would be natural, therefore, that their birthdays should be identified with high feasts and holidays. Whether this was so or not, the festival of the Paralia presents so many points of resemblance to some of the popular customs discussed in these volumes that a brief examination of it may not be inappropriate in this place. 1050. Cita note: the Paralia, a festival celebrated by shepherds and herdsmen, in honor of Pales, for the safety and increase of their flocks and herds. The spring festival of the 21st of April, known as a birthday of Rome, 1051, was deemed second in importance to none in the calendar. 1052. It was held by shepherds and herdsmen for the welfare and increase of their flocks and herds. 1053. The pastoral deity to whom they paid their devotions was Pales, as to whose sex the ancients themselves were not at one. In later times they commonly spoke of her as a goddess. But Varro regarded Pales as masculine, 1054, and we may follow his high authority. The day was celebrated with similar rites, both in the town and the country, but in its origin it must have been a strictly rural festival. Indeed, it could hardly be carried out in full, except among the sheepfolds and cattle pens. At some time of the day, probably in the morning, the people repaired to the temple of Vesta, where they received from the Vestal Virgin's ashes, blood, and bean straw, to be used in fumigating themselves and probably their beasts. The ashes were those of the unborn calves which had been torn from their mothers' wombs on the 15th of April. The blood was that which had dripped from the tail of a horse sacrificed in October. 1055. Both were probably supposed to exercise a fertilizing as well as a cleansing influence on the people and on the cattle. 1056. For apparently one effect of the ceremonies, in the popular opinion, was to quicken the wombs of women no less than of cows and ewes. 1057. At break of day the shepherd purified his sheep, after sprinkling and sweeping the ground. The fold was decked with leafy boughs, and a great wreath was hung on the door. 1058. The purification of the flocks apparently consisted in driving them over burning heaps of grass, pine wood, laurel, and branches of the male olive tree. 1059. Certainly at some time of Cita note, the flocks purified by being driven through fire. The day the sheep were compelled to scamper over a fire. 1060. Moreover, the bleating flocks were touched with burning sulfur and fumigated with its blue smoke. 1061. Then the shepherds offered to Pales baskets of millet, cakes of millet, and pails of warm milk. Next he prayed to the god that he would guard the fold from the evil powers, including probably witchcraft. 1062. That the flocks, the men, and the dogs might be hale and free from disease. That the sheep might not fall a prey to wolves. That grass and leaves might abound. That water might be plentiful. That the udders of the dams might be full of milk. That the rams might be lusty, and the ewes prolific. That many lambs might be born. And that there might be much wool at shearing. 1063. This prayer the shepherd had to repeat 4 times, looking to the east. Then he washed his hands in the morning dew. After that he drank a bowl of milk and wine, and, warmed with the liquor, leaped ever-burning heaps of crackling straw. This practice of jumping over a straw fire would seem to have been a principal part of the ceremonies, at least it struck the ancients themselves, for they often refer to it. 1064. Cita note, the Shepherd's Prayer. The Shepherd's Prayer at the Paralia is instructive, because it gives us in short a view of the chief wants of Cita note. The shepherd has to propitiate the tree spirits and water spirits. The pastoral life. The supplication for grass and leaves and water reminds us that the herdsman no less than the husbandman depends ultimately on vegetation and rain. So that the same divine powers which cover the fields of the one with yellow corn may be conceived to carpet the meadows of the other with green grass, and to diversify them with pools and rivers for the refreshment of the thirsty cattle. And it is to be borne in mind that in countries where grass is less plentiful than under the rainy skies of northern Europe, sheep, goats, and cattle still subsist in great measure on the leaves and juicy twigs of trees. 1065. Hence in these lands the pious shepherd and goatherd cannot afford to ignore or to offend the tree spirits, on whose favor and bounty his flocks are dependent for much of their fodder. Indeed, at the Paralia the shepherd made elaborate excuses to these divine beings for any trespass he might unwittingly have committed on their hallowed domain by entering a sacred grove, sitting in the shadow of a holy tree, or lopping leafy branches from it with which to feed a sickly sheep. 1066. In like manner he craved pardon of the water nymphs, if the hoofs of his cattle had stirred up the mud in their clear pools. And he implored pails to intercede for him with the divinities of springs and the gods dispersed through every woodland glade. 1067. Cita note, the Paralia was perhaps the time when the flocks and herds were turned out for the first time in spring to graze in the open. The Paralia was generally considered to be the best time for coupling the rams and the ewes. 1068, and it has been suggested that it was also the season when the flocks and herds, after being folded and stalled throughout the winter, were turned out for the first time to pasture in spring. 1069. The occasion is an anxious one for the shepherd, especially in countries which are infested with wolves, as ancient Italy was. 1070. Accordingly the Italian shepherd propitiated pails with a slaughtered victim before he drove his flocks afield in spring. 1071. But it is doubtful whether this sacrifice formed part of the Paralia. None of the ancient authors who expressly describe the Paralia mention this slaughter of a victim. And in Plutarch's day a tradition ran that of old no blood was shed at the festival. 1072. But such a tradition seems to point to a contrary practice in after times. In the absence of decisive evidence the question must be left open. But modern analogy, as we shall see, strongly supports the opinion that immediately at the close of the Paralia the flocks and herds were driven out to graze in the open pastures for the first time after their long winter confinement. On this view a special significance is seen to attach to some of the features of the festival, such as the prayer for protection against the wolf. For the brute could hardly do the sheep and can much harm so long as they were safely pent within the walls of the sheepcote and the cattle stall. Cita note, the Roman kings had perhaps to discharge some important religious function at the Paralia. As the Paralia is said to have been celebrated by Romulus, who sacrificed to the gods and caused the people to purify themselves by leaping over flames, 1073, some scholars have inferred that it was customary for the king, and afterwards for his successor, the chief pontiff, or the king of the sacred rites, to offer sacrifices for the people at the Paralia. 1074, the inference is reasonable and receives some confirmation, as we shall see presently, from the analogy of modern custom. Further, the tradition that Numa was born on the day of the Paralia may be thought to point in this same way, since it is most naturally explicable on the hypothesis that the king had to discharge some important function at the festival. Still, it must be confessed that the positive evidence for connecting the Roman kings with the celebration of the 21st of April is slight and dubious. Cita note, the Paralia intended to ensure the welfare of the cattle and to guard them against witches and wolves. On the whole the festival of the Paralia, which probably fell at or near the time of turning out the cattle to pasture in spring, was designed to ensure their welfare and increase, and to guard them from the insidious machinations or the open attacks of their various enemies, among whom witches and wolves were, perhaps, the most dreaded. Note: a celebration of the same sort is still held in Eastern Europe on the 23rd of April, the festival of St. George, the patron saint of cattle, horses, and wolves. Now it can hardly be a mere coincidence that down to modern times a great popular festival of this sort has been celebrated only 2 days later by the herdsmen and shepherds of Eastern Europe, who still cherish a profound belief in witchcraft, and still fear, with far better reason, the raids of wolves on their flocks and herds. The festival falls on the 23rd of April and is dedicated to St. George, the patron saint of cattle, horses, and wolves. The Estonians say that on St. George's morning the wolf gets a ring round his snout and a halter about his neck, whereby he is rendered less dangerous till Michaelmas. But if the day should chance to be a Friday at full moon, or if before the day came round any person should have been so rash as to thump the dirty linen in the wash-tub with 2 beetles, the cattle will run a serious risk of being devoured by wolves. Many are the precautions taken by the anxious Estonians. Note: precautions taken by the Estonians against wolves and witches on St. George's Day. On this day, to guard their herds from the ravening beasts, thus some people gather wolf's dung on the preceding night, burn it, and fumigate the cattle with it in the morning. Or they collect bones from the pastures and burn them at a crossroad, which serves as a charm against sickness, sorcery, and demons quite as well as against wolves. Others smoke the cattle with asafoetida or sulfur to protect them against witchcraft and noxious exhalations. They think, too, that if you sew stitches on St. George's morning the cubs of the wolves will be blind, no doubt because their eyes are sewed up by the needle and thread. In order to forecast the fate of their herds, the peasants put eggs or a sharp weapon, such as an axe or a scythe, before the doors of the stalls, and the animal which crushes an egg or wounds itself will surely be rent by wolf or will perish in some other fashion before the year is out. So certain is its fate that many a man prefers to slaughter the doomed beast out of hand for the sake of saving, at least, the beef. Note: the Estonians generally drive their cattle out to pasture for the first time on St. George's Day. As a rule, the Estonians drive their cattle out to pasture for the first time on St. George's Day, and the herdsman's duties begin from then. If, however, the herds should have been sent out to graze before that day, the boys who look after them must eat neither flesh nor butter while they are on duty. Else the wolves will destroy many sheep, and the cream will not turn to butter in the churn. Further, the boys may not kindle a fire in the wood, or the wolf's tooth would be fiery and he would bite viciously. By St. George's Day, the 23rd of April, there is commonly fresh grass in the meadows. But even if the spring should be late and the cattle should have to return to their stalls hungrier than they went forth, many Estonian farmers insist on turning out the poor beasts on St. George's Day in order that the saint may guard them against his creatures, the wolves. On this morning the farmer treats the herdsman to a dram of brandy, and gives him 2 copper kopecks as tail money for every cow in the herd. This money the giver first passes thrice round his head and then lays it on the dunghill. For if the herdsman took it from his hand, it would in some way injure the herd. Were the ceremony omitted, the wolves would prove very destructive, because they had not been appeased on St. George's Day. After receiving the tail money, some herdsmen are wont to collect the herd on the village common. Here they set up their crook in the ground, place their head on it, and walk thrice round the cattle, muttering spells or the Lord's Prayer as they do so. The pastoral crook should be cut from the rowan or mountain ash and consecrated by a wise man, who carves mystic signs on it. Sometimes the upper end of the crook is hollowed out and filled with quicksilver and asafoetida, the aperture being stopped up with resin. Some Estonians cut a cross with a scythe under the door through which the herd is to be driven, and fill the furrows of the cross with salt to prevent certain evil beings from harming the cattle. Further, it is an almost universal custom in Estonia not to hang bells on the necks of the kine till St. George's Day. The few who can give a reason for the rule say that the chiming of the bells before that season would attract the wild beasts. 1075. Cita note, sacrifices for horses offered on St. George's Day by the Esthonians of Togo. In the island of Togo down to the early part of the 19th century there were certain holy trees from which no one dared to break a bough. In spite of the lack of wood in the island, the fallen branches were allowed to rot in heaps on the ground. Under such trees, the Esthonians used to offer sacrifices on St. George's Day for the safety and welfare of their horses. The offerings, which consist of an egg, a piece of money, and a bunch of horsehair tied up with a red thread, were buried in the earth. 1076. The custom is interesting, because it exhibits St. George in the twofold character of a patron of horses and of trees. In the latter capacity he has already met us more than once under the name of Green George. 1077. Cita note, St. George as the patron of wolves and cattle in Russia. The herds are driven out to pasture for the first time on his day. In Russia the saint is known as Yuri or Yuri, and here, as in Estonia, he is a patron of wolves as well as of flocks and herds. Many legends speak of the connection which exists between St. George and the wolf. In Little Russia the beast is known as St. George's dog, and the carcasses of sheep which wolves have killed are not eaten, it being held that they have been made over by divine command to the beasts of the field. 1078. The festival of St. George on the 23rd of April has a national, as well as an ecclesiastical character in Russia, and the mythical features of the songs which are devoted to the day prove that the saint has supplanted some old Slavonian deity who used to be honored at this season in heathen times. It is not as a slayer of dragons and a champion of forlorn damsels that St. George figures in these songs, but as a patron of farmers and herdsmen who preserves cattle from harm, and on whose day accordingly the flocks and herds are driven out to browse the fresh pastures for the first time after their confinement through the long Russian winter. What the wolf holds in its teeth, that Shigori has given, is a proverb which shows how completely he is thought to rule over the fold and the stall. Here is one of the songs. We have gone around the field, we have called Yigori. O thou, our brave Yigori, save our cattle, in the field, and beyond the field, in the forest, and beyond the forest, under the bright moon, under the red sun, from the rapacious wolf, from the cruel bear, from the cunning beast. A White Russian song represents St. George as opening with golden keys, probably the sunbeams, the soil which has been frost-bound all the winter. Holy Jury, the divine envoy, has gone to God, and having taken the golden keys, has unlocked the moist earth, having scattered the clinging dew over White Russia and all the world. In Moravia they meet the spring with a song in which they ask Green Thursday, that is, the day before Good Friday, what he has done with the keys, and he answers, I gave them to St. George. St. George arose and unlocked the earth, so that the grass grew, the green grass. In White Russia it is customary on St. George's Day to drive the cattle afield, through the morning dew, and in Little Russia and Bulgaria young folk go out early and roll themselves in it. 1079. In the Smolensk government on this day the cattle are driven out first to the rye fields and then to the pastures. A religious service is held in the stalls before the departure of the herd and afterwards in the field, where the steel which supported the holy picture is allowed to stand for several weeks till the next procession with the pictures of the saints takes place. St. George's Day in this government is the herdsmen's festival, and it is the term from which their engagements are dated. 1080. And in the Smolensk government, when the herds are being sent out to graze on St. George's Day, the following spell is uttered. Deaf man, dost thou hear us? I hear not. God grant that the wolf may not hear our cattle. Cripple, canst thou catch us? I cannot catch. God grant that the wolf may not catch our cattle. Blind man, dost thou see us? I see not. God grant that the wolf may not see our cattle. 1081. Cita note, in Russia witches try to steal the milk of the cattle on the eve of St. George. But in the opinion of the Russian peasant, wolves are not the only foes of cattle at this season. On the eve of St. George's Day, as well as on the night before Whitsunday and on Midsummer Eve, witches go out naked in the dark and cut chips from the doors and gates of farmyards. These they boil in a milk pail, and thus charm away the milk from the farms. Hence careful housewives examine their doors and smear mud in any fresh gashes they may find in them, which frustrates the knavish tricks of the milk-stealing witch. Not to be baffled, however, the witches climb the wooden crosses by the wayside and chip splinters from them, or lay their hands on stray wooden wedges. These they stick into a post in the cattle shed and squeeze them with their hands till milk flows from them as freely as from the dugs of a cow. At this time also wicked people turn themselves by magic art into dogs and black cats, and in that disguise they suck the milk of cows, mares, and ewes, while they slaughter the bulls, horses, and rams. 1082. Cita note, St. George's Day among the Ruthenians. The Ruthenians of Bucovina and Galicia believe that at midnight before St. George's Day, the 23rd of April, the witches come in bands of 12 to the hills at the boundaries of the villages and there dance and play with fire. Moreover, they kill on the mountains the herbs they need for their infernal enchantments. Like the Estonians and the Russians, the Ruthenians drive their cattle out to pasture for the first time on St. George's Day. Hence during the preceding night the witches are very busy, casting their spells on the cows. And the farmer is at great pains to defeat their fell purpose. With this intent many people catch a snake, skin it, and fumigate the cows with the skin on the eve of the saint's day. To rub the udders and horns of the cows with serpent's fat is equally effective. Others strew meal about the animals, saying, "Not till thou hast gathered up this meal, shalt thou take the milk from my cow so and so." Further, sods of turf, with thorn branches stuck in them, are laid on the gate-posts, and crosses are painted with tar on the doors. These precautions keep the witches from the cows. If, however, a beast should after all be bewitched, the farmer's wife drags a rope about in the dew on the morning of St. George's Day. Then she chops it up small, mixes salt with it, and scatters the bits among the cow's fodder. No sooner has the afflicted animal partaken of this compound than the spell is broken. 1083. Cita note, St. George's Day among the Huzuls of the Carpathians. The Huzuls of the Carpathian Mountains believe that when a cow gives milk, tinged with blood, or no milk at all, a witch is the cause of it. These maleficent beings play their pranks especially on the eve of St. George's Day and on Midsummer Eve, but they are most dangerous at the former season, for that night they and the foul fiends hold their greatest gathering or Sabbath. To steal the cow's milk they resort to various devices. Sometimes they run about in the shape of dogs and smell the cow's udders. Sometimes they rub the udders of their own cows with milk taken from a neighbor's kine. Then their own cows yield abundant milk, but the udders of the neighbor's cows shrivel up or give only blood. Others again make a wooden cow on the spot where the real cows are generally milked, taking care to stick into the ground the knife they used in carving the image. Then the wooden cow yields the witch all the milk of the cattle which are commonly milked there, while the owner of the beasts gets nothing but blood from them. Cita note, precautions taken by the Huzuls against the witches who try to steal milk on the eve of St. George. Hence the Huzuls take steps to guard their cows from the machinations of witches at this season. For this purpose they kindle a great fire before the house on the eve of St. George's Day, using as fuel the dung which has accumulated during the winter. Also they place on the gate-posts cloths in which are stuck the branches consecrated on Palm Sunday or boughs of the silver poplar, the wood of which is deemed especially efficacious in banning fiends. Moreover, they make crosses on the doors, sprinkle the cows with mud, and fumigate them with incense or the skin of a snake. To tie red, woolen threads round the necks or tails of the animals is also a safeguard against witchcraft. And in June, when the snow has melted and the cattle are led to the high mountain pastures, the herds have no sooner reached their summer quarters than the herdsman makes living fire by the friction of wood and drives the animals over the ashes in order to protect them against witches and other powers of evil. The fire, thus kindled, is kept constantly burning in the herdsman's hut till with the chill of autumn, the time comes to drive the herds down the mountains again. If the fire went out in the interval, it would be an ill omen for the owner of the pastures. 1084. Cite a note, sacrifice for horses in Silesia on St. George's Day. In some parts of Silesia, the might of the witches is believed to be at the highest pitch on St. George's Day. The people deem the saint very powerful in the matter of cattle breeding and especially of horse breeding. At the Polish village of Ostrapa, not far from Gliwice, a sacrifice for horses used to be offered at the little village church. It has been described by an eyewitness. Peasants on horseback streamed to the spot from all the neighboring villages, not with the staid and solemn pace of pilgrims, but with the noise and clatter of merrymakers hastening to a revel. The sorry image of the saint, carved in wood and about an ell high, stood in the churchyard on a table covered with a white cloth. It represented him seated on horseback and spearing the dragon. Beside it were two vessels to receive offerings of money and eggs respectively. As each farmer galloped up, he dismounted, led his horse by the bridle, knelt before the image of the saint, and prayed. After that he made his offering of money or eggs, according to his means, in the name of his horse. Then he led the beast round the church and churchyard, tethered it, and went into the church to hear mass and a sermon. Having thus paid his devotions to the saint, every man leaped into the saddle and made for the nearest public house, as fast as his horse could lay legs to the ground. 1085. Cite a note, Festival of St. George, as the patron of horses, at Ertringen, in Bavaria. At Ertringen, in South Bavaria, there is a chapel of St. George, where a festival of the saint used to be held on April the 24th down to the beginning of the 19th century. From the whole neighborhood people streamed thither on horseback and in wagons, to take part in the ceremony. More than 1,400 riders are said to have been present on one occasion. The foundation of the chapel was attributed to the monastery of Holy Cross Vale, Heilig Kruistal, and the abbot and prior with their suite attended the festival in state, mounted on white horses. A burgher of Ertringen had to ride as patron in the costume of St. George, whom he represented. He alone bestrode a fiery stallion. After the celebration of High Mass the horses were blessed at the chapel. Then the procession of men on horseback moved round the common lands, winding up at the parish church, where it broke up. 1086. In many villages near Freiburg and Baden, St. George is the patron of horses, and in some parts of Baden the saint's day, April the 23rd, is the season when cattle are driven out to pasture for the first time in spring. 1087. Cite a note, St. George's Day among the Saxons and Romanians of Transylvania. The Saxons of Transylvania think that on the eve of St. George's Day the witches ride on the backs of the cows into the farmyard, if branches of wild rose bushes or other thorny shrubs are not stuck over the gate of the yard to keep them out. 1088. Beliefs and practices of this sort are shared by the Romanians of Transylvania. They hold that on St. George's Day the witches keep their Sabbath in sequestered spots, such as woodland glades, deserted farmsteadings, and the like. In Wallachia greensods are laid on the windowsills and on the lintels of the doors to avert the uncanny crew. But in Transylvania the Romanians, not content with setting a thorn bush in the doorway of the house, keep watch and ward all night beside the cattle or elsewhere, to catch the witches who are at work stealing the milk from the cows. Here, as elsewhere, the day is above all the herdsman's festival. It marks the beginning of spring. The shepherds are preparing to start for the distant pastures, and they listen with all their ears to some wiseacre, who tells them how, if the milk should fail in the udders of the sheep, they have only to thrash the shepherd's pouch, and every stroke will fall on the witch who is pumping the lost milk into her pails. 1089. Cite a note, St. George's Day the herdsman's festival among the Wallachians. The Wallachians look on St. George's Day as very holy. For they are mainly a pastoral folk, and St. George is the patron of herds and herdsmen. On that day also, as well as on the day before and the day after, the Wallachian numbers his herd, beginning at 1 and counting continuously up to the total. This he never does at any other time of the year. On this day too, he milks his sheep for the first time into vessels which have been carefully scoured and are raised with flowers. Then too a cake of white meal is baked in the shape of a ring, and is rolled on the ground in sight of the herd. And from the length of its course omens are drawn as to the good or bad luck of the cattle in their summer pastures. If the herd is owned by several men, they afterwards lay hold of the ring, and break it among them, and the one who gets the largest piece will have the best luck. The milk is made into a cheese, which is divided, and the pieces of the cake are given to the shepherds. In like manner the wreaths of flowers which crown the pails are thrown into the water, and from the way in which they float downstream the shepherds presage good or evil fortune. 1090. Cita note, St. George's Day among the Bulgarians and South Slavs. The Bulgarians seem to share the belief that cattle are especially exposed to the machinations of witches at this season, for it is a rule with them not to give away milk, butter, or cheese on the eve of St. George's Day. To do so, they say, would be to give away the profit of the milch kine. 1091. They rise very early on the morning of this day, and wash themselves in the dew, that they may be healthy. 1092. It is said too, that a regular sacrifice is still offered on St. George's Day in Bulgaria. An old man kills a ram, while girls spread grass on which the blood is poured forth. 1093. The intention of the sacrifice may be to make the herbage grow abundantly in the pastures. Amongst the South Slavs, the 23rd of April, St. George's Day, is the chief festival of the spring. The herdsman thinks that if his cattle are well on that day they will thrive throughout the year. As we have already seen, 1094, he crowns the horns of his cows with garlands of flowers to guard them against witchcraft, and in the evening the garlands are hung on the doors of the stalls, where they remain until the next St. George's Day early in the morning of that day, when the herdsman drives the cows from the byres. The housewife takes salt in one hand and a potsherd with glowing coals in the other. She offers the salt to the cow, and the beast must step over the smoldering coals, on which various kinds of roses are smoking. This deprives the witches of all power to harm the cow. On the eve or the morning of the day old women cut thistles and fasten them to the doors and gates of the farm. And they make crosses, with cow's dung on the doors of the byres to ward off the witches. Many knock great nails into the doors, which is thought to be a surer preventive even than thistles. In certain districts the people cut thistles before sunrise and put some on each other's heads, some on the fences, the windows, the doors, and some in the shape of wreaths round the necks of the cows, in order that the witches may be powerless to harm man and beast, house and homestead, throughout the year. If, nevertheless, a witch should contrive to steal through the garden fence, and into the byre, it is all over with the cows. A good housewife will also go round her house and cattle stalls early in the morning of the fateful day and sprinkle them with holy water. Another approved means of driving the witches away is furnished by the froth which is shot from the spokes of a revolving mill wheel. For common sense tells us that, just as the froth flies from the wheel, so the witches will fly from our house, if only we apply the remedy in the right way. And the right way is this. On the eve of St. George's Day you must send a child to fetch froth from the mill, 3 stones from 3 crossroads, 3 twigs of a blackberry bush, 3 sprigs of beech, and 3 shoots of a wild vine. Then you insert the plants in a buttered roll, put the stones in the fire, boil the froth, toast the buttered roll over the glowing stones, and speak these words: the blackberry twigs gather together, the beeches pull together, but the foam from the wheel shakes all evil away. Do this, and you may take my word for it that no witch will be able to charm away the milk from your cows. 1095. Cita note, precautions of the same sort are taken against wolves and witches whenever the cattle are driven out to pasture for the first time in spring. Thus on the whole the festival of St. George at the present day, like the Parolia of ancient Italy, is a ceremony intended to guard the cattle against their real and their imaginary foes, the wolves and the witches, at the critical season when the flocks and herds are driven out to pasture for the first time in spring. Precautions of the same sort are naturally taken by the superstitious herdsman whenever the winter being over, he turns his herds out into the open for the first time, whether it be on St. George's Day or not. Thus in Prussia and Lithuania, when the momentous morning broke, the herd boy ran from house to house in the village, knocked at the windows, and cried, "Put out the fire, spin not, reel not, but drive the cattle out." Meantime the herdsman had fetched sand from the church, which he strewed on the road, by which the beasts must go from the farmyard. At the same time he laid a woodcutter's axe in every doorway, with the sharp edge outwards, over which the cows had to step. Then he walked in front of them, speaking never a word, and paying no heed to the herd, which was kept together by the herd boys alone. His thoughts were occupied by higher things, for he was busy making crosses, blessing the cattle, and murmuring prayers, till the pastures were reached. The axe in the doorway signified that the wolf should flee from the herd as from the sharp edge of the axe. The sand from the church betokened that the cattle should not disperse and wander in the meadows, but should keep as close together as people in church. 1096. Cita note: Swedish observances at turning out the cattle to graze after their winter confinement. In Sweden the cattle are confined almost wholly to their stalls during the long and dreary northern winter. And the first day in spring on which they are turned out into the forest to graze has been from time immemorial a great popular festival. The time of its celebration depends more or less on the mildness or severity of the season. For the most part it takes place about the middle of May. On the preceding evening bonfires are kindled everywhere in the forest, because so far as their flickering light extends the cattle will be safe from the attacks of wild beasts throughout the summer. For the same reason people go about the woods at night firing guns, blowing horns, and making all kinds of discordant noises. The mode of celebrating the festival, which in some places is called the Feast of Flowers, varies somewhat in different provinces. In Dalsland the cattle are driven home that day from pasture at noon instead of at evening. Early in the morning the herd boy repairs with the herd to the forest, where he decks their horns with wreaths of flowers and provides himself with a wand of the rowan or mountain ash. During his absence the girls pluck flowers, weave them into a garland, and hang it on the gate through which the cattle must pass on their return from the forest. When they come back, the herd boy takes the garland from the gate, fastens it to the top of his wand, and marches with it at the head of his beasts to the hamlet. Afterwards the wand with the garland on it is set up on the muck heap, where it remains all the summer. The intention of these ceremonies is not said, but on the analogy of the preceding customs we may conjecture that both the flowers and the rowan wand are supposed to guard the cattle against witchcraft. A little later in the season, when the grass is well grown in the forest, most of the cattle are sent away to the setter, or summer pastures, of which every hamlet commonly has one or more. These are clearings in the woods, and may be many miles distant from the village. In Dalecarlia the departure usually takes place in the first week of June. It is a great event for the pastoral folk. An instinctive longing seems to awaken both in the people and the beasts. The preparations of the women are accompanied by the bleating of the sheep and goats and the lowing of the cattle, which make incessant efforts to break through the pens near the house where they are shut up. 2 or more girls, according to the size of the herd, attend the cattle on their migration and stay with them all the summer. Every animal as it goes forth, whether cow, sheep, or goat, is marked on the brow with a cross by means of a tar brush in order to protect it against evil spirits. But more dangerous foes lie in wait for the cattle in the distant pastures, where bears and wolves not uncommonly rush forth on them from the woods. On such occasions the herd girls often display the utmost gallantry, belaboring the ferocious beasts with sticks, and risking their own lives in defense of the herds. 1097. Cita note: These modern parallels throw light on some features of the Parelia. The foregoing customs, practiced down to modern times by shepherds and herdsmen with a full sense of their meaning, throw light on some features of the Parelia which might otherwise remain obscure. They seem to show that when the Italian shepherd hung green boughs on his folds, and garlands on his doors, he did so in order to keep the witches from the use, and that in fumigating his flocks with sulphur, and driving them over a fire of straw he sought to interpose a fiery barrier between them and the powers of evil, whether these were conceived as witches or mischievous spirits. Side note: Green George, a personification of a spirit of trees or of vegetation in general. But St. George is more than a patron of cattle. The mummer who dresses up in green boughs on the saint's day and goes by the name of Green George 1098 clearly personifies the saint himself, and such a disguise is appropriate only to a spirit of trees or of vegetation in general. As if to make this quite clear, the Slavs of Carinthia carry a tree decked with flowers in the procession in which Green George figures. And the ceremonies in which the leaf-clad masker takes a part plainly indicate that he is thought to stand in intimate connection with rain as well as with cattle. This counterpart of our Jack in the green is known in some parts of Russia, and the Slovenes call him Green George. Dressed in leaves and flowers, he appears in public on St. George's Day carrying a lighted torch in one hand and a pie in the other. Thus arrayed he goes out to the cornfields, followed by girls, who sing appropriate songs. A circle of brushwood is then lighted, and the pie is set in the middle of it. All who share in the ceremony sit down around the fire, and the pie is divided among them. The observance has perhaps a bearing on the cattle as well as on the cornfields, for in some parts of Russia when the herds go out to graze for the first time, in spring a pie baked in the form of a sheep is cut up by the chief herdsman, and the bits are kept as a cure for the ills to which sheep are subject. 1099. Side note: Ringing out the grass on St. George's Day. At Schwaz, an old Tyrolese town in the lower valley of the Inn, young lads assemble on St. George's Day, which is here the 24th of April, and having provided themselves with bells, both large and small, they go in procession ringing them to the various farms of the neighborhood, where they are welcomed and given milk to drink. These processions, which take place in other parts of the Tyrol also, go by the name of ringing out the grass, Grasauslauten, and it is believed that wherever the bell ringers come, there the grass grows and the crops will be abundant. This beneficial effect appears to be ascribed to the power of the bells, to disperse the evil spirits, which are thought to be rampant on St. George's Day. For the same purpose of averting demoniac influence at this time, people in Salzburg and the neighboring districts of Upper Austria go in procession round the fields and stick palm branches or small crosses in them. Also they fasten branches of the Prunus pedis, L, at the windows of the houses and cattle stalls. 1100. In some parts of Germany the farmer looks to the height of his corn on St. George's Day, expecting that it should then be high enough to hide a crow. 1101. Side note: St. George supposed to get barren women with child. Even when we have said that St. George of Eastern Europe represents an old, heathen deity of sheep, cattle, horses, wolves, vegetation, and rain, we have not exhausted all the provinces over which he is supposed to bear sway. According to an opinion which appears to be widely spread, he has the power of blessing barren women with offspring. This belief is clearly at the root of the South Slavonian custom, described above, whereby a childless woman hopes to become a mother by wearing a shirt, which has hung all night on a fruitful tree on St. George's Eve. 1102. Similarly, a Bulgarian wife who desires to have a child will strike off a serpent's head on St. George's Day, put a bean in its mouth, and lay the head in a hollow tree or bury it in the earth at a spot so far from the village that the crowing of the cocks cannot be heard there. If the bean buds, her wishes will be granted. 1103. Side note: Love charms practiced among the Slavs on St. George's Day. It is natural to suppose that a saint who can bestow offspring can also bring fond lovers together. Hence among the Slavs, with whom St. George is so popular, his day is one of the seasons at which youths and maidens resort to charms and divination in order to win or discover the affections of the other sex. Thus, to take examples, a Bohemian way of gaining a girl's love is as follows. You catch a frog on St. George's Day, wrap it in a white cloth, and put it in an until after sunset or about midnight. The creature croaks terribly while the ants are gnawing the flesh from its bones. When silence reigns again, you will find nothing left of the frog but one little bone in the shape of a hook and another little bone in the shape of a shovel. Take the hook-shaped bone, go to the girl of your choice, and hook her dress with the bone, and she will fall over head and ears in love with you. If you afterwards tire of her, you have only to touch her with the shovel-shaped bone, and her affection will vanish as quickly as it came. 1104. Again, at Seklen, in Kranagura, maidens go at break of day on St. George's morning to a well, to draw water, and look down into its dark depths till tears fill their eyes and they fancy they see in the water the image of their future husband. 1105. At Krajina, in Servia, girls who would pry into the book of fate gather flowers in the meadows on the eve of St. George, make them up into nosegays, and give to the nosegays the names of the various lads whose hearts they would win. Late at night they place the flowers, by stealth under the open sky, on the roof or elsewhere, and leave them there till daybreak. The lad on whose nosegay most dew had fallen will love the girl most truly throughout the year. Sometimes mischievous young men secretly watch these doings, and steal the bunches of flowers, which makes sore hearts among the girls. 1106. Once more, in wooded districts of Bohemia, a Czech maiden will sometimes go out on St. George's Eve into an oak or beech forest and catch a young wild pigeon. It may be a ringdove or a wood pigeon, but it must always be a male. She takes the bird home with her, and covers it with a sieve or shuts it up in a box that nobody may know what she is about. Having kept and fed it till it can fly, she rises very early in the morning, while the household is still asleep, and goes with the dove to the hearth. Here, she presses the bird thrice to her bare breast, above her heart, and then lets it fly way up the chimney, while she says, "Out of the chimney, dove, fly, fly from here. Take me, dear Hans, my love, none so dare. Fly to your rocks, fair dove, fly to your lee. So may I get, my love, none but thee." 1107. Cita note: St. George in Syria is deemed a giver of offspring to childless women. In the East, also, St. George is reputed to be a giver of offspring to barren women, and in this character he is revered by Muslims as well as Christians. His shrines may be found in all parts of Syria. More places are associated with him than with any other saint in the calendar. The most famous of his sanctuaries is at Khalid el-Hosn, in northern Syria. Childless women of all sects resort to it in order that the saint may remove the reproach. Some people shrug their shoulders when the shrine is mentioned in this connection. Yet many Mohammedan women who desired offspring used to repair to it with the full consent of their husbands. Nowadays the true character of the place is beginning to be perceived, and many Muslims have forbidden their wives to visit it. 1108. Such beliefs and practices sit a note: the Syrian St. George may represent Tammuz. Lend some color to the theory that in the East, the saint has taken the place of Tammuz or Adonis. 1109. Sit a note: in Europe St. George seems to have displaced an old Aryan god of the spring, such as the Lithuanian Pergruvius. But we cannot suppose that the worship of Tammuz has been transplanted to Europe and struck its roots deep among the Slavs and other peoples in the eastern part of our continent. Rather amongst them we must look for a native Aryan deity, who now masquerades in the costume of the Cappadocian saint and martyr, St. George. Perhaps we may find him in the Pergruvius of the Lithuanians, a people who retained their heathen religion later than any other branch of the Aryan stock in Europe. This Pergruvius is described as the god of the spring, as he who makes leaves and grass to grow, or more fully as the god of flowers, plants, and all buds. On St. George's Day, the 23rd of April, the heathen Prussians and Lithuanians offered a sacrifice to Pergruvius. A priest, who bore the title of Worstjate, held in his hand a mug of beer, while he thus addressed the deity: "Thou drivest away the winter. Thou bringest back the pleasant spring. By thee the fields and gardens are green, by thee the groves and the woods put forth leaves." According to another version, the prayer ran as follows: "Thou drivest the winter away, and givest in all lands leaves and grass. We pray thee that thou wouldst make our corn to grow and wouldst put down all weeds. After praying, thus, the priest drank the beer, holding the mug with his teeth, but not touching it with his hands. Then without handling it he threw the mug backward over his head. Afterwards it was picked up and filled again, and all present drank out of it. They also sang a hymn in praise of Perguvius, and then spent the whole day in feasting and dancing. 1110. Thus it appears that Perguvius was a Lithuanian god of the spring, who caused the grass and the corn to grow and the trees to burst into leaf. In this he resembles Green George, the embodiment of the fresh vegetation of spring, whose leaf-clad representative still plays his pranks on the very same day in some parts of Eastern Europe. Nothing, indeed, is said of the relation of Perguvius to cattle, and so far the analogy between him and Saint George breaks down. But our accounts of the old Lithuanian mythology are few and scanty. If we knew more about Perguvius we might find that as a god or personification of spring he, like Saint George, was believed to exert all the quickening powers of that genial season, in other words, that his beneficent activity was not confined to clothing the bare earth with verdure, but extended to the care of the teeming flocks and herds, as well as to the propagation of mankind. Certainly it is not easy to draw a sharp line of division between the god who attends to cattle and the god who provides the food on which they subsist. Cite a note, the Roman equivalent of Saint George was Pales, who may have been personated by the king at the Paralia. Thus Perguvius may perhaps have been the northern equivalent of the pastoral god Pales, who was worshipped by the Romans only 2 days earlier at the spring festival of the Paralia. It will be remembered that the Roman shepherds prayed to Pales for grass and leaves, the very things which it was a part of Perguvius to supply. Is it too bold to conjecture that in rural districts of Italy Pales may have been personated by a leaf-clad man, and that in the early age of Rome the duty of thus representing the god may have been one of the sacred functions of the king? The conjecture at least suggests a reason for the tradition that Numa, the typical priestly king of Rome, was born on the day of the Paralia. Footnote 1045. Vero, rerum rusticarum, e. 1. 9 sq. Romanorum vero populum a pastoribus es ordem qui non dicit? Etc. Amongst other arguments in favor of this view, Vero refers to the Roman personal names derived from cattle, both large and small, such as Porcius, Pigman, Ovinius, Sheepman, Caprilius, Goatman, Equidius, Horseman, Taurius, Bullman, and so forth. On the importance of cattle and milk among the ancient Aryans, C.O. Schrader, Ringsekon der Indogermanischen Altertumskund, Strasbourg, 1901, pages 541 SQ, 689 SQQ, 913 SQQ. Footnote 1046. Above, vol. I. Pages 366. Footnote 1047. As to the foundation of Rome on this date, see Vero, rerum, rusticarum, e. 1. 9. Cicero, De Divinatione, e. 47. 98. Festus, S.V. Parilibus, pages 236, ed. C.O. Muller. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XVIII. 247. Propertius, v. 4. 73 SQ. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 801-806. Id. Medum. Ziv. 774 SQ. Velius Paterculus, I. 8. 4. Eutropius, I. 1. Solinus, I. 18. Censoranus, De Die Natali, XXI. 6. Provis on Virgil, Georg. E. 1. Skull. Veronins on Virgil, L.C. Dionysius Halicarnus, and Rom. I. 88. Plutarch, Romulus, 12. Dio, Cassius, XLII. 42. Zonaras, Annales, vi. 3. Joens Litus, de Mancebus, I. 14, Iv. 50. As to the birth of Numa, see Plutarch, Numa, 3. The festival is variously called Perilia and Polilia by ancient writers, but the form Perilia seems to be the better attested of the two. C.G. Wishawa, S.V. Pales, in W.H. Roscher's Lexicon der Grieche and Rom. Mythologie, E. 1278. Footnote 1048. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, and Rom. I. 88, hesitates between these two views. With truer historical insight, Plutarch, Romulus, 12, holds that the rustic festival was older than the foundation of Rome. Footnote 1049. See, for example, Vol. I. Above, pages 32. Footnote 1050. For modern discussions of the Perilia, see L. Preller, Romish, Mythologie, 3rd ed., I. 413 SQQ. J. Marquardt, Romish, Staatsverwaltung, E. 2nd ed., 207 SQ. W. Mannard, Antike, Wald-on-Feldkult, pages 309 to 317. W. Ward Fowler, Roman Festivals, pages 79 to 85. G. Wishawa, S.V. Pales, in W.H. Roscher's Lexicon der Grieche. Uram. Mythologie, E. 1276 to 1280. Id. Religion und Kultus der Römer, pages 165 SQ. Footnote 1051. Cicero, De Divinatione, E. 47. 98. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 806. Calendar, of Philocalus, quoted by W. Ward Fowler, Obs. Cit. Pages 79. Provison, Virgil, Georg. E. 1. Plutarch, Romulus, 12. Zonaras, Annales, vi. 3. Footnote 1052. Dionysius Halicarnassensis, and Rom. I. 88. Footnote 1053. Festus, S.V. Pales, pages 222, ed. C. O. Muller. Dionysius Halleck. L.C. Footnote 1054. Servius on Virgil, Georg. E. 1. See also Arnobius, It versus Nations, E. 40. Martianus Capella, I. 50. Footnote 1055. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 637 to 640, 731 to 734. Propertius, V. 1. 19 SQ. Footnote 1056. See above, pages 229. As to the sacrifice of the horse in October, see The Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 315 SQQ. Footnote 1057. Tibullus, E. 5. 91 SQ. It vitas matrona debit, natus parenti, ascula comprensis orbis crupict. Footnote 1058. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 735 to 738. In his account of the festival, Ovid mentions only shepherds and sheep. But since Pales was a god of cattle, as well as of sheep, Arnobius, It versus Nations, E. 23, we may suppose that herds and herdsmen equally participated in it. Dionysius, L.C. speaks of four-footed beasts in general. Footnote 1059. So Mr. W. Ward Fowler understands Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 735 to 742. Footnote 1060. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 805 SQ. Footnote 1061. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 739 SQ. Footnote 1062. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 747 SQ. Consul, Dic, pecori peritor pecorisque magistris, effugiet stabulus noxa repulsa mes. With the sense of noxa compared. Vi. 129 SQ. Where it is said that buckthorn or hawthorn trees speller possit aforibus, noxus. Footnote 1063. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 763 to 774. The prayer that the wolves may be kept far from the fold is mentioned also by Tibullus, E. 5. 88. Footnote 1064. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 779 to 782. Tibullus, E. 5. 89 SQ. Propertius, v. 1. 19, v. 4. 77 SQ. Perseus, I. 72. Provis on Virgil, Georg. E. 1. Footnote 1065. I owe this observation to F. A. Paley, on Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 754. He refers to Virgil, Georg. E. 435, ECL. X. 30. Theocritus, Xi. 73, SQ. To which may be added Virgil, Georg. E. 300 SQ. 320, SQ. Horace, Epist. I. 14. 28. Cato, De Re Rustica, 30. Columella, De Re Rustica, Vi. 3. 21, Xi. 2. 83 and 99 to 101. From these passages of Cato and Columella we learn that the Italian farmer fed his cattle on the leaves of the elm, the ash, the poplar, the oak, the evergreen oak, the fig, and the laurel. Footnote 1066. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 749 to 754. Footnote 1067. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 757 to 760. Footnote 1068. Columella, De Re Rustica, Vi. 3. 11. In this respect the practice of ancient Italian farmers would seem to have differed from that of modern English breeders. In a letter, dated February 8, 1908, my friend Professor W. Somerville of Oxford writes, "It is against all modern custom to arrange matters so that lambs are born 5 months after April 21st, say the end of September." And, again, in another letter, dated February 16, 1908, he writes to me, "The matter of coupling ewes and rams in the end of April is very perplexing. In this country it is only the Dorset breed of sheep that will take the ram at this time of the year. In the case of other breeds the ewe will only take the ram in autumn, say from July to November, so that the lambs are born from January to May. We consider that lambs born late in the season, say May or June, never thrive well." Footnote 1069. The suggestion was made by C. G. Hayne in his commentary on Tibullus, I. 5. 88. Footnote 1070. O. Keller, Their Desklassischen Altertums, Innsbruck, 1887, pp. 158 SQQ. Footnote 1071. Calpurnius, Bough. V. 16 to 28. Footnote 1072. Plutarch, Romulus, 12. Footnote 1073. Dionysius Halicarnus and Sis, and Rom. 1. 88. Footnote 1074. This is the view of J. Marquardt, Romisch Staatsverwaltung, E. 2nd ed., 207, and Mr. W. Ward Fowler, Roman Festivals, pages 83, note 1. Footnote 1075. Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubisch Gebräuch, Weissenund, Joan Hayden, pages 82 to 84, 116 to 118. F. J. Wheatman, Aus dem Inneren und Äußeren Leben der Esten, pages 332, 356 to 361. Holzmeier, Ociliana, Verhandlungen der Gelatin Estnischen Gesellschaft zu, Dorpat, Vi. 1872, pages 61. Footnote 1076. F. J. Wheatman, Obst. Pages 413. Footnote 1077. See above, pages 75 SQ. Footnote 1078. W.R.S. Ralston, Russian Folk Tales, pages 344, 345. Footnote 1079. W.R.S. Ralston, Songs of the Russian People, pages 229 to 231. In the island of Rhodes also it is customary for people to roll themselves on the grass for good luck on St. George's Day. See Mary Hamilton, Greek, Saints and Their Festivals, Edinburgh and London, 1910, pages 166. Footnote 1080. Olga Bartels, Aus dem Leben der Weißrussischen Landbevölkerung, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXXV. 1903, pages 659. Footnote 1081. W.R.S. Ralston, Obsit. Pages 389. French peasants of the Vosges Mountains believe that St. George shuts the mouths of wild beasts and prevents them from attacking the flocks which are placed under his protection. L.F. Sauve, Le Folklore des Hautes Vosges, pages 127. Footnote 1082. W.R.S. Ralston, Obsit. Pages 319 SQ. Footnote 1083. R.F. Kendall, Zauberglatt bei den Routinen in der Buchowina und Galizien, Globus, LXI. 1892, pages 280. Footnote 1084. R.F. Kendall, Die Husselin, Vienna, 1894, pages 62 SQ. 78, 88, SQ. Id. Zauberglatt bei den Husselin, Globus, LXXVI. 1899, pages 233. Footnote 1085. P. Drexler, Sit, Brot und Volksglaubensgeschichte, I. Leipzig, 1903, pages 106 SQ. The authority quoted for the sacrifice is Tiede, Merkwürdigkeiten Schlesiens, 1804, pages 123 SQ. It is not expressly said, but we may assume, that the sacrifice was offered on St. George's Day. Footnote 1086. A. Berlinger, Aus Schwaben, Wiesbaden, 1874, e. 166. Compare, id. Volksthümliches aus Schwaben, e. 21n. 1. Footnote 1087. E. H. Meyer, Badisches Volksalben im 19. Jahrhundert, Strasbourg, 1900, pages 219, 408. Footnote 1088. J. Haltrick, Zur Volkskinder Siebenbürger Sachsen, Vienna, 1885, pages 281. Footnote 1089. W. Schmidt, Das Jahr und seine Tagenmeinung und Brauch der Romanen, Siebenbürgens, Hermannstadt, 1866, pages 9, 11. Compare R. F. Kendall, Zur Volkskinder Romanen in der Buchowina, Globus, XCII. 1907, pages 284. It does not appear whether the shepherd's pouch, Hirtentaschen in question is the real pouch or the plant of that name. Footnote 1090. A and A. Schott, Weibliches Märchen, Stuttgart and Tübingen, 1845, pages 299 SQ. Footnote 1091. A. Strausch, Die Bulgaren, Leipzig, 1898, pages 287. Footnote 1092. A. Strausch, Obsit. Pages 337. Footnote 1093. W.R.S. Ralston, Songs of the Russian People, pages 230. Footnote 1094. Above, pages 126 SQ. Footnote 1095. F. S. Krauss, Volksglaube und Religiöse zur Brauch der Satzaven, pp. 125 to 127. Id. Kroschen und Slavenin, Vienna, 1889, pages 105 SQ. Footnote 1096. W. J. A. Teto und J. D. H. Tem, Die Volkssagen Ostprussens, Litauens und Westprussens, Berlin, 1837, pages 263. Footnote 1097. L. Lloyd, Peasant Life in Sweden, pages 246 to 251. A. Kuhn, Herabkunft, des Viewers, 2nd ed., pages 163 SQ. Footnote 1098. See above, pages 75 SQ. Footnote 1099. W. R. S. Ralston, Russian Folk Tales, pages 345. Footnote 1100. Maria Reysen, Volkskundliches aus dem Bayerisch-Österreichischen, Alpengebiet, Brunswick, 1910, pages 180 to 182. Footnote 1101. E. H. Meyer, Badisches Volksalben im 19. Jahrhundert, Strasbourg, 1900, pages 423. K. Freiherr von Leoprichting, aus dem Leckrain, Munich, 1855, pages 168. Footnote 1102. See above, pages 56 SQ. Footnote 1103. A. Strausch, Die Bulgaren, pages 337, 385 SQ. There seems to be a special connection between St. George and serpents. In Bohemia and Moravia it is thought that up to the 23rd of April serpents are innocuous, and only get their poison on the saint's day. CJV. Groman, Averglappen Angeblich aus Böhmen und Maren, cubic millimeter 326, 580, pages 51, 81. W. Müller, Betrage zur Volkskinder Deutschen in Maren, pages 323. Various other charms are effected by means of serpents on this day. Thus if you tear out the tongue of a live snake, on St. George's Day, put it in a ball of wax, and lay the ball under your tongue, you will be able to talk down anybody. CJV. Groman, Opsit. Cubic millimeter 576, 1169, pages 81, 166. Footnote 1104. J. V. Groman, Opsit. Section 1463, pages 210. Footnote 1105. F. S. Krauss, Sedan Brauch der Satzleben, pages 175. Footnote 1106. F. S. Krauss, Opsit. Pages 175 SQ. Footnote 1107. Reinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Böhmen, pages 194 SQ. J. V. Groman, Opsit. Section 554, pages 77. Footnote 1108. S. J. Curtis, Primitive Semitic Religion Today, pages 83 SQ. 118 SQ. Footnote 1109. S. Baring-Gould, Curious Myths of the Middle Ages, pages 278 SQQ. The authority for this identification is the nominal translator, but real author, of the work called The Agriculture of the Nabateans. C. D. H. Wolfson, Über Thames und die Menschenverwirrung bei den Alten Babyloniern, St. Petersburg, 1860, pages 56 SQ. Although the Agriculture of the Nabateans appears to be a forgery, see above, p. 100. Note 2. The identification of the Oriental St. George with Thames may nevertheless be correct. Footnote 1110. J. Maletius, Municius, De Sacrifices et Idolatria Veterum, Brusserum Levanum Alierum Quisnerum Gentium, Mitteilungen der Literarischen Gesellschaft Masovia, Heft 8, Lodzen, 1902, pages 185, 187, 200 SQ. Id. In Scriptures Rerum Livonicarum, E. Riga and Leipzig, 1848, pages 389, 390. J. Licinius, De Die Samagitarum, Keterarum Xarmatarum, ed. W. Mannhardt, in Magazin Herausgeber von der Literarischen Gesellschaft, Ziv. 1868, pages 95 SQ. The first form of the prayer to Pergruvius is from the Latin, the second from the German version of Maletius's, Jan Malecki's, work. The description of Pergruvius as he who makes leaves and grass to grow, der lässt wachsen Laubuen und die Gras is also from the German. According to M. Praetorius, Pergruvius was a god of husbandry, Delicia Processi, Berlin, 1871, pages 25. Chapter XX, The Worship of the Oak. Section 1. The diffusion of the oak in Europe. Cite a note. The Latin kings represented Jupiter, the god of the oak, the sky, the thunder, and the rain. In a preceding chapter some reasons were given for thinking that the early Latin kings posed as living representatives of Jupiter, the god of the oak, the sky, the rain, and the thunder, and that in this capacity they attempted to exercise the fertilizing functions which were ascribed to the god. The probability of this view will be strengthened if it can be proved that the same god was worshipped under other names by other branches of the Aryan stock in Europe, and that the Latin kings were not alone in arrogating to themselves his powers and attributes. In this chapter I propose briefly to put together a few of the principal facts which point to this conclusion. Cite a note: why should the god of the oak be also the god of the sky, the thunder, and the rain? But at the outset a difficulty presents itself. To us the oak, the sky, the rain, and the thunder appear things totally distinct from each other. How did our forefathers come to group them together and imagine them as attributes of one and the same god? A connection may be seen between the sky, the rain, and the thunder. But what has any of them to do with the oak? Yet one of these apparently disparate elements was probably the original nucleus round which in time the others gathered and crystallized into the composite conception of Jupiter. Accordingly we must ask, which of them was the original center of attraction? If men started with the idea of an oak god, how came they to enlarge his kingdom by annexing to it the province of the sky, the rain, and the thunder? If, on the other hand, they set out with a notion of a god of the sky, the rain, and the thunder, or any one of them, why should they have added the oak to his attributes? The oak is terrestrial. The sky, the thunder, and the rain are celestial or aerial. What is the bridge between the two? Cite a note: in the composite character of Jupiter the oak is probably primary, the sky, the rain, and the thunder secondary and derivative. In the sequel I shall endeavor to show that on the principle of primitive thought the evolution of a sky god from an oak god is more easily conceivable than the converse. And if I succeed, it becomes probable that in the composite character of Jupiter the oak is primary and original, the sky, the rain, and the thunder secondary and derivative. Cite a note: Europe covered with vast oak forests in prehistoric times. We have seen that long before the dawn of history Europe was covered with vast primeval woods, which must have exercised a profound influence on the thought as well as on the life of our rude ancestors, who dwelt dispersed under the gloomy shadow or in the open glades and clearings of the forest. 1111. Now, of all the trees which composed these woods the oak appears to have been both the commonest and the most useful. The proof of this is drawn partly from the statements of classical writers, partly from the remains of ancient villages built on piles and lakes and marshes, and partly from the oak forests which have been found embedded in peat bogs. Cite a note: remains of oak forests found in peat bogs. These bogs, which attain their greatest development in northern Europe, but are met with also in the central and southern parts of the continent, have preserved, as in a museum, the trees and plants which sprang up and flourished after the end of the glacial epoch. Thus in Scotland the peat, which occupies wide areas both in the highlands and lowlands, almost everywhere covers the remains of forests, among which the commoner trees are pine, oak, and birch. The oaks are of great size, and are found at heights above the sea such as the tree would not now naturally attain to. Equally remarkable for their size are the pines, but though they also had a wider distribution than at present, they appear not to have formed any extensive forests at the lowest levels of the country. Still, remains of them have been dug up in many lowland peat mosses, where the bulk of the buried timber is oak. 1112. When Hatfield Moss in Yorkshire was drained, there were found in it trunks of oak 100 feet long and as black as ebony. One giant actually measured 120 feet in length, with a diameter of 12 feet at the root and 6 feet at the top. No such tree now exists in Europe. 1113. Sunken forests and peat occur at many places on the coasts of England, especially on low shelving shores, where the land falls away with a gentle slope to the sea. These submerged areas were once mud flats which, as the sea retreated from them, gradually became clothed with dense forests, chiefly of oak and Scotch fir, though ash, yew, alder, and other trees sooner or later mingled with them. 1114. The Great Peat Bogs of Ireland show that there was a time when vast woods of oak and yew covered the country, the oak growing on the hills up to a height of 400 feet or thereabout, above the sea, while at higher levels deal was the prevailing timber. Human relics have often been discovered in these Irish bogs, and ancient roadways made of oak have also come to light. 1115. In the peat bog near Avil, in the valley of the Somme, trunks of oak have been dug up, 14 feet thick, a diameter rarely met with outside the tropics in the old continent. 1116. Cita note: former oak woods of Denmark and Scandinavia. At present the woods of Denmark consist for the most part of magnificent beeches, which flourish here as luxuriantly as anywhere in the world. Oaks are much rarer and appear to be on the decline. Yet the evidence of the peat bogs proves that before the advent of the beech the country was overspread with dense forests of tall and stately oaks. It was during the ascendancy of the oak in the woods that bronze seems to have become known in Denmark. For swords and shields of that metal, now in the Museum of Copenhagen, have been taken out of peat in which oaks abound. Yet at a still earlier period the oak had been preceded by the pine or Scotch fir in the Danish forests. And the discovery of Neolithic implements in the peat bogs shows that savages of the Stone Age had their homes in these old pine woods as well as in the later forests of oak. Some antiquaries are of opinion that the Iron Age in Denmark began with the coming of the beech, but of this there is no evidence. 4. Ought we know to the contrary, the beautiful beech forests may date back to the Age of Bronze. 1117. The peat bogs of Norway abound in buried timber, and in many of them the trees occur in two distinct layers. The lower of these layers consists chiefly of oak, hazel, ash, and other deciduous trees. The upper is composed of Scotch firs and birches. In the bogs of Sweden also the oak forests underlie the pine forests. 1118. However, it appears to be doubtful whether Scandinavia was inhabited in the age of the oak once. Neolithic tools have indeed been found in the peat, but generally not deeper down than 2 feet or so. Hence one antiquary infers that in these bogs not more than 2 feet of peat has formed within historical times. 1119. But negative evidence on such a point goes for little, as only a small portion of the bogs can have been explored. Cita note: the ancient lake dwellings of Europe were built to a great extent on oaken piles. Unequivocal proof of the prevalence of the oak and its usefulness to man in early times is furnished by the remains of the pile villages which have been discovered in many of the lakes of Europe. In the British Islands the piles and the platforms on which these crannogs or lake dwellings rested appear to have been generally of oak, though fir, birch, and other trees were sometimes used in their construction. Speaking of the Irish and Scotch crannogs, a learned antiquary remarks, every variety of structure observed in the one country is to be found in the other, from the purely artificial island, framed of oak beams, mortised together, to the natural island, artificially fortified or enlarged by girdles of oak piles or ramparts of loose stones. 1120. Canoes hollowed out of trunks of oak have been found both in the Scotch and in the Irish crannogs. 1121. In the lake dwellings of Switzerland and Central Europe the piles are very often of oak, but by no means as uniformly so as in the British Islands. Fir, birch, alder, ash, elm, and other timber were also employed for the purpose. 1122. That the inhabitants of these villages subsisted partly on the produce. Cita note: the inhabitants of the lake dwellings subsisted partly on acorns of the oak, even after they had adopted agriculture, is proved by the acorns which have been found in their dwellings along with wheat, barley, and millet, as well as beech nuts, hazelnuts, and the remains of chestnuts and cherries. 1123. In the valley of the Po the framework of logs and planks which supports the prehistoric villages is most commonly of elm wood, but evergreen oak and chestnut were also used. And the abundance of oaks is attested by the great quantities of acorns which were dug up in these settlements. As the acorns were sometimes found stored in earthenware vessels, it appears that they were eaten by the people as well as by their pigs. 1124. Cite a note, evidence of classical writers as to the oak forests of Europe. The evidence of classical writers proves that great oak forests still existed down to their time in various parts of Europe. Thus the Veneti on the Atlantic coast of Brittany made their flat-bottomed boats out of oak timber, of which, we are told, there was abundance in their country. 1125, Pliny informs us that, while the whole of Germany was covered with cool and shady woods, the loftiest trees were to be seen, not far from the country of the Chauci, who inhabited the coast of the North Sea. Among these giants of the forest he speaks especially of the oaks which grew on the banks of two lakes. When the waves had undermined their roots, the oaks are said to have torn away great portions of the bank and floated like islands on the lakes. 1126, the same cite a note, the oak woods of Germany. Writer speaks of the vast Hercynian wood of Germany as an oak forest, old as the world, untouched for ages, and passing wonderful in its immortality. So huge were the trees, he says, that when the roots met they were forced up above ground in the shape of arches, through which a troop of horse could ride as through an open gate. 1127, his testimony as to the kind of trees which compose this famous forest is confirmed by its name, which seems to mean no more than oak wood. 1128, in the 2nd century before our era oak forests were still so common in the valley of the Po that the herds of swine which browsed on the acorns suffice to cite a note, the oak woods of ancient Italy and Greece supply the greater part of the demand for pork throughout Italy, although nowhere in the world, according to Polybius, were more pigs butchered to feed the gods, the people, and the army. 1129, elsewhere the same historian describes the immense herds of swine which roamed the Italian oak forests, especially on the coasts of Tuscany and Lombardy. In order to sort out the different droves when they mingled with each other in the woods, each swineherd carried a horn, and when he wounded blessed on it all his own pigs came trooping to him with such vehemence that nothing could stop them. For all the herds knew the note of their own horn. In the oak forests of Greece this device was unknown, and the swineherds there had harder work to come by their own when the beasts had strayed far in the woods, as they were apt to do in autumn while the acorns were falling. 1130, down to the beginning of our era oak woods were interspersed among the olive groves and vineyards of the Sabine country in central Italy. 1131, among the beautiful woods which clothe the Herine Mountains in Sicily the oaks were particularly remarked for their stately growth and the great size of their acorns. 1132, in the 2nd century after Christ the oak forests of Arcadia still harbored wild boars, bears, and huge tortoises in their dark recesses. 1133. Cite a note, the oak still the chief forest tree of Europe. Even now the predominance of the oak as the principal forest tree of Europe has hardly passed away. Thus we are told that among the leaf-bearing trees of Greece, as opposed to the conifers, the oak still plays by far the most important part in regard both to the number of the individuals and the number of the species. 1134, and the British oak in particular, Quercus rubra is yet the prevailing tree in most of the woods of France, Germany, and southern Russia, while in England the coppice and the few fragments of natural forest still left are mainly composed of this species. 1135. Cite a note, in Europe acorns have been used as human food both in ancient and modern times. Thus the old classical tradition that men lived upon acorns before they learned to till the ground 1136 may very well be founded on fact. Indeed acorns were still an article of diet in some parts of southern Europe within historical times. Speaking of the prosperity of the righteous, Hesiod declares that for them the earth bears much substance, and the oak on the mountains puts forth acorns. 1137, the Arcadians in their oak forests were proverbial for eating acorns. 1138, but not the acorns of all oaks, only those of a particular sort. 1139, Pliny tells us that in his day acorns still constituted the wealth of many nations, and that in time of dearth they were ground and baked into bread. 1140, according to Strabo, the mountaineers of Spain subsisted on acorn bread for 2/3 of the year. 1141, and in that country acorns were served up as a second course, even at the meals of the well-to-do. 1142. In the same regions the same practice, said a note, acorns as food in modern Europe has survived to modern times. The commonest and finest oak of modern Greece is the Quercus aegilops, with a beautiful crown of leaves, and the peasants eat its acorns both roasted and raw. 1143. The sweeter acorns of the Quercus pelota also serve them at food, especially in Arcadia. 1144. In Spain people eat the acorns of the evergreen oak, Quercus ilex, which are known as pelotas, and are said to be much larger and more succulent than the produce of the British oak. The Duchess in Don Quixote writes to Sancho's wife to send her some of them. But oaks are now few and far between in La Mancha. 1145. Even in England and France, acorns have been boiled and eaten by the poor as a substitute for bread, in time of dearth. 1146. And naturally the use of acorns as food for swine has also lasted into modern times. It is on acorns that those hogs are fattened in Estremadura which make the famous Montanches hams. 1147. Large herds of swine in all the great oak woods of Germany depend on acorns for their autumn subsistence. And in the remaining rural forests of England the inhabitants of the neighboring villages still claim their ancient right of patronage, turning their hogs into the woods in October and November. 1148. Section 2. The Aryan god of the oak and the thunder. 1149. Cite a note. The many benefits received by the ancient Aryans from the oak naturally led them to worship the tree. Thus we may conclude that the primitive Aryans of Europe lived among oak woods, used oak sticks for the lighting of their fires, and oak timber for the construction of their villages, their roads, their canoes, fed their swine on acorns, and themselves subsisted in part on the same simple diet. No wonder, then, if the tree from which they received so many benefits should play an important part in their religion, and should be invested with a sacred character. We have seen that the worship of trees has been worldwide, and that, beginning with a simple reverence and dread of the tree as itself animated by a powerful spirit, it has set a note. The worship of the tree itself gradually grew into a worship of the god of the tree, but no sharp line of distinction can be drawn between the two. Gradually grown into a cult of tree gods and tree goddesses, who, with the advance of thought, become more and more detached from their old home in the trees, and assume the character of sylvan deities and powers of fertility in general, to whom the husbandman looks not merely for the prosperity of his crops, but for the fecundity of his cattle and his women. Where this evolution has taken place it has necessarily been slow and long. Though it is convenient to distinguish in theory between the worship of trees and the worship of gods of the trees, it is impossible to draw a hard and fast line between them in practice, and to say, here, the one begins and the other ends. Such distinctions, however useful they may be as heads of classification to the student, evade in general the duller weight of the tree worshipper. We cannot therefore hope to lay our finger on that precise point in the history of the Aryans when they ceased to worship the oak for its own sake, and began to worship a god of the oak. That point, if it were ideally possible to mark it, had doubtless been left far behind them by the more intelligent, at least, of our forefathers before they emerged into the light of history. We must be content for the most part to find among them gods of whom the oak was an attribute or sacred adjunct rather than the essence. If we wish to find the original worship of the tree itself we must go for it to the ignorant peasantry of today, not to the enlightened writers of antiquity. Further, it is to be borne in mind that while all oaks were probably the object of superstitious awe, so that the felling of any of them for timber or firewood would be attended with ceremonies designed to appease the injured spirit of the tree. 1150. Only certain particular groves or individual oaks would in general receive that measure of homage which we should term worship. The reasons which led men to venerate some trees more than others might be various. Amongst them the venerable age and imposing size of a giant oak would naturally count for much, and any other striking peculiarity which marked a tree off from its fellows would be apt to attract the attention, and to concentrate on itself the vague superstitious awe of the savage. We know, for example, that with the Druids the growth of mistletoe on an oak was a sign that the tree was especially sacred. And the rarity of this feature, for mistletoe does not commonly grow on oaks, would enhance the sanctity and mystery of the tree. For it is the strange, the wonderful, the rare, not the familiar and commonplace, which excites the religious emotions of mankind. Side note: the worship of the oak tree or of the oak god seems to have been common to all the Aryans of Europe. The worship of the oak tree or of the oak god appears to have been shared by all the branches of the Aryan stock in Europe. Both Greeks and Italians associated the tree, side note, worship of the oak in Greece. Its association with Zeus. With their highest god, Zeus or Jupiter, the divinity of the sky, the rain, and the thunder. 1151, perhaps the oldest and certainly one of the most famous sanctuaries in Greece was that of Dodona, where Zeus was revered in the oracular oak. 1152, the thunderstorms which are said to rage at Dodona more frequently than anywhere else in Europe, 1153, would render the spot a fitting home for the god whose voice was heard alike in the rustling of the oak leaves and in the crash of thunder. Perhaps the bronze gongs which kept up a humming in the wind round the sanctuary 1154 were meant to mimic the thunder that might so often be heard rolling and rumbling in the combs of the stern and barren mountains which shut in the gloomy valley. 1155, in Boeotia, as we have seen, the sacred marriage of Zeus and Hera, the oak god and the oak goddess, was celebrated with much pomp by a religious federation of states. 1156, and on Mount Lycaes in Arcadia the character of Zeus as god both of the oak and of the rain comes out clearly in the rain charm, practiced by the priest of Zeus, who digged an oak branch in a sacred spring. 1157. Side note: Zeus is the rain god of the Greeks. In his latter capacity, Zeus was the god to whom the Greeks regularly prayed for rain. Nothing could be more natural. For often, though not always, he had his seat on the mountains where the clouds gather and the oaks grow. On the Acropolis at Athens there was an image of Earth praying to Zeus for rain. 1158, and in time of drought the Athenians themselves prayed, "Rain, rain, O dear Zeus," on the cornland of the Athenians and on the plains. 1159, the mountains which lay round their city, and to which they looked through the clear Attic air for signs of the weather, were associated by them with the worship of the weather god Zeus. It was a sign of rain when, away to sea, a cloud rested on the sharp peak of Aegina, which cuts the skyline like a blue horn. 1160, on this far seen peak Panhellenian Zeus was worshipped. 1161, and legend ran that once, when all Greece was parched with drought, envoys assembled in Aegina, from every quarter and entreated Aeacus, the king of the island, that he would intercede with his father Zeus for rain. The king complied with the request, and by sacrifices and prayers wrung the needed showers from his sire the sky god. 1162. Side note: Zeus is the god of fertility. Again, it was a sign of rain at Athens when clouds in summer lay on the top or the sides of Hymettus. 1163, the chain of barren mountains which bounds the Attic plain on the east, facing the westering sun and catching from his last beams a solemn glow of purple light. If during a storm a long bank of clouds was seen lowering on the mountain, it meant that the storm would increase in fury. 1164, hence an altar of showery Zeus stood on Hymettus. 1165, again, omens of weather were drawn when lightning flashed or clouds hung on the top of Mount Parnes to the north of Athens. 1166, and there accordingly an altar was set up to sign giving Zeus. 1167, the climate of eastern Argolis is dry, and the rugged mountains are little better than a stony waterless wilderness. On one of them, named Mount Arachnus, or the Spider Mountain, stood altars of Zeus and Hera, and when rain was wanted the people sacrificed thereto, the god and goddess. 1168, on the ridge of Mount Malus, near Sardes, there was a spot called the birthplace of rainy Zeus. 1169, probably because clouds resting on it were observed to presage rain. The members of a religious society in the island of Kos used to go in procession and offer sacrifices on an altar of rainy Zeus, when the thirsty land stood in need of refreshing showers. 1170, thus conceived as a source of fertility, it was not unnatural that Zeus should receive the title of the Fruitful One, 1171, and that at Athens he should be worshipped under the surname of the Husbandman. 1172. Cita note, Zeus is the god of thunder and lightning. Again, Zeus wielded the thunder and lightning as well as the rain. 1173, at Olympia and elsewhere he was worshipped under the surname of Thunderbald. 1174, and at Athens there was a sacrificial hearth of lightning Zeus on the city wall, where some priestly officials watched for lightning over Mount Parnes at certain seasons of the year. 1175, further, spots which had been struck by lightning were regularly fenced in by the Greeks and consecrated to Zeus the Descender, that is, to the god who came down in the flesh from heaven. Altars were set up within these enclosures and sacrifices offered on them. Several such places are known from inscriptions to have existed in Athens. 1176. Cita note, the Greek kings personified Zeus, as the Italian kings personified Jupiter. Thus when ancient Greek kings claimed to be descended from Zeus, and even to bear his name, 1177, we may reasonably suppose that they also attempted to exercise his divine functions by making thunder and rain for the good of their people or the terror and confusion of their foes. In this respect the legend of Salmoneus 1178 probably reflects the pretensions of the whole class of petty sovereigns who reigned of old, each over his little canton, in the oak-clad highlands of Greece. Like their kinsmen the Irish kings, they were expected to be a source of fertility to the land and of fecundity to the cattle. 1179, and how could they fulfill these expectations better than by acting the part of their kinsman Zeus, the great god of the oak, the thunder, and the rain? They personified him, apparently, just as the Italian kings personified Jupiter. 1180. Cita note, Jupiter in Italy is the god of the oak, the thunder, and the rain. In ancient Italy every oak was sacred to Jupiter, the Italian counterpart of Zeus. 1181, and on the Capitol at Rome the god was worshipped as the deity not merely of the oak, but of the rain and the thunder. 1182, contrasting the piety of the good old times with the skepticism of an age when nobody thought that heaven was heaven, or cared a fig for Jupiter, a Roman writer tells us that in former days, noble matrons used to go with bare feet, streaming hair, and pure mind, up the long Capitoline slope, praying to Jupiter for rain. And, straightway, he goes on, it rained buckets full, then or never, and everybody returned dripping like drowned rats. But nowadays, says he, we are no longer religious, so the fields lie baking. 1183, and as Jupiter conjured at the clouds and caused them to discharge their genial burden on the earth, so he drove them away and brought the bright Italian sky back once more. Hence he was worshipped under the titles of the Serene, he who restores serenity. 1184, lastly, as god of the fertilizing showers cita note, Jupiter as the god of fertility. He made the earth to bring forth. So people called him the Fruitful One. 1185. Cita note, the god of the oak and the thunder among the northern Aryans. When we pass from southern to central Europe we still meet with the great god of the oak and the thunder among the barbarous Aryans who dwelt in the vast primeval forests. 1186, thus among the Celts of Gaul, the Druids esteemed nothing more sacred than the mistletoe and the oak, on which it grew. They chose groves of oaks for the scene of their solemn service, and they performed none of their rites without oak leaves. 1187, the Celts, says a Greek writer, worship cita note, Celtic worship of the oak. Zeus, and the Celtic image of Zeus is a tall oak. 1188, the Celtic conquerors who settled in Asia in the 3rd century before our era appear to have carried the worship of the oak with them to their new home. For in the heart of Asia Minor the Galatian Senate met in a place which bore the pure Celtic name of Trinomedum, the sacred oak grove or the temple of the oak. 1189, indeed the very name of Druids is believed by good authorities to mean no more than oak men. 1190, When Christianity displaced Druidism in Ireland, the churches and monasteries were sometimes built in oak groves or under solitary oaks. 1191. The choice of the site. A note. Traces of sacred oaks in Ireland, being perhaps determined by the immemorial sanctity of the trees, which might predispose the minds of the converts to receive, with less reluctance, the teaching of the new faith. 1192. But there is no positive evidence that the Irish Druids performed their rites, like their Gaelic brethren, in oak groves. 1193. So that the inference from the churches of Kildare, Derry, and the rest is merely a conjecture, based on analogy. In the religion of the ancient Germans, the veneration for sacred groves seems to have held the foremost place. 1194, and according to Grimm the chief of their holy trees was the oak. 1195, it appears to have been especially dedicated to the a note, the Teutonic god of the oak and the thunder. God of thunder, Donner or Thunr, the equivalent of the Norse Thor. For a sacred oak near Geismar, in Hesse, which Boniface cut down in the 8th century, went among the heathen by the name of Jupiter's oak, Ruber Jovis, which in Old German would be Donner's, the oak of Donner. 1196, that the Teutonic thunder god Donner, Thunr, Thor was identified with the Italian thunder god Jupiter appears, from our word Thursday, Thursday, which is merely rendering of the Latin dies Jovis. 1197, thus among the ancient Teutons, as among the Greeks and Italians, the god of the oak was also the god of the thunder. Moreover, he was regarded as the great fertilizing power, who sent rain, and caused the earth to bear fruit. For Adam of Bremen tells us that Thor presides in the air. He it is who rules thunder and lightning, wind and rains, fine weather and crops. 1198, in these respects, therefore, the Teutonic thunder god again resembled his southern counterparts Zeus and Jupiter. And like them Thor appears to have been the chief god of the pantheon. For in the great temple at Uppsala his image a note, the worship of Thor at Uppsala occupied the middle place between the images of Odin and Frey. 1199, and in oaths by this or other Norse trinities he was always the principal deity invoked. 1200, beside the temple at Uppsala there was a sacred grove, but the kinds of trees which grew in it are not known. Only of one tree are we told that it was of mighty size, with great spreading branches, and that it remained green winter and summer alike. Here too was a spring where sacrifices were offered. They used to plunge a living man into the water, and if he disappeared they drew a favorable omen. Every 9 years, at the spring equinox, a great festival was held at Uppsala in honor of Thor, the god of thunder, Odin, the god of war, and Frey, the god of peace and pleasure. The ceremonies lasted 9 days. 9 male animals of every sort were sacrificed, that their blood might appease the gods. Each day 6 victims were slaughtered, of whom one was a man. Their bodies were fastened to the trees of the grove, where dogs and horses might be seen hanging beside men. 1201. A note, Perun, the god of the oak and the thunder among the Slavs. Amongst the Slavs also the oak appears to have been the sacred tree of the thunder god Perun, the counterpart of Zeus and Jupiter. 1202. It is said that at Novgorod there used to stand an image of Perun in the likeness of a man with a thunderstone in his hand. A fire of oak wood burned day and night in his honor. And if ever it went out the attendants paid for their negligence with their lives. 1203. Perun seems, like Zeus and Jupiter, to have been the chief god of his people. For Procopius tells us that the Slavs believe that one god, the maker of lightning, is alone lord of all things, and they sacrifice to him oxen and every victim. 1204. A note, Perkūnas, the chief Lithuanian god. The chief deity of the Lithuanians was Perkūnas or Perkuns, the god of thunder and lightning, whose resemblance to Zeus and Jupiter has often been pointed out. 1205. Oaks were sacred to him, and when they were cut down by the Christian missionaries, the people loudly complained that their sylvan deities were destroyed. 1206. Perpetual fires, kindled with the wood of certain oak trees, were kept up in honor of Perkūnas. If such a fire went out, It was lighted again by friction of the sacred wood. 1207. Men sacrificed to oak trees for good crops, while women did the same to lime trees. From which we may infer that they regarded oaks as male and lime trees as female. 1208. And in time of drought, when they wanted rain, they used to sacrifice a black heifer, a black he-goat, and a black cock to the thunder god in the depths of the woods. On such occasions the people assembled in great numbers from the country round about, ate and drank, and called upon Percunas. They carried a bowl of beer thrice round the fire, then poured the liquor on the flames, while they prayed to the god to send showers. 1209. Thus the chief Lithuanian deity presents a close resemblance to Zeus and Jupiter, since he was the god of the oak, the thunder, and the rain. 1210. Cite a note, the god of the oak and the thunder among the Estonians. Wedged in between the Lithuanians and the Slavs are the Estonians, a people who do not belong to the Aryan family. But they also share the reverence for the oak, and associated the tree with their thunder god, Tara, the deity of their pantheon, whom they called Old Father, or Father of Heaven. 1211. It is said that down to the beginning of the 19th century Estonians used to smear the holy oaks, lime trees, and ash trees with the fresh blood of animals at least once a year. 1212. The following prayer to thunder is instructive, because it shows how easily thunder, through its association with rain, may appear to the rustic mind in the character of a beneficent and fertilizing power. It was taken down from the lips of an Estonian peasant. Cite a note, Estonian prayer to thunder. In the 17th century. Dear thunder, he prayed, we sacrifice to thee an ox, which has 2 horns and 4 claws, and we would beseech thee for the sake of our plowing and sowing, that our straw may be red as copper, and our corn yellow as gold. Drive somewhere else all black, thick clouds over great marshes, high woods, and wide wastes. But to us plowmen and sowers, give a fruitful time and sweet rain. Holy thunder, guard our fields, that they may bear good straw below, good ears above, and good grain within. 1213. Sometimes in time of great drought an Estonian farmer would carry beer thrice round a sacrificial fire, then pour it on the flames with a prayer that the thunder god would be pleased to send rain. 1214. Cite a note, Parjanya, the old Indian god of thunder, rain, and fertility. In like manner, Parjanya, the old Indian god of thunder and rain, whose name is by some scholars identified with the Lithuanian Percunas, 1215, was conceived as a deity of fertility, who not only made plants to germinate, but caused cows, mares, and women to conceive. As the power who impregnated all things, he was compared to a bull, an animal which to the primitive herdsman is the most natural type of the procreative energies. Thus in a hymn of the Rig Veda it is said of him, the bull, loud roaring, swift to send his bounty, lays in the plants the seed for germination. He smites the trees apart, he slays the demons, all life fears him, who wields the mighty weapon. From him exceeding strong flees e'en the guiltless when thundering, Parjanya smites the wicked. Like a car driver whipping on his horses, he makes the messengers of rain spring forward. Far off resounds the roaring of the lion what time Parjanya fills the sky with rain cloud. Forth burst the winds, down come the lightning flashes, the plants shoot up, the realm of light is streaming. Food springs abundant for all living creatures what time Parjanya quickens earth with moisture. 1216. In another hymn Parjanya is spoken of as giver of growth to plants, the god who rolleth over the waters and all moving creatures, and it is said that in him all living creatures have their being. Then the poet goes on. May this my song to sovereign Lord Parjanya come near unto his heart, and give him pleasure. May we attain the showers that bring enjoyment, and God-protected plants with goodly fruitage. He is the bull of all, and their impregner, he holds the life of all, things fixed and moving. 1217. And in yet another hymn we read, sing forth and laud Parjanya, son of heaven, who sends the gift of rain, may he provide our pasturage. Parjanya is the god who forms in kine, in mares, in plants of earth, and womanhood, the germ of life. 1218. In short, Parjanya is a god who presides over the lightning, the thunder, the rain, and the procreation of plants and living creatures. But it is by no means clear whether he is originally a god of the rain, or a god of the thunder. 4. As both phenomena are always associated in India, either of the two opinions is admissible, if no deciding evidence comes from another quarter. 1219. On this point something will be said presently. Here it is enough to have indicated the ease with which the notion of the thunder god passes into, or is combined with, the idea of a god of fertility in general. Cite a note, god of thunder, rain, and fertility among the Iroquois. The same combination meets us in Hino, the thunder spirit of the Iroquois. His office was not only to hurl his bolts at evildoers, but to cool and refresh the ground with showers, to ripen the harvest, and to mature the fruits of the earth. In spring, when they committed the seeds to the soil, the Indians prayed to him that he would water them and foster their growth, and at the harvest festival they thanked him for his gift of rain. 1220. The Hos cite a note, goddess of lightning, rain, and fertility among the Hos of Togoland in West Africa distinguish two deities of the lightning, a goddess Sojible and a goddess Soza, who are husband and wife and talk with each other in the sound of thunder. The goddess has epithets applied to her which seem to show that she is believed to send the rain and to cause the plants to grow. She is addressed as mother of men and beasts, ship full of yams, ship full of the most varied fullness. Further, it is said to be she who blesses the tilled land. Moreover, like the Hindu thunder god Parjanya, who slays demons, the Ho thunder goddess drives away evil spirits and witches from people's houses. Under her protection children multiply and the inmates of the house remain healthy. 1221. The Indians of the Andes, about, cite a note, gods of thunder, rain, and fertility among the Indians of the Andes and the ape chases of the Caucasus. Lake Titicaca, believe in a thunder god named Kun or Kun, whom they call the Lord or Father of the mountains, Ccololoaqui. He is regarded as a powerful being, but irritable and difficult of access, who dwells on the high mountains, above the line of perpetual snow. Yet he gives great gifts to those who win his favor. And when the crops are languishing for lack of rain, the Indians try to rouse the god from his torpor by pouring a small libation of brandy into a tarn below the snow line. For they dare not set foot on the snow lest they should meet the dreadful thunder god face to face. His bird is the condor as the eagle was the bird of the Greek thunder god Zeus. 1222. Similarly, in time of drought the ape chases of the Caucasus sacrifice an ox to Apai, the god of thunder and lightning, and an old man prays him to send rain, thunder, and lightning, telling him that the crops are parched, the grass burnt up, and the cattle starving. 1223. These examples show how readily a thunder god may come to be viewed as a power of fertility. The connecting link is furnished by the fertilizing rain which usually accompanies a thunderstorm. Cite a note, traces of the worship of the oak in modern Europe. As might have been expected, the ancient worship of the oak in Europe has left its print in popular custom and superstition down to modern times. Thus, in the French department of Maine it is said that solitary oak trees in the fields are still worshipped, though the priests have sought to give the worship a Christian color by hanging images of saints on the trees. 1224. In various parts of Lower Saxony and Westphalia, as late as the first half of the 19th century, traces survived of the sanctity of certain oaks, to which the people paid a half heathenish, half Christian worship. In the Principality of Minden young people of both sexes used to dance round an old oak on Easter Saturday with loud shouts of joy. And not far from the village of Wormeln, in the neighborhood of Paderborn, there stood a holy oak in the forest, to which the inhabitants of Wormeln and Kallenberg went every year in solemn procession. 1225. Another vestige of superstitious reverence for the oak, in Germany is the custom of passing sick people and animals through a natural or artificial opening in the trunk of an oak for the purpose of healing them of their infirmities. 1226. At a village near Ragnit in East Prussia there was an oak which, down to the 17th century, the villagers regarded as sacred, firmly believing that any person who harmed it would be visited with misfortune, especially with some bodily ailment. 1227, about the middle of the 19th century the Lithuanians still laid offerings for spirits under ancient oaks. 1228, and old-fashioned people among them preferred to cook the viands for funeral banquets on a fire of oak wood, or at least under an oak tree. 1229, on the rivulet Mixi, between the governments of Pskov and Livonia in Russia, there stood a stunted, worship of the oak in modern Russia. Withered, but holy oak, which received the homage of the neighboring peasantry down at least to 1874. An eyewitness has described the ceremonies. He found a great crowd of people, chiefly Estonians of the Greek Church, assembled with their families about the tree, all dressed in gala costume. Some of them had brought wax candles, and were fastening them about the trunk and in the branches. Soon a priest arrived, and, having donned his sacred robes, proceeded to sing a canticle, such as is usually sung in the Orthodox Church in honor of saints. But instead of saying as usual, "Holy Saint, pray the Lord for us," he said, "Holy Oak, Hallelujah, pray for us." Then he incensed the tree all round. During the service the tapers on the oak were lighted, and the people, throwing themselves on the ground, adored the holy tree. When the pastor had retired, his flock remained till late at night, feasting, drinking, dancing, and lighting fresh tapers on the oak, till everybody was drunk and the proceedings ended in an orgy. 1230. Ceremonial fires kindled by the friction of oak wood. Another relic of the ancient sanctity of the oak has survived in modern times in the practice of kindling ceremonial fires by means of the friction of oak wood. This has been done either at stated seasons of the year or on occasions of distress, by Slavs, Germans, and Celts. 1231, taken together with the perpetual sacred fires of oak wood, which we have found among the Slavs, the Lithuanians, and the ancient Romans. 1232. The wide prevalence of the practice seems clearly to point back to a time when the forefathers of the Aryans in Europe dwelt in forests of oak, fed their fires with oak wood, and rekindled them, when they chanced to go out, by rubbing two oaken sticks against each other. In the great European god of the oak, the thunder, and the rain, the original element seems to have been the oak. From the foregoing survey of the facts it appears that a god of the oak, the thunder, and the rain was worshipped of old by all the main branches of the Aryan stock in Europe, and was indeed the chief deity of their pantheon. 1233. It was natural enough that the oak should loom large in the religion of people who lived in oak forests, used oak timber for building, oak sticks for fuel, and oak acorns for food and fodder. But we have still to explain how they were led to associate the thunder and the rain with the oak in their conception of this great divinity. From the nature of the case our solution of the problem must be conjectural. We can only guess at the The clue to the development of a lightning god out of an oak god may have been the notion that the heavenly fire or lightning was made, like the earthly fire, by the friction of oak wood. Train of thought which prompted our forefathers to link together things which to us seem so very different. Thunder and rain may indeed naturally be regarded as akin since the two so often occurred together. But the difficulty is to understand why the oak should be joined with them. Which of the three elements was the original nucleus about which the others afterwards clustered? In our ignorance of the facts, this question amounts to asking whether, on the principles of savage thought, it is easier to suppose that an original god of thunder and rain should afterwards add the oak tree to his attributes, or that, on the contrary, an old god of the oak should annex to himself the thunder and the rain? In favor of the first of these suppositions it may be said that a god of thunder and rain might in time be regarded as a god of the oak, because thunder and rain come from the sky, and the oak reaches skyward and is often struck by lightning. 1234. But this train of thought is hardly likely to carry conviction even to the mind of a savage. On the other hand, it is not difficult to imagine how early man in Europe might suppose the thunder, or rather the lightning, to be derived from the oak. Seeing that fire on earth was regularly kindled by the rubbing of oaken sticks together, he might readily infer that fire in heaven was produced in like manner. In other words, that the flash of lightning was the spark elicited by someone who was lighting his fire in the usual fashion up aloft. For the savage commonly explains natural phenomena by ideas drawn from the circle of his own daily life. Similarly, people who are accustomed to make fire by means of flints sometimes suppose that lightning is produced in the same way. This is reported of the Armenians, 1235, and it may be inferred of the many peoples who believe that the flint implements of prehistoric races are thunderbolts. 1236. Cite a note: when an oak god had once grown into a lightning god, he would easily develop into a god of the rain in the sky. Thus it is easy to conceive how a god of the oak, viewed as a source of earthly fire, should come to be regarded as a god of the lightning, and hence, by an easy extension of ideas, as a god of thunder and rain. Accordingly we may provisionally assume that the great Aryan gods who combine these various functions have been evolved in this fashion. A further step in their promotion would be taken when the whole sky was assigned to their dominion. The Greeks and Italians certainly advanced their Zeus and Jupiter to this lofty position. 1237, but there seems to be no evidence that the Aryans of the north ever raised their corresponding deities to the rank of sky gods in general. It is commonly indeed assumed that the sky was the original province of all these deities, or rather of the single Aryan god from which they are descended. But on this theory it is hard to see why the god of the sky should have taken up with the oak, and not only that, but should have clung to it even after he had, in some places at least, begun to sit very loose to his old home, the vault of heaven. Surely his fidelity to the oak from the earliest to the latest times among all the different families of his European worshippers is a strong argument for regarding the tree as a primary, not a secondary, element in his composite nature. Footnote 1111. See above, pages 7 SQ. Footnote 1112. J. Geikie, Prehistoric Europe, Edinburgh, 1881, pages 420 SQ. 482, SQQ. 495. Footnote 1113. R. Munro, Ancient Scottish Lake Dwellings or Crannogs, Edinburgh, 1882, pages 266, quoting Alton's treatise on the origin, qualities, and cultivation of moss earth. Footnote 1114. J. Geikie, Op. Cit. Pages 432 to 436. Footnote 1115. J. Geikie, Op. Cit. Pages 461 to 463. Footnote 1116. A. von Humboldt, Cosmos, I. Stuttgart and Tübingen, 1845, pages 298. The passage is mistranslated in the English version edited by E. Sabine. Footnote 1117. Sir Charles Lyell, The Geological Evidence of the Antiquity of Man, 4th ed., London, 1873, pages 8, 17, 415 SQ. Sir John Lubbock, Lord, Avebury, Prehistoric Times 5th ed., London, 1890, pages 251, 387. J. Geikie, Op. Cit. Pages 485 to 487. Footnote 1118. J. Geikie, Op. Cit. Pages 487 SQ. Footnote 1119. J. Geikie, Op. Cit. Pages 489. Footnote 1120. R. Munro, Ancient Scottish Lake Dwellings, pages 20, quoting the article Chronologies in Chambers' Encyclopedia. Footnote 1121. R. Munro, Op. Cit. Pages 23. For more evidence of the use of oak in British crannogs, see ed. Op. Cit. Pages 6 to 8, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33 SQ. 37, 38, 39, 41, 42, 51 SQ. 53, 61, 62, 97, 122, 208, 262, 291 to 299. Ed. The lake dwellings of Europe, London, Paris, and Melbourne, 1890, pages 350, 364, 372, 377. Footnote 1122. F. Keller, The Lake Dwellings of Switzerland and Other Parts of Europe, 2nd ed., London, 1878, I. 37, 48, 65, 87, 93, 105, 110, 129, 156, 186, 194, 201, 214, 264, 268, 289, 300, 320, 375, 382, 434, 438, 440, 444, 446, 465, 639. Footnote 1123. F. Keller, Obs. Cit. I. 332, 334, 375, 586. Footnote 1124. W. Helbig, Die Idoliker Interpobien, Leipzig, 1879, pages 12, 16, sq. 26. The bones of cattle, pigs, goats, and sheep prove that these animals were bred by the people of the Italian Pile villages. C. W. Helbig, Obs. Cit. Pages 14. Footnote 1125. Strabo, v. 4. 1, pages 195. Footnote 1126. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XVI. 5. Footnote 1127. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XVI. 6. Hercyniae Silvae Roborum Vastitas. Glendiferi Maxime Generis Omnes, Quibus Honos Apud Romanos, Perpetuus. Footnote 1128. H. Hart, Diorama der Indo-Germanen, Indo-Germanisch, Forstjungen, I. 1892, pages 480. P. Kretschmer, Einleitung die Geschichte der griechischen Sprache, Göttingen, 1896, pages 81. O. Schrader, Lexikon der Indo-Germanischen Altertumskund, S.V. Usch, pages 164. This etymology assumes that Hercynia represents an original Pracunia and is connected with the Latin curcus. However, the derivation is not undisputed. C. O. Schrader, Obs. Cit. Pages 1015 sq. Footnote 1129. Polybius, E. 15. Compare Strabo, v. 1. 12, pages 218. Footnote 1130. Polybius, Z. 4. Footnote 1131. Strabo, v. 3. 1, pages 228. Footnote 1132. Diodorus Siculus, Iv. 84. Footnote 1133. Pausanias, v. 23. 8 sq. For notices of forests and groves of oak, in Arcadia and other parts of Greece, see it. E. 11. 4, E. 10. 6, vi. 26. 10, v. 11. 1, v. 25. 1, v. 42. 12, v. 54. 5, x. 3. 4, x. 24. 5. The oaks in the Arcadian forests were of various species, id. v. 12. 1. Footnote 1134. See Newman on J. Parch, Physikalische Geographie von Griechenland, Berlau, 1885, pages 378. Footnote 1135. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th ed., XVII. 690. Footnote 1136. Virgil, Georg. I. 7 sq. 147 to 149. Lucretius, v. 939 sq. 965. Tibullus, E. 1. 37 SQ. E. 3. 69. Ovid, Medum. I. 106. Id. Fasti, I. 675 SQ. Iv. 399 to 402. Juvenal, Ziv. 182 to 184. Aulus, Gellius, v. 6. 12. Dionysius Halicarnus. Ars Rhetorica, I. 6. Vol. v. Pages 230, ed. Reisk. Pollux, I. 234. Porphyry, the Abstinentia, E. 5. Footnote 1137. Hesiod, Works and Days, 232 SQ. Footnote 1138. Herodotus, I. 66. Footnote 1139. Pausanias, v. 1. 6. According to Pausanias, it was only the acorns of the ficus oak which the Arcadians ate. Footnote 1140. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XVI. 15. Footnote 1141. Strabo, E. 3. 7, pages 155. Footnote 1142. Pliny, L.C. Footnote 1143. See Newman on J. Parch, Physikalische Geographie von Griechenland, pages 379. Footnote 1144. See Newman and J. Parch, Obsit. Pages 382. Note. Footnote 1145. Trevance, Don Quixote, Part Ch. 50, Vol. Iv. Pages 133 of H.E. Watts's translation, with the translator's note, New Edition, London, 1895. Newman on Parch, Obsit. Pages 380. P. Wagler, Die Eiche, in Alter und Neuer Zeit, I. Wurzen, 1891, pages 35. The passage in Don Quixote was pointed out to me by my friend Mr. W. Wise. Footnote 1146. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th. ed. XVII. 692. Footnote 1147. H. E. Watts, Loxit. Footnote 1148. Encyclopaedia Britannica, L.C. Footnote 1149. To avoid misapprehension, I desire to point out that I am not here concerned with the evolution of Aryan religion in general, but only with that of a small, though important part of it, to wit, the worship of a particular kind of tree. To write a general history of Aryan religion in all its many aspects as a worship of nature, of the dead, and so forth, would be a task equally beyond my powers and my ambition. Still less should I dream of writing a universal history of religion. The general work referred to in the preface to the first edition of the Golden Bough is a book of far humbler scope. Footnote 1150. For examples of such ceremonies, see above, pages 18 to 20, 34 to 38. Footnote 1151. For evidence of these aspects of Zeus and Jupiter, see L. Preller, Greekish Mythology, I. 4th ed., 115 SQQ. Id. Romish, Mythology, 3rd ed., I. 184 SQQ. In former editions of this book I was disposed to set aside much too summarily what may be called the meteorological side of Zeus and Jupiter. Footnote 1152. See my note on Pausanias, E. 17. 5. P. Wagler, Die Eiche in Alter und Neuer Zeit, E. Berlin, 1891, pages 2 SQQ. A. B. Koch, Zeus, Jupiter, and the Oak, Classical Review, XVII. 1903, pages 178 SQQ. Footnote 1153. Augmumsen, Delphica, Leipzig, 1878, pages 4 SQ. Footnote 1154. Strabo, Frag. Vi. 3. Stephanus Byzantius, S.V. D. Certus, SVV. D, A, E, and D. Apostolius, send. Vi. 43. Zenobius, send. Vi. 5. Nonisibus, ad S. Gregory Oreti. Contra Julianum, 19. Micnes Patrologia Graeca, XXXVI. 1045. The evidence on this subject has been collected and discussed by Mr. A.B. Cook, The Gong at Dodona, Journal of Hellenic Studies, XXII. 1902, pages 5 to 28. The theory in the text is obviously consistent, both with the statement that the sound of the gongs was consulted as oracular, and with the view, advocated by Mr. Cook, that it was supposed to avert evil influences from the sanctuary. If I am right, the bronze statuette which, according to some accounts, produced the sound by striking the gong with a clapper would represent Zeus himself, making his thunder. Footnote 1155. On the natural surroundings of Dodona, C.C. Karabanos, Dodonate, Cesare Ines, Paris, 1878, pages 7 to 10. Footnote 1156. Above, pages 140 SQ. Footnote 1157. Above, vol. I. Pages 309. On the oak as the tree of Zeus, see Dionysius, Alikern. Ars Rhetorica, I. 6, vol. V. Pages 230 ed. Reisk. Skull. On Aristophanes, Birds, 480. On this subject much evidence, both literary and monumental, has been collected by Mr. A.B. Cook in his article Zeus, Jupiter, and the Oak, Classical Review, XVII. 1903, pages 174 SQQ. 268 SQQ. 403 SQQ. XVII. 1904, pages 75, SQQ. 327 SQ. Footnote 1158. Pausanias, I. 24. 3. Footnote 1159. Marcus Antoninus, v. 7. Footnote 1160. Theophrastus, De Signis Tempestatum, I. 24. Footnote 1161. Pausanias, I. 30. 4. Footnote 1162. Pausanias, E. 29. 7 SQ. Isocrates, Evagoras, 14. Apollodorus, E. 12. 6. Inachus was said to be the son of Zeus by Aegina, daughter of Aesopus, Apollodorus, L.C. Isocrates says that his relationship to the god marked Acus out as the man to procure rain. Footnote 1163. Theophrastus, De Signis Tempestatum, I. 20, compare 24. Footnote 1164. Theophrastus, Ob Sit. E. 43. Footnote 1165. Pausanias, I. 32. 2. Footnote 1166. Theophrastus, Ob Sit. E. 43 and 47. Compare Aristophanes, Clouds, 324 SQ. Photius, Lexicon, SV. Footnote 1167. Pausanias, I. 32. 2. Footnote 1168. Pausanias, E. 25. 10. As to the climate and scenery of these barren mountains, C. A. Philipson, Der Peloponnes, Berlin, 1891, pages 43, SQ. 65. Footnote 1169. Joannes Lidas, De Mancebus, Iv. 48. Footnote 1170. Patten and X, The Inscriptions of Kos, Oxford, 1891, number 382. Diggenberger, Sylloge Inscriptionum Graecarum, 2nd ed., number 735. There were altars of rainy Zeus also at Argos and Lebedia. C. Pausanias, E. 19. 8, Ix. 39. 4. Footnote 1171. P. P. Micro. P. T. A. P. Aristotle, De Mundo, 7, pages 401 ed. Becker. Plutarch, De Stoicorum Repugnantes, XXX. 8. Footnote 1172. Corpus Inscriptionum Atticarum, E. Number 77. E. S. Roberts, Introduction to Greek Epigraphy, E. Number 142, pages 387. Ch. Michel, Recueil des Inscriptions Grecques, number 692. L. R. Farnell, Cults of the Greek States, I. 66 and 172. Footnote 1173. Hesiod, Theogony, 71 Sq. L. Priller, Greekish Mythology, 4th ed., I. 119. Footnote 1174. Pausanias, v. 14. 7. H. Roll, Inscriptions Graeci Antiquissimi, Berlin, 1882, number 101. Frankel, in Schriften von Pergamon, I. No. 232. Johannes Malalas, Chronographia, v. Pages 199, ed. Eldendorf. Footnote 1175. Strabo, Ix. 2. 11, pages 404. Footnote 1176. Pollux, Ix. 41. Hesychius, S.V. S. Etymologica Magnum, p. 341. Adus QQ. Artemidorus, on Rogret. 11. 9. Pausanias, v. 14. 10. Diggenberger, Sylloge Inscriptionum Graecarum, 2nd ed., number 577, with Diggenberger's note. Footnote 1177. See above, pages 177. Footnote 1178. See above, vol. I. Pages 310. Footnote 1179. See above, vol. I. Pages 366. Footnote 1180. For more evidence that the Old Greek kings regularly personified Zeus, see Mr. A. B. Cook, The European Sky God, Folklore, XV. 1904, pages 299 SQQ. Footnote 1181. Virgil. Georg. E. 332, with Servius's note. Pliny, Nut. Hist. Z. 3. Footnote 1182. As to the yoke of Jupiter on the Capitol and the god's oak crown, see above, pages 176. With regard to the Capitoline worship of thundering Jupiter, see Pliny, Nut. Hist. E. 21, XXXIV. 10 and 79, XXXVI. 50. He was worshipped in many places besides Rome as the god of thunder and lightning. See Festus, pages 229, ed. C. O. Muller. Alpulius, De Mundo, XXXVII. 371. H. Desi, Inscriptions Latinae Salitae, Nos. 3044-3053. Footnote 1183. Petronius, Sat 44. That the slope mentioned by Petronius was the Capitoline one is made highly probable by a passage of Tertullian, Apologeticus 40, Aquilatia Jovi Immolatus, Nudipedilia Populo, Denunciatus, Coelum Apud Capitolium Quiritus, Nubila Deliquieribus, Expectatus. The Church Fathers' scorn for the ceremony contrasts with the respect, perhaps the mock respect, testified for it by the man in Petronius. The epithets rainy and showery are occasionally applied to Jupiter. See Tibullus, I. 7. 26. Alpulius, De Mundo, XXXVII. 371. H. Desi, Inscriptions Latinae Salitae, Number 3043. Footnote 1184. H. Desi, opposite. Number 3042. Alpulies, LC. Footnote 1185. Alpulies, LC. Plursium frugifera vocand. H. Desi, op. Sit. Number 3017. Footnote 1186. On this subject C. H. Monroe Chadwick, The Oak and the Thunder God, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXX. 1900, pages 22 to 42. Footnote 1187. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XVI. 249. Footnote 1188. Maximus Tyrius, Dissert. V. 8. H. Darboy de Jubainville, supposed that by Celts the writer here meant Germans, Cours de la literature Celtique, I. 121 SQQ. This was not the view of J. Grimm, to whose authority Darboy de Jubainville appealed. Grimm says that what Maximus Tyrius affirms of the Celts might be applied to the Germans, Deutsche Mythologie, 4th ed., I. 55, which is quite a different thing. Footnote 1189. Strabo, Z. 5. 1, pages 567. As to the meaning of the name C. Sir J. Rise, Celtic Heathendom, pages 221. H. F. Tozer, Selections from Strabo, pages 284. On the Galatian language see above, pages 126, note 2. Footnote 1190. G. Curtius, Greek. Etymology, 5th ed., pages 238 SQ. J. Rise, opposite. Pages 221 SQ. P. Kretschmer, Einleitung die Geschichte der Greek. Sprache, pages 81. Compare Vanicek, Griechisch-Lateinisch. Etymologisches Wörterbuch, pages 368 to 370. Oak in Old Irish is dar, in Modern Irish der, derrick, in Gaelic derrick. C. G. Curtius, L.C. A. McBain, Etymological Dictionary of the Gaelic Language, Inverness, 1896, S.V. Derrick. On this view Pliny was substantially right, Nat. Hist. XVI. 249, in connecting Druid with the Greek drus, oak, though the name was not derived from the Greek. However, this derivation of Druid has been doubted or rejected by some scholars. C. H. Darboy de Jubainville, Cours de la literature Celtique, I. Paris, 1883, pages 117 SQQ. O. Schrader, Rinxikon der, in Dodgermanischen Altertumskund, pages 638 SQ. Footnote 1191. See above, pages 242. Footnote 1192. The Gael's faith in Druidism was never suddenly undermined. For in the saints he only saw more powerful Druids than those he had previously known, and Christ took the position in his eyes of the Druid. At Irish Druidism absorbed a certain amount of Christianity, and it would be a problem of considerable difficulty to fix on the point where it ceased to be Druidism, and from which onwards it could be said to be Christianity in any restricted sense of that term. J. Rise, Celtic Heathendom, pages 224. Footnote 1193. P. W. Joyce, Social History of Ancient Ireland, I. 236. Footnote 1194. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4th ed., I. 55 SQ. Tacitus often mentions the sacred groves of the Germans, but never specifies the kinds of trees of which they were composed. See Annals, E. 12, Iv. 73. Hister. Iv. 14. Germania, 7, 9, 39, 40, 43. Footnote 1195. J. Grimm, opposite. E. 542. Footnote 1196. Willibald's Life of S. Boniface, in Pritz's Monumenta Germani, Historica, E. 343 SQ. J. Grimm, Opsit. I. pages 58, 142. Footnote 1197. J. Grimm, Opsit. I. 157. Professor E. Moss supposes that the identification of Donner or Thuner with Jupiter was first made in Upper Germany between the Vosges Mountains and the Black Forest. See his work Die Tagesgötter, Berlin, 1902, pages 280. Footnote 1198. Adam of Bremen, Discretio Insularum Aquilinus, 26, Mignes, Patrologia Latina, CXLVI. Call 643. Footnote 1199. Adam of Bremen, L.C. Footnote 1200. E. H. Meyer, Mythologie des Germanen, Strasbourg, 1903, pages 290. Footnote 1201. Adam of Bremen, Opsit. 26, 27, with the Scholia, Mignes, Patrologia Latina, CXLVI. Call 642 to 644. Footnote 1202. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4th ed., I. 142 SQ. L. Ledger, La Mythologie Slave, Paris, 1901, pages 54 to 76. Footnote 1203. L. Ledger, Opsit. Pages 57 SQ. Translating Gognini's Sarmatii, Europea Discretio, 1578. The passage is quoted in the original by Chr. Hartnog, Alt an Neues Preußen, Frankfurt and Leipzig, 1684, pages 132, who rightly assigns the work to Strijkowski, not Gognini. C. W. Manard, in Magazin Herausgeber von der Lettische Literarischen Gesellschaft, Ziv. 1868, pages 105 SQ. Footnote 1204. Procopius, De Bello Gothico, E. 14, Voli. Pages 357, ed. J. Horry. Footnote 1205. Matthias Miov, De Sarmatia Asiana Acerpia, in Simon, Grinus's Novus Orbis Redonum ac Insularum Veteribus Incognitorum, Paris, 1532, pages 457. Ed. In J. Pistorius's Polyniceae History, Corpus, Bale, 1582, I. 144. Martin Cromer, The Origine et Rebus, Gestis Paulinarum, Bale, 1568, pages 241. J. Mollidius, Monesius, in Maleki, De Sacrifices et Idolatria Veterum Bressarum, Livonum, Aliarum Quisnarum Gentium, Scriptures Rerum Livonacarum, E. Riga and Leipzig, 1848, pages 390. Ed. In Mitteilungen der Literarischen Gesellschaft Masovia, Heft 8, Lodzen, 1902, pages 187. Chr. Hartnog, Alt an Neues Preußen, Frankfurt and Leipzig, 1684, pages 131 SQQ. S. Rostowski, quoted by A. Bruckner, Archiv, für Slavisch Philologie, X. 1886, pages 32, 35. M. Toppen, Geschichte der Preußischen Historiographie, Berlin, 1853, pages 190. Perkunos ist in allen anderen Überlieferungen so groß einher, wenn immer der Griechisch und Römisch Donnergut, und kein anderer der Götter darf sich im gleichstellen. Ist der Hauptgott, wenn auch anderen Bergten in Preußen, so auch in Litauen und Livland. Schleicher, Lituanica, Sitzungsberg der Philosoph. Hister. Class D. Case. Akademie D. Wissen. Vienna, Zi. 1853 Pub. 1854, pages 96. H. Usener, Gotternamen, Bonn, 1896, pages 97. Footnote 1206. M. Praetorius, Delicia Processi, Berlin, 1871, pages 19 SQ. S. Rostowski, Opsit. Pages 34, 35. On the Sacred Oaks of the Lithuanian CCHR. Hartnog, Opsit. Pages 117 SQQ. Tito und Tem, Volkswagen Ostpreußens, Lithans und Westpreußens, pp. 19-22, 35-38. Footnote 1207. M. Praetorius, L.C. S. Grunau, Preußische Chronik, ed. M. Perlbach, I. Leipzig, 1876, pages 78, e. Tract. Cap. V. Section 2. The chronicler, Simon Grunau, lived as an itinerant Dominican friar at the beginning of the 16th century in the part of Prussia which had been ceded to Poland. He brought his history, composed in somewhat rustic German, down to 1529. His familiar intercourse with the lowest classes of the people enabled him to learn much as to their old, heathen customs and superstitions. But his good faith has been doubted, or denied. In particular, his description of the images of the three gods in the Great Oak at Romov has been regarded with suspicion or denounced as a figment. CCHR. Hartnog, Obsit. Pages 127 SQQ. M. Topin, Obsit. Pages 122 SQQ. 190 SQQ. M. Perlbach's preface to his edition of Grunau. H. Usener, Gotternamen, pages 83. But his account of the sanctity of the oak, and of the perpetual sacred fire of oak wood, may be accepted, since it is confirmed by other authorities. Thus, according to Malecki, a perpetual fire was kept up by a priest in honor of Perkunas, Parknus, on the top of a mountain, which stood beside the river Niwiaza, a tributary of the Niemen. See Malecki, Maletius, Monesius, Obsit. Scriptures, Rerum Livonacarum, E. 391. Id. Mitteilungen der Literarischen Gesellschaft Masovia, Heft 8, Lodzen, 1902, pages 187. Again, the Jesuit S. Rostowski says that the Lithuanians maintained a perpetual, sacred fire in honor of Perkunas in the woods, quoted by A. Bruckner, Archiv für Slavisch Philologie, X. 1886, pages 33. Malecki and Rostowski do not mention that the fire was kindled with oak wood, but this is expressly stated by M. Praetorius, and is, besides, intrinsically probable, since the oak was sacred to Perkunas. Moreover, the early historian, Peter of Duisburg, who dedicated his Chronicle of Prussia to the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights in 1326, informs us that the high priest of the nation, whom the Prussians revered as a pope, kept up a perpetual fire at Romo, which is doubtless the same with the Romo or Romo of Grunau, Preußische Chronik, pages 80, 81, compare pages 62, ed. M. Perlbach. C. P. de Duisburg, Chronikon Prussiae, ed. Chr. Hartnog, Frankfurt, and Leipzig, 1679, pages 79. Martin Kromer says that the Lithuanians worshipped fire as a god, and kept it perpetually burning in the more frequented places and towns, the Origene at Rebus Gestis Paulinarum, Bale, 1568, pages 241. Romo or Romo is more commonly known as Romov. Its site is very uncertain. CCHR. Hartnog, Alt Neues, Preußen, pages 122 SQQ. Grunau's account of Romov and its sacred oak, with the images of the three gods in it and the fire of oak wood, burning before it, is substantially repeated by Alex Gognini. C. J. Pistorius, Polyniceae Historiae Corpus, Bale, 1582, I. 52. Res publicus civ status regni Poloniae, Lithuaniae, Prussiae, Livni, etc., Leiden, 1627, pages 321 SQ. I do not know whether the chronicler, Simon Grunau, is the same with Simon Grinus, editor of the Novus Orbis Redonum ac Insularum Veteribus Incognitorum, which was published at Paris in 1532. Footnote 1208. S. Rostowski, Obsit. Pages 35. Footnote 1209. D. Fabricius, de cultu, religione et moribus incularum Livanii, Scriptures rerum Livonacarum, E. 441. Malecki, Maletius, also says that Perkunas was prayed to for rain. See Mitteilungen der Literarischen Gesellschaft Masovia, Heft 8, Lodzen, 1902, pages 201. Footnote 1210. According to Professor H. Hurt, the name Perkunas means the oak god, being derived from the same root querq, which appears in the Latin, quercus oak, the Hercynian forest, the Norse god and goddess, Fjorgen, and the Indian Parjanya, the Vedic god of thunder and rain. Ch. Hurt, Diorama der Indo-Germanen, Indo-Germanisch, Forstungen, I. 1892, pages 479 SQQ. Id. Die Indo-Germanen, Strasbourg, 1905–1907, E. 507. P. Kretschmer, Einleitungen die Geschichte der griechischen Sprache, pages 81 SQ. The identity of the names Perkunas and Parjanya had been maintained long before by G. Buhler, though he did not connect the words with Quercus. See his article on the Hindu god Parjanya, Transactions of the London Philological Society, 1859, pages 154–168. As to Parjanya, see below, pages 368 SQ. Footnote 1211. Fr. Kreutzwald und Agnius, Mythisch und Magisch Lehre der Esten, St. Petersburg, 1854, pages 16, 26, 27, 56, 57, 104. F. J. Wheatman, Aus dem Inneren und Äußeren Leben der Esten, pages 427, 438. Sometimes, however, a special thunder god Ku, Piker or Pickney is distinguished from Tara, Tar. C. F. J. Wheatman, Opsit. p. 427. Kreutzwald und Nies, Opsit. Pages 12 SQ. Footnote 1212. Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubische Gebräuch, Weissen und Jonheiten, St. Petersburg, 1854, pages 2. Footnote 1213. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4th ed., I. 146. Footnote 1214. F. J. Wheatman, Opsit. Pages 427. Footnote 1215. See above, pages 367, note 3. Footnote 1216. Rig Veda, Book V. Hymn 83, R.T.H. Griffith's translation, Benners, 1889–1892, Voli pages 299 SQ. Footnote 1217. Rig Veda, Book V. Hymn 101, Griffith's translation, Voli pp. 123 SQ. Footnote 1218. Rig Veda, Book V. Hymn 102, Griffith's translation, Voli. p. 124. On Parjanya see further G. Buhler, on the Hindu god, Parjanya, Transactions of the London Philological Society, 1859, pages 154–168. Id. In Orient and Occident, I. 1862, pp. 214–229. J. Muir, Original Sanskrit Texts, v. 140–142. H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pages 226. A. MacDonald, Vedic Mythology, pp. 83–85. Footnote 1219. G. Buhler, Opsit. Pages 161. Footnote 1220. L. H. Morgan, League of the Iroquois, Rochester, 1851, pages 157, SQ. Footnote 1221. J. Spithe, Die Ustam, Berlin, 1906, pages 424–427. Footnote 1222. E. J. Payne, History of the New World Called America, I. Oxford, 1892, pages 407 SQ. Footnote 1223. N. Sudlitz, Die Aebgesin, Globus, LXVI. 1894, pages 73. Footnote 1224. P. Wagler, Die Eichenalter und Neuer Zeit, E. Berlin, 1891, p. 37. Footnote 1225. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4th ed., I. 59. Footnote 1226. P. Wagler, Die Alter und Neuer Zeit, I. Worthen, 1891, pp. 21-23. For many more survivals of oak worship in Germany, C.P. Wagler, Obsit. E. 40 SQQ. Footnote 1227. M. Praetorius, De Lichie Processi, Berlin, 1871, pages 16. Footnote 1228. J. G. Cole, Die Deutsche Recension Ostseeprüfungen, Dresden and Leipzig, 1841, e. 31. Compare 33. Footnote 1229. Schleicher, Lituanica, Sitzungsberg der Philos. Hister. Class, der Case. Akademie der Wissenschaften, Zi. 1853, pub. 1854, pages 100. Footnote 1230. James Pickle, steward of the estate of Ponikovitz, in a report to Baron de Bogoshevsky, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, E. 1874, pages 274 SQ. Footnote 1231. The evidence will be given later on, when we come to deal with the fire festivals of Europe. Meantime, I may refer the reader to the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 347 SQQ. Where, however, the statement as to the universal use of oak wood in kindling the need fire is too absolute, exceptions having since come to my knowledge. These will be noticed in the 3rd edition of that part of the Golden Bough. Footnote 1232. See above, pages 186, 365, 366. Footnote 1233. The only positive evidence, so far as I know, that the Celtic oak god was also a deity of thunder and rain is his identification with Zeus, see above, pages 362. But the analogy of the Greeks, Italians, Teutons, Slavs, and Lithuanians may be allowed to supply the lack of more definite testimony. Footnote 1234. It is said to have been observed that lightning strikes an oak 20 times for once that it strikes a beech. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4th ed., E. 64. But even if this observation were correct, we could not estimate its worth unless we knew the comparative frequency of oaks and beeches in the country where it was made. The Greeks observed that a certain species of oak, which they called halifloios, or sea bark, was often struck by lightning, though it did not grow to a great height. But far from regarding it as thereby marked out for the service of the god, they abstained from using its wood in the sacrificial rites. See Theophrastus, Hister. Plant. E. 8. 5. Pliny, Nut. Hist. XVI. 24. Footnote 1235. Emma Begian, Der Armenische Volksglaube, pages 90. Footnote 1236. E. B. Tyler, Early History of Mankind, 3rd ed., pages 223-227. 4. More evidence of this widespread belief. C.M. Bough et al. Bonnemer, Les Sages Polis dans l'Histoire jusqu'aux siècles, Bulletins et Mémoires de la Société d'Anthropologie de Paris, v. Série, v. 1904, pages 496-548. Lieutenant Boyd Alexander, From the Niger, by Lake Chad, to the Nile, The Geographical Journal, XXX. 1907, pages 144 SQ. A. B. Ellis, You Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 37 SQ. H. Seidel, Der Uedienstem Togeland, Zeitschrift, für Afrikanische und Oceanische Sprachen, E. 1897, pages 161. H. Close, Togo unter deutscher Flag, pages 197 SQ. L. Conrad, Die Gembuensid Cameron, Globus, LXXXI. 1902, pages 353. Gierlich, Moers et Superstitions des Sauvages Bonnars, Missions, Catholics, Zix. 1887, pages 442, 454. J. A. Jacobson, Reisen in Die, in Selwald des Bannemeers, Berlin, 1896, pages 49 SQ. 232. C. Rib, Die Arunseln, Festschrift des Vereins für Erdkunde, Dresden, 1888, pages 165. E. Thurston, Ethnographic Notes in Southern India, pages 351. Reverend P.L. Botting, Ancient Stone Implements, in the Santal Parganas, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, LXX. Party. 1901, pages 17 to 20. E. M. Gordon, Indian Folk Tales, London, 1908, pages 75. County Folklore, 3. Orkney and Shetland Islands, collected by G. F. Black, London, 1903, pages 153. P. Herman, Nordisch Mythologie, pages 339 SQ. 352. M. Topin, Averglaven, Ausmuschern 2nd ed., Danzig, 1867, pages 42 SQ. Dr. E. B. Tyler has pointed out how natural to the primitive mind is the association of spark-producing stones with lightning, Primitive Culture, 2nd ed., E. 262. Footnote 1237. L. Priller, Griechisch Mythologie, 4th ed., I. 116 SQ. Id. Romish Mythologie, 3rd ed., I. 184 SQQ. As to Jupiter see in particular Augustine, De Civitate Dei, vi. 19, Coelum NMS, Jovem innumerabiliterat diligenter affirmand. And Ennius, quoted by Cicero, De Natura Deorum, E. 25, 65, Aspice hoc sublimen candens, cum invocant Jovem. Chapter XXI, Dionys and Diana. Cita note, recapitulation. In this chapter I propose to recapitulate the conclusions to which the inquiry has thus far led us, and drawing together the scattered rays of light, to turn them on the dark figure of the priest of Nemi. Cita note, rise of sacred kings, who are supposed to be endowed with magical or divine powers. We have found that at an early stage of society men, ignorant of the secret processes of nature and of the narrow limits within which it is in our power to control and direct them, have commonly arrogated to themselves functions which in the present state of knowledge we should deem superhuman or divine. The illusion has been fostered and maintained by the same causes which begot it, namely, the marvelous order and uniformity with which nature conducts her operations, the wheels of her great machine revolving with a smoothness and precision which enable the patient observer to anticipate in general the season, if not the very hour, when they will bring round the fulfillment of his hopes or the accomplishment of his fears. The regularly recurring events of this great cycle, or rather, series of cycles, soon stamp themselves even on the dull mind of the savage. He foresees them, and foreseeing them mistakes the desired recurrence for an effect of his own will, and the dreaded recurrence for an effect of the will of his enemies. Thus the springs which set the vast machine in motion, though they lie far beyond our ken, shrouded in a mystery which we can never hope to penetrate, appear to ignorant man to lie within his reach. He fancies he can touch them and so work by magic art all manner of good to himself and evil to his foes. In time, the fallacy of this belief becomes apparent to him. He discovers that there are things he cannot do, pleasures which he is unable of himself to procure, pains which even the most potent magician is powerless to avoid. The unattainable good, the inevitable ill, are now ascribed by him to the action of invisible powers, whose favor is joy and life, whose anger is misery and death. Thus magic tends to be displaced by, cita note, transition from magic to religion. Religion, and the sorcerer by the priest. At this stage of thought the ultimate causes of things are conceived to be personal beings, many in number and often discordant in character, who partake of the nature and even of the frailty of man, though their might is greater than his, and their life far exceeds the span of his ephemeral existence. Their sharply marked individualities, their clear-cut outlines have not yet begun, under the powerful solvent of philosophy, to melt and coalesce into that single, unknown substratum of phenomena which, according to the qualities with which our imagination invests it, goes by one or other of the high-sounding names which the wit of man has devised to hide his ignorance. Accordingly, so long as men look on their gods as beings akin to themselves and not raised to an unapproachable height above them, they believe it to be possible for those of their own number who surpass their fellows to attain to the divine rank after death or even in life. Incarnate human deities of this latter sort may be said note, incarnate human deities to halt midway between the age of magic and the age of religion. If they bear the names and display the pomp of deities, the powers which they are supposed to wield are commonly those of their predecessor the magician. Like him, they are expected to guard their people against hostile enchantments, to heal them in sickness, to bless them with offspring, and to provide them with an abundant supply of food by regulating the weather and performing the other ceremonies which are deemed necessary to ensure the fertility of the earth and the multiplication of animals. Men who are credited with powers so lofty and far-reaching naturally hold the highest place in the land, and while the rift between the spiritual and the temporal spheres has not yet widened too far, they are supreme in civil as well as religious matters. In a word, they are kings as well as gods. Thus the divinity which hatches a king has its roots deep down in human history, and long ages pass before these are sapped by a profounder view of nature and man. Note, the king of the wood at Nemi seems to have been one of these divine kings and to have mated with the divine queen of the wood, Diana. In the classical period of Greek and Latin antiquity, the reign of kings was for the most part a thing of the past. Yet the stories of their lineage, titles, and pretensions suffice to prove that they too claimed to rule by divine right and to exercise superhuman powers. Hence, we may without undue temerity assume that the king of the wood at Nemi, though shorn in later times of his glory and fallen on evil days, represented a long line of sacred kings who had once received not only the homage but the adoration of their subjects in return for the manifold blessings which they were supposed to dispense. What little we know of the functions of Diana in the Arician Grove seems to prove that she was here conceived as a goddess of fertility, and particularly as a divinity of childbirth. 1238. It is reasonable, therefore, to suppose that in the discharge of these important duties she was assisted by her priest, the two figuring as king and queen of the wood in a solemn marriage, which was intended to make the earth gay with the blossoms of spring and the fruits of autumn, and to gladden the hearts of men and women with healthful offspring. Note, Virbius, whom the king of the wood represented, was probably a form of Jupiter regarded as god of the green wood, and especially of the oak. If the priest of Nemi posed not merely as a king, but as a god of the grove, we have still to ask, what deity in particular did he personate? The answer of antiquity is that he represented Virbius, the consort or lover of Diana. 1239. But this does not help us much, for of Virbius we know little more than the name. A clue to the mystery is, perhaps supplied by the Vestal fire which burned in the grove. 1240. 4. The perpetual holy fires of the Aryans in Europe appear to have been commonly kindled and fed with oak wood. 1241. And we have seen that in Rome itself, not many miles from Nemi, the fuel of the Vestal fire consisted of oaken sticks or logs, which in early days the holy maidens doubtless gathered or cut in the coppices of oak that once covered the 7 hills. 1242. But the ritual of the various Latin towns seems to have been marked by great uniformity. 1243. Hence it is reasonable to conclude that wherever in Latium a Vestal fire was maintained, it was fed, as at Rome, with wood of the sacred oak. If this was so at Nemi, it becomes probable that the hallowed grove there consisted of a natural oak wood, and that therefore the tree which the king of the wood had to guard at the peril of his life was itself an oak. Indeed it was from an evergreen oak, according to Virgil, that Aeneas plucked the golden bough. 1244. Now the oak was a sacred tree of Jupiter, the supreme god of the Latins. Hence it follows that the king of the wood, whose life was bound up in a fashion with an oak, personated no less a deity than Jupiter himself. At least the evidence, slight as it is, seems to point to this conclusion. The old Alban dynasty of the Silvae or woods, with their crown of oak leaves, apparently aped the style and emulated the powers of Latian Jupiter, who dwelt on the top of the Alban Mound. 1245. It is not impossible that the king of the wood, who guarded the sacred oak a little lower down the mountain, was the lawful successor and representative of this ancient line of the Silvier woods. 1246. At all events, if I am right in supposing that he passed for a human Jupiter, it would appear that Verbius, with whom legend identified him, was nothing but a local form of Jupiter, considered perhaps in his original aspect as a god of the greenwood. 1247. Cite a note, Diana and the oak. The hypothesis that in later times at all events the king of the wood played the part of the oak god Jupiter is confirmed by an examination of his divine partner Diana. Cite a note, Diana, the divine partner of the king of the wood at Nemi, seems to have been especially associated with the oak. For two distinct lines of argument converge to show that if Diana was a queen of the woods in general, she was at Nemi a goddess of the oak in particular. In the first place, she bore the title of Vesta, and as such presided over a perpetual fire, which we have seen reason to believe was fed with oak wood. 1248. But a goddess of fire is not far removed from a goddess of the fuel which burns in the fire. Primitive thought perhaps drew no sharp line of distinction between the blaze and the wood that blazes. In the second place, the nymph Egeria at Nemi appears to have been merely a form of Diana, and Egeria is definitely said to have been a dryad, a nymph of the oak. 1249. Elsewhere in Italy the goddess had her home on oak-clad mountains. Thus Mount Algidus, a spur of the Alban Hills, was covered in antiquity with dark forests of oak, both of the evergreen and the deciduous sort. In winter the snow lay long on these cold hills, and their gloomy oak woods were believed to be a favorite haunt of Diana, as they have been of brigands in modern times. 1250. Again, Mount Tifata, the long abrupt ridge of the Apennines which looks down on the Campanian plain behind Capua, was wooded of old with evergreen oaks, among which Diana had a temple. Here Sulla thanked the goddess for his victory over the Marians in the plain below, attesting his gratitude by inscriptions which were long afterwards to be seen in the temple. 1251. On the whole, then, we conclude that at Nemi the king of the wood personated the oak god Jupiter and mated with the oak goddess Diana in the sacred grove. An echo of their mystic union has come down to us in the legend of the loves of Numa and Egeria, who according to some had their trysting place in these holy woods. 1252. Cite a note, in nature and in name Dionysus, Janus, and Diana seem to be only dialectically different forms of Jupiter and Juno. To this theory, it may naturally be objected that the divine consort of Jupiter was not Diana but Juno, and that if Diana had a mate at all he might be expected to bear the name not of Jupiter, but of Dionysus or Janus, the latter of these forms being merely a corruption of the former. All this is true, but the objection may be parried by observing that the two pairs of deities, Jupiter and Juno on the one side, and Dionysus and Diana, or Janus and Jenna, on the other side, are merely duplicates of each other, their names and their functions being in substance and origin identical. With regard to their names, all four of them come from the same Aryan root di, meaning bright, which occurs in the names of the corresponding Greek deities, Zeus and his old female consort, Dion. 1253. In regard to their functions, Juno and Diana were both goddesses of fecundity and childbirth, and both were sooner or later identified with the moon. 1254. As to the true nature and functions of Janus the ancients themselves were puzzled. 1255. And where they hesitated, it is not for us confidently to decide. But the view, mentioned by Varro that Janus was the god of the sky 1256, is supported, not only by the etymological identity of his name with that of the sky god Jupiter, but also by the relation in which he appears to have stood to Jupiter's two mates, Juno and Juturna. For the epithet Junonian, bestowed on Janus 1257, points to a marriage union between the two deities. And according to one account Janus was the husband of the water nymph Juturna, 1258, who according to others was beloved by Jupiter. 1259. Moreover, Janus, like Jove, was regularly invoked, and commonly spoken of, under the title of father. 1260. Indeed, he was identified with Jupiter not merely by the logic of a Christian doctor, 1261, but by the piety of a pagan worshipper who dedicated an offering to Jupiter Dionys. 1262. A trace of his relation to the oak may be found in the oak woods of the Janiculum, the hill on the right bank of the Tiber, where Janus is said to have reigned as a king in the remotest ages of Italian history. 1263. Cite a note: Zeus and Dion, Jupiter and Juno, Dionys, Janus, and Diana, represent a single original pair of Aryan deities, which through purely dialectical differences of nomenclature gradually diverged from each other and came to be regarded as separate pairs of deities. Thus, if I am right, the same ancient pair of deities was variously known among the Greek and Italian peoples as Zeus and Dion, Jupiter and Juno, or Dionys, Janus, and Diana, Jenna, the names of the divinities being identical in substance, though varying in form with the dialect of the particular tribe which worshipped them. At first, when the peoples dwelt near each other, the difference between the deities would be hardly more than one of name. In other words, it would be almost purely dialectical. But the gradual dispersion of the tribes, and their consequent isolation from each other, would favor the growth of divergent modes of conceiving and worshipping the gods whom they had carried with them from their old home, so that in time discrepancies of myth and ritual would tend to spring up and thereby to convert a nominal into a real distinction between the divinities. Accordingly, when, with the slow progress of culture, the long period of barbarism and separation was passing away, and the rising political power of a single strong community had begun to draw or hammer its weaker neighbors into a nation, the confluent peoples would throw their gods, like their dialects, into a common stock. And thus it might come about that the same ancient deities, which their forefathers had worshipped together before the dispersion, would now be so disguised by the accumulated effect of dialectical and religious divergencies that their original identity might fail to be recognized, and they would take their places side by side as independent divinities in the national pantheon. 1264. Cite a note: this explanation of Janus as equivalent to Jupiter is more probable than the view that Janus was originally nothing but the god of the door, Janua. For the door, Janua seems rather to have been named after Janus than he after it. This duplication of deities, the result of the final fusion of kindred tribes who had long lived apart, would account for the appearance of Janus beside Jupiter, and of Diana, or Jenna beside Juno in the Roman religion. 1265. At least this appears to be a more probable theory than the opinion, which has found favor with some modern scholars, that Janus was originally nothing but the god of doors. 1266. That a deity of his dignity and importance, whom the Romans revered as a god of gods 1267, and the father of his people, should have started in life as a humble, though doubtless respectable, doorkeeper appears to me, I confess, very unlikely. So lofty an end hardly consorts with so lowly a beginning. It is more probable that the door, Janua, got its name from Janus than that he got his name from it. This view is strengthened by consideration of the word Janua itself. The regular word for door is the same in all the languages of the Aryan family from India to Ireland. It is dur in Sanskrit, thura in Greek, tur in German, door in English, doors in Old Irish, and force in Latin. 1268. Yet besides this ordinary name for door, which the Latins shared with all their Aryan brethren, they had also the name Janua, to which there is no corresponding term in any Indo-European speech. The word has the appearance of being an adjectival form derived from the noun Janus. I conjecture that it may have been customary to set up an image or symbol of Janus at the principal door of the house in order to place the entrant under the protection of the great god. A door thus guarded might be known as a Janua force, that is, a Jamuan door, and the phrase might in time be abridged into Janua, the noun, force being understood but not expressed. From this to the use of Janua to designate a door in general, whether guarded by an image of Janus or not, would be an easy and natural transition. 1269. Cite a note: the double-headed figure of Janus may have originated in a custom of placing his image as guardian of doorways so as to face both ways, outwards and inwards, at the same time. If there is any truth in this conjecture, it may explain very simply the origin of the double head of Janus, which has so long exercised the ingenuity of mythologists. When it had become customary to guard the entrance of houses and towns by an image of Janus, it might well be deemed necessary to make the sentinel god look both ways, before and behind, at the same time, in order that nothing should escape his vigilant eye. For if the divine watchman always faced in one direction, it is easy to imagine what mischief might have been wrought with impunity behind his back. Note: this explanation is confirmed by the double-headed idols, which the bush Negroes of Suriname set to guard the entrances of their villages. This explanation of the double-headed Janus at Rome is confirmed by the double-headed idol which the bush Negroes in the interior of Suriname regularly set up as a guardian at the entrance of a village. The idol consists of a block of wood with a human face rudely carved on each side. It stands under a gateway composed of 2 uprights and a crossbar. Beside the idol generally lies a white rag intended to keep off the devil. And sometimes there is also a stick which seems to represent a bludgeon or weapon of some sort. Further, from the crossbar hangs a small log which serves the useful purpose of knocking on the head any evil spirit who might attempt to pass through the gateway. 1270. Clearly this double-headed fetish at the gateway of the Negro villages in Suriname bears a close resemblance to the double-headed images of Janus which, grasping a stick in one hand and a key in the other, stood sentinel at Roman gates and doorways. 1271. And we can hardly doubt that in both cases the heads facing 2 ways are to be similarly explained as expressive of the vigilance of the guardian god, who kept his eye on spiritual foes behind and before, and stood ready to bludgeon them on the spot. We may, therefore, dispense with the tedious and unsatisfactory explanations which the wily Janus himself opted off, an anxious Roman inquirer. 1272. In the interior of Borneo the Kenyas generally place before the main entrance of their houses the wooden image of Baliatop, that is, the spirit or god, Bali of the roof, who protects the household from harm of all kinds. 1273. But it does not appear that this divine watchman is provided with more than one face. Note: thus the king of the wood at Nemi seems to have personated the great Aryan god of the oak, Jupiter or Janus, and to have mated with the oak goddess Diana. To apply these conclusions to the priest of Nemi, we may suppose that as a mate of Diana he represented originally Dionys or Janus rather than Jupiter, but that the difference between these deities was of old merely superficial, going little deeper than the names, and leaving practically unaffected the essential functions of the god as a power of the sky, the thunder, and the oak. If my analysis of this great divinity is correct, the original element in his composite nature was the oak. It was fitting, therefore, that his human representative at Nemi should dwell, as we have seen reason to believe he did, in an oak grove. His title of King of the Wood clearly indicates the sylvan character of the deity whom he served. And since he could only be assailed by him who had plucked the bough of a certain tree in the grove, his own life might be said to be bound up with that of the sacred tree. Thus he not only served but embodied the great Aryan god of the oak. And as an oak god he would mate with the oak goddess, whether she went by the name of Egeria or Diana. Their union, however consummated, would be deemed essential to the fertility of the earth and the fecundity of man and beast. Further, as the oak god had grown into a god of the sky, the thunder, and the rain, so his human representative would be required, like many other divine kings, to cause the clouds to gather, the thunder to peal, and the rain to descend in due season, that the fields and orchards might bear fruit and the pastures be covered with luxuriant herbage. The reputed possessor of powers so exalted must have been a very important personage. And the remains of buildings and of votive offerings which have been found on the site of the sanctuary, combine with the testimony of classical writers to prove that in later times it was one of the greatest and most popular shrines in Italy. Even in the old days when the Champagne country realm was still parceled out among the petty tribes who composed the Latin League, the sacred grove is known to have been an object of their common reverence and care. And just as the kings of Cambodia used to send offerings to the mystic kings of fire and water far in the dim depths of the tropical forest, so, we may well believe, from all sides of the broad Latian plain the eyes and footsteps of Italian pilgrims turned to the quarter, where, standing sharply out against the faint blue line of the Apennines, or the deeper blue of the distant sea, the Alban mountain rose before them, the home of the mysterious priest of Nemi, the king of the wood. There, among the greenwoods and beside the still waters of the lonely hills, the ancient Aryan worship of the god of the oak, the thunder, and the dripping sky lingered in its early, almost druidical form, long after a great political and intellectual revolution had shifted the capital of Latin religion from the forest to the city, from Nemi to Rome. Footnote 1238. Above, vol. I pages 6 sq. 12. Voli pages 124 sq. 128 sq. 171 sqq. Footnote 1239. Above, vol. I pages 19 sqq. 40 sq. Footnote 1240. Above, vol. I pages 12 sq. Footnote 1241. Above, pages 365, 366, 372. Footnote 1242. Above, pages 186. Footnote 1243. Above, vol. I pages 13 sq. Voli pages 184, 266. Footnote 1244. Virgil, in. Vi. 205 sqq. Footnote 1245. See above, pages 178 sqq. Footnote 1246. This suggestion is due to Mr. A. B. Cook. See his articles, Zeus, Jupiter, and the Oak, Classical Review, XVIII. 1904, pages 363, sq. And the European Sky God, Folklore, XVI. 1905, pages 277, sq. On the other hand, see above, pages 1 sq. Footnote 1247. Verbius may perhaps be etymologically connected with Fortis, green, and verbena, a sacred bough. If this were so, Verbius would be the green one. We are reminded of those popular personifications of the spring, Green George and Jack in the Green. See above, pages 75 sq. 82 sq. As to the proposed derivation from a root meaning green, Professor R. S. Conway writes to me, January 10, 1903, from this meaning of the root a derivative in bus would not strike me as so strange. Verbo might conceivably mean growing, green. In my lectures on the early history of the kingship, pp. 282 sq. I followed Mr. A. B. Cook in interpreting a passage of Plautus, Cassina, E. 5. 23-29, as a reference to the priests of Nemi, in the character of mortal Jupiters. But a simpler and more probable explanation of the passage has been given by Dr. L. R. Farnell. C.A. B. Cook, The European Sky God, Folklore, XVI. 1905, pages 322, sqq. L. R. Farnell, in the Hibbert Journal, Inv. 1906, pages 932. Footnote 1248. See above, vol. I. Pages 13, voli pages 378 sq. Footnote 1249. Above, pages 171 sq. Footnote 1250. Horace, Odes, I. 21. 5 sq. E. 23. 9 sq. Iv. 4. 5 sq. Carmen Seculaire, 69. Livy, E. 25. 6-8. E. H. Bunbury, in Smith's Dictionary of Greek and Roman Geography, S.V. Algidus. Footnote 1251. Festus, S.V. Tifata, pages 366, ed. C. O. Muller. Velius, Paterculus, E. 25. 4. E. H. Bunbury, opposite. S.V. Tafada. 4. More evidence of the association of Diana with the oak. See Mr. A.B. Cook, Zeus, Jupiter, and the Oak, Classical Review, XVIII. 1904, pages 369 SQ. Footnote 1252. Above, vol. I pages 17 SQ. Voli pages 172 SQ. Footnote 1253. The original root appears plainly in Diophis and Diaspiter, the older forms of Jupiter, Vero, de lingua latina, v. 66. Aulus, Gellius, v. 12. The form Dionys is attested by an inscription found at Aquileia, Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum, v. 783, and the form Jana by Vero, Rerum Rusticarum, I. 37. 3. And Microbius, Saturn, I. 9. 8. In Zeus, Dion, Jupiter, and Juno the old root di appears in the expanded form div. As to the etymology of these names, cch. Ploix, les qui provenant de la racine div, Mémoires de la Société de Linguistique de Paris, I. 1868, pp. 213–222. G. Curtius, Grundzüge der griechischen Etymologie, 5th ed., pages 236 SQ. 616 SQ. A. Vanacek, Griechisch-Lateinisches, Etymologisches Wörterbuch, I. 353 SQQ. W. H. Frazer, Lexikon der Grieche. Uram. Mythologie, E. 45 SQ. 578 SQ. 619. Esland, De Jano Summa Romanorum Deo, Lund, 1891, pages 7 SQ. J. S. Spiger, Le du Romain Janus, Revue de l'Histoire des Religions, XXVI. 1892, pages 37–41. H. Usener, Gaudernamen, pages 16, 35 SQ. 326. P. Kretschmer, Einleitung die Geschichte der griechischen Sprache, pages 78 SQQ. 91, 161 SQ. Messrs. Spiger and Kretschmer reject the derivation of Janus from the root di. Footnote 1254. As to Juno in these aspects, C. L. Preller, Römische Mythologie, 3rd ed., I. 271 SQQ. G. Wiesauer, Religion und Kultus der Römer, pages 117 SQQ. W. H. Frazer, Lexikon der Grieche. Uram. Mythologie, E. 578 SQQ. As to Diana, see above, vol. I. Pages 12, voli pages 124, 128 SQ. Footnote 1255. Ovid, Fasti, I. 89 SQQ. Macrobius, Sat I. 9. Servius, on, Virgil, in. Vi. 610. Joens Litus, de Mencibus, Iv. 1 SQ. Footnote 1256. Vero, quoted by Augustine, De Civitate Dei, vi. 28. Joens Litus, de Mencibus, Iv. 2. Compare Macrobius, Sat I. 9. 11. Cr. Aged, M. Tiranti Verinus Rerum Divinorum Libri Xiv. XVXVI. Leipzig, 1898, pages 117 SQQ. 203 SQ. Footnote 1257. Macrobius, Sat I. 9. 15, I. 15. 19. Servius, on Virgil, in. Vi. 610. Joens Litus, de Mencibus, Iv. 1. Professor G. Wiesauer think that sacrifices were offered to Janus as well as to Juno on the 1st of every month, Religion und Kultus der Römer, pages 91 SQ. But this view does not seem to me to be supported by the evidence of Macrobius, Sat I. 9. 16, I. 15. 18 SQ. To which he refers. Macrobius does not say that the first of every month was sacred to Janus. Footnote 1258. Arnobius, et versus Nations, e. 29. Footnote 1259. Virgil, in z. 138 SQQ. Ovid, Fasti, e. 585 SQQ. Footnote 1260. Cato, the Agricultura, 134. Virgil, in v. 357. Horace, Epist. I. 16. 59. Comparsati. 6. 20. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXXVI. 28. Juvenal, vi. 394. Martial, X. 28. 6 SQ. Aulus Gellius, v. 12. 5. Arnobius, et versus Nations, e. 29. H. Desi, Inscriptions Latinae Celitae, Nos 3320, 3322, 3323, 3324, 3325, 5047. Johansen, Acta Fratrum Arvalium, pages 144. Athenaeus, XV. 46, pages 692d, e. Footnote 1261. Augustine, De Civite Dei, vi. 9 SQ. Footnote 1262. Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum, v. Number 783. Footnote 1263. Macrobius, Sat I. 7. 19. Servius, on Virgil, in v. 319 and 357. Arnobius, et versus Nations, e. 29. Athenaeus, XV. 46, pages 692, d. As to the oak woods of the Janiculum, see above, pages 186. Footnote 1264. As dialectal differences in the ancient Italian languages seem to have created a multiplicity of deities, so in the Malay language they appear to have created a multiplicity of fabulous animals. C.R.J. Wilkinson, Malay Beliefs, London and Luton, 1906, pages 56. The wealth of Malay nomenclature in the province of natural history is in itself a fruitful source of error. The identity of different dialectic names for the same animal is not always recognized. The local name is taken to represent the real animal, the foreign name is assumed to represent a rare or fabulous variety of the same genus. In these cases, mythology might fairly enough be described as a disease of language. But such cases cover only a small part of the vast mythical field. Footnote 1265. Mr. A. B. Cook, who accepts in substance my theory of the original identity of Jupiter and Janus, Juno and Diana, has suggested that Janus and Diana were the deities of the aborigines of Rome, Jupiter and Juno the deities of their conquerors. See his article, Zeus, Jupiter, and the Oak, Classical Review, XVIII. 1904, pages 367 SQ. Footnote 1266. This is the opinion of Dr. W. H. Roscher, Lexicon der Grieche. Uram. Mythology, E. 47, Mr. W. Ward Fowler, Roman Festivals of the Period of the Republic, pages 282 SQQ. And Professor G. Wishawa, Religion und Kultus der Römer, pages 96. It is rejected for the reasons given in the text by P. H. Buttman, Mythologus, E. pages 72, 79, and Estlund, De Geno Summa Romanorum Dio, pages 50 SQQ. Footnote 1267. He was so saluted in the ancient hymns of the Salii. See Macrobius, Sat I. 9. 14. Compare Varro, De Lingua Latina, vi. 26 SQ. Footnote 1268. G. Curtius, Grundzüge der Griechischen Etymologie, 5th at pages 258. O. Schrader, Rinksekunder in Dodgermanischen Altertumsskund, p. 866. Footnote 1269. This theory of the derivation of genua from genus was suggested, though not accepted, by P. H. Buttman, Mythologus, E. 79 SQQ. It occurred to me independently. Mr. A. B. Cook also derives genua from genus, but he would explain the derivation in a different way by supposing that the lintel and two side posts of a door represented a triple genus. See his article Zeus, Jupiter, and the Oak, Classical Review, XVII. 1904, pages 369. Footnote 1270. K. Martin, Berichteber Reasons GB des Oberen Suriname, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indie, XXXV. 1886, pages 28 SQ. I am indebted to Mr. A. van Gent for pointing out this confirmation of my theory as to the meaning of the double-headed genus. See his article Genus Bifrons, Revue des Traditions Populaires, XXII. 1907, pages 97 SQ. Footnote 1271. Macrobius, Saturn. I. 9. 7. Sed apud nos janum omnibus pres, januis nomen ostendit, quod est simile? A. Num et cum claviac, virga figurator, quasi omnium et porterum custas et rector vierum. Ovid, Fasti, I. 95, 99, Caesar and Cupidi mirandus imagine janus. Tenens dextra baculum clavenc sinistra. Footnote 1272. Ovid, Fasti, I. 89 SQQ. Footnote 1273. See Hose and W. McDougall, The Relations Between Men and Animals in Sarawak, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXI. 1901, p. 175. Index. Abbas Effendi, I. 402. Ape Chases of the Caucasus, the E. 370. Abolition of the Kingship at Rome, E. 289 SQQ. Abraham and Sarah, E. 114. Acacia tree worshipped, E. 16. Oculus and Dejanira, E. 161 SQ. Achilles, E. 278. Acorns as food, E. 353, 355 SQ. As fodder for swine, 354, 356. Adam of Bremen, E. 364. Adonis ab Byblos, I. 30. And Venus, Aphrodite, I. 21, 25, 40, 41. Or Tammuz, E. 346. Adoption, pretense of birth at, I. 74 SQ. Adultery supposed to blight the fruits of the earth, E. 107 SQ. 114. Acus, E. 278, 359. Elegira, priestess of earth at, I. 381 SQ. Aegisthus, E. 281. Aeneas and the Golden Bough, I. 11, E. 379. His disappearance in a thunderstorm, 181. Aeolus, I. 326. Aeschines, spurious epistles of, E. 162 n. 2. Aesculapius brings Hippolytus to life, I. 20. At Kos, E. 10. Africa, rise of magicians, especially rainmakers, to chieftainship and kingship in, I. 342 SQQ. 352. Human gods in, 392 SQQ. North, magical images in, I. 65 SQ. Afterbirth, placenta, contagious magic of, I. 182 to 201. Placed in tree, 182, 187, 190, 191, 194, 199. Part of child spared in, 184. Regarded as brother or sister of child, 189, 191, 192, 193. Regarded as a second child, 195. Seat of external soul, 200 SQ. Agamemnon, E. 279. Scepter of I. 365. Amy, the fire god, E. 249. Agniatris, Brahmin fire priests, E. 247 SQQ. Agriculture of the Nabateans, E. 100. Anos, I. 60. Akemba, the, E. 317. Akakuan, the, E. 44, 150, 316, 317. Pretense of new birth among the, I. 75 SQ. 96 SQ. Alba Longa, the kings of, E. 178 SQQ. 268 SQ. Alban Hills, I. 2. Mountain, the, E. 187 SQ. 202. Albigenses, the, I. 407. Altriinga, legendary time, I. 98. Elphi, priesthood of the, E. 3. Algidus, Mount, E. 187, 380. Algonquins, the, E. 147. Amata, beloved, title of Vestals, E. 197. Amata, wife of King Latinus, 197. Embona, E. 28. Amenophis III, birth of, E. 131 SQQ. American Indians, power of medicine men among the, I. 355 SQQ. Amethyst, I. 165. Ammon, the god, married to the Queen of Egypt, E. 130 SQQ. Human wives of the god, 130 SQQ. Costume of the god, 133. King of Egypt masqueraded as, 133. At Thebes, high priests of, 134. Ammonite, black fossil, E. 26, 27N. 2. Amphictyon, E. 277. Aemilius Silvius, E. 180. Anatus, oriental goddess, I. 16 SQ. 37N. 2. Anatomy of abuses, E. 66. Onisarbus, the olives of, E. 107. Ancestor worship among the Bantu peoples, E. 221. In relation to fire worship, 221. Ancestors, prayers to, I. 285, 287, 345, 352. Sacrifices to, 339. Souls of, in trees, E. 30, 31, 32. Dead, regarded as mischievous beings, 221. Represented by sacred fire sticks, 222 SQQ. Souls of, in the fire on the hearth, 232. Ancestral spirits worshipped at the hearth, E. 221 SQ. Ancestral tree, fire kindled from, E. 221, 233 SQ. Uncas Martius, his death, E. 320. Andaman Islanders, E. 253. Andania, E. 122. Andromeda, forest of, E. 7. Andromeda and Perseus, E. 163. Animals, homeopathic magic of, I. 150 SQQ. Rainmaking by means of, 287 SQQ. Animism passing into polytheism, E. 45. Anidos, spirits of ancestors, E. 30. Anja, mythical being, who causes conception in women, I. 100, 184. Annals of Tigernage and Ulster, E. 286. Annandale, Nelson, E. 237N. Anointing weapon which caused wound, I. 202 SQQ. Antimus, E. 300. Antigone, death of, E. 228N. 5. Antigonus, I. 391N. 1. Antamores of Madagascar, I. 354. Apaches, land of the, I. 306. Apipi, Egyptian fiend, I. 67. Apes thought to be related to twins, I. 265. Apai, god of thunder and lightning, E. 370. Aphrodite and Adonis, I. 25. Astkraya, I. 26. Apollo, I. 384, 386. At Delos, 32, 34 SQ. At Delphi, 28. Gravov, at Delphi, 35. Erythogene, E. 121. At Patara, 135. And Artemis, birthdays of, I. 32. Diradiotes, I. 381. Apologies offered to trees for cutting them down, E. 18 SQ. 36 SQ. Apples at Festival of Diana, I. 14, 16. April 15th, sacrifice on, E. 229, 326. 21st, date of the Parulia, E. 325, 326. 23rd, St. George's Day, E. 330 SQQ. 24th, in some places St. George's Day, E. 337, 343. Arab charms, I. 152, 153, 157, 165 SQ. 181, 303. Arabs of Moab, I. 276. Erdus, sacrifices to, I. 105. Araucanians of Chile, the, E. 183. Arden, forest of, E. 7. Ardennes, goddess of the, E. 126. Aran palm tree, E. 22. Ariadne and Dionysus, E. 138. Arisha, I. 3, 4, 10, E. 2. Menimoni at, I. 22. Arishan Grove, the sacred, I. 20, 22, E. 115. Horses excluded from, I. 20. Arikara Indians, I. 115. Aristotle, E. 137. Argan, in Rugan, E. 241N. 4. Armenia, rainmaking in, I. 275 SQ. Arepharo at Athens, the, E. 199. Arian, on sacrifices to Artemis, E. 125 SQ. Arrows shot at sacred trees, E. 11. Fire-tipped, shot at sun during an eclipse, I. 311. Artemis, temple dedicated to her by Xenophon, I. 7. Birthday of, I. 32, E. 125. The Asiatic, I. 7. At Delos, 28. Of Ephesus, 7, 37 SQ. E. 128, 136. A goddess of the wildlife of nature, I. 35 SQ. Sacrifices to, E. 125. Worshipped by the Celts, 125 SQ. Saronian, I. 26. Wolfish, 26 SQ. And Apollo, birthdays of, I. 32. And Hippolytus, 19 SQ. 24 SQQ. Parthenos, I. 36. Arunta, the, of Central Australia, I. 98. Magical ceremonies among, 85 SQQ. Burial customs of the 102. Arval brothers, the E. 203. Aryan god of the oak and thunder, E. 356 SQQ. God of the sky, 374 SQ. Aryans, magical powers ascribed to kings among the I. 366 SQQ. Perpetual fires among the E. 260. Female kinship among the 283 SQQ. Ascanius Orgelus, E. 197. Ascension Day, E. 69, 166. Ashanti, license accorded to king's sisters in E. 274 SQ. Ashes scattered as rain charm, I. 304. In magic, 314. Of unborn calves used in the fertility charm, E. 229, 326. Asia Minor, pontiffs in I. 47. Assimilation of rainmaker to water, I. 269 SQQ. Association of ideas, magic based on a misapplication of the I. 221 SQ. Assumption of the Virgin in relation to the festival of Diana, I. 14 to 16. Astarte at Byblos, I. 30. Atalanti, E. 301. Athenian sacrifices to the seasons, I. 310. Athens, barrow of Hippolytus at I. 25. New fire brought to 32 SQ. King and Queen at 44 SQ. Marriage of Dionysus at E. 136 SQ. Female kinship at 277. Atkinson, J.C., I. 199. Arteries, E. 279. Attacking the wind, I. 327 SQQ. Attica, traces of female kinship in E. 284. Attis and Cybele, mother of the gods, I. 18, 21, 40, 41. Atua, Polynesian term for god, I. 387 N. 1. August, the Ides, 13th of Diana's Day, I. 12, 14 to 17. 15th, the day of the Assumption of the Virgin, I. 14 to 16. Augustine on the One God, I. 121 N. 1. Australia, Aboriginal paintings in I. 87 N. 1. Magic universally practiced but religion nearly unknown among the Aborigines of 234. Government of old men in Aboriginal, 334 SQ. Influence of magicians in Aboriginal, 334 SQQ. Central, magical ceremonies for the supply of food in I. 85 SQQ. Australian Aborigines, magical images among the I. 62. Ceremonies of initiation among the 92 SQQ. Contagious magic of teeth among the 176. Magic of navel string in afterbirth among the 183 SQ. Autumn, procession of goddess at E. 144. Oxyza endemia, I. 39. Aetheri, Lord, I. 225 N. Aventine, Diana on the E. 128. Bough, prophets of cutting themselves, I. 258. Barlim, the lords of underground waters, E. 159. Baber archipelago, I. 72, 131. Babaruta, I. 273. Babylon, magical images in ancient, I. 66 SQ. Sanctuary of Bel at E. 129 SQ. Babylonian kings, divinity of the early, I. 417. Bacchanals to Ivy, I. 384. Bachavin, J. J. E. 313 N. 1. 314 N. 1. Bacon, Francis, on anointing weapon that caused wound, I. 202. Dadansakan, king of Burma, I. 400. Baganda, the, I. 395. Superstitions as to the navel string in afterbirth, placenta, 195, SQ. Their customs in regard to twins, E. 102 SQ. Their belief in the influence of the sexes on vegetation, 101 SQ. Vestal virgins among the, 246. Their list of kings, 269. Bagba, a fetish, I. 327. Dagashu, I. 103. Bahus or kinds of Borneo, E. 40, 109. Bakers, Roman, required to be chaste, E. 115 SQ. 205. Baliatop, E. 385. Paloi, mythical beings, I. 177. Bambaras, the, E. 42. Banana tree, wild, supposed to fertilize barren women, E. 318. Bandicoot in rain charm, I. 288. Bangalas, the, E. 293. Banks Islanders, I. 314. Bantu peoples, ancestor worship among the, E. 221. Banii, chieftainship among the, E. 292. Banyuro, the, E. 322. King of the, as rainmaker, I. 348. Baobab trees, E. 47. Baptist, St. John the, I. 277. Bar tree, Ficus indica, E. 25, 43. Berea, the, E. 3. Parenton, fountain of, I. 306, 307. Bari, rainmaking among the, I. 346 SQ. Barretts, the, I. 392 SQ. Barren women, charms to procure offspring for, I. 70 SQQ. Thought to sterilize gardens, 142. Fertilized by trees, E. 51, 56 SQ. 316 SQ. Thought to blight the fruits of the earth, 102. Fertilized by water spirits, 159 SQQ. Bacilli at Olympia, I. 46 N. 4. Basoga, the, E. 19, 112. Basidos, the, I. 71, 177. Bath before marriage, intention of, E. 162. Bathing as a rain charm, I. 277 SQ. Batas or Batex of Sumatra, I. 71, 398 SQ. E. 108. Batis, King, I. 47. Bayfield, M.A., E. 228 N. 5. Bean, sprouting of, in superstitious ceremony, I. 266. Beasts, sacred, in Egypt held responsible for failure of crops, I. 354. Bechuana charms, I. 150 SQ. Bechuanas, the, I. 313. Bedouin, fire drill of the ancient, E. 209. Beechwoods of Denmark, E. 351. Bina marriage, E. 271. Bees, the king bees, Essenes, Adiphysis, E. 135 SQ. Bell of Babylon, E. 129. Bilep, the, of New Caledonia, I. 150. Bell ringing is a charm to dispel evil influences, E. 343 SQ. Benefits conferred by magic, I. 218 SQ. Benin, king of, as a god, I. 396. Benvenuto Cellini, E. 197 N. 6. Benzoni, G, I. 57N. Bees, the god, E. 133. Beetsalio, the, I. 397. Bevan, Professor A, E. 210N. Bezoar stone in rain charms, I. 305. Pekavati, goddess of Cochin, I. 280. Birch, crowns of, E. 64. Leaves, girl clad in, 80. Tree dressed in women's clothes, 64. A protection against witches, 54. Birth, pretense of, at adoption, I. 74 SQ. At return of supposed dead man, 75. At circumcision, 75 SQ. Simulation of a new, 380 SQ. From the fire, E. 195 SQQ. Birthday, Greek custom of sacrificing to a dead man on his, I. 105. Birthdays of Apollo and Artemis, I. 32. Birthplace of rainy Zeus, E. 360. Black animals in rain charms, I. 250, 290 SQQ. Color in magic, 83. In rain-making ceremonies, 269 SQ. Blackfoot Indians, I. 116, 150. Their worship of the sun, E. 146 SQ. Bleeding trees, E. 18, 20, 33. Blotting effect of illicit love on the fruits of the earth, E. 107, SQQ. Blindness, charm to cause, I. 147. Blood drawn from virgin bride, I. 94. Shed at circumcision and subincision, uses of, 92, 94 SQ. Sympathetic connection between wounded person and his shed blood, 205. Used to imitate rain, 256, 257 SQ. As a means of inspiration, 381 SQQ. Offered to trees, E. 13, 16, 34, 44, 47. Of pigs in purificatory rites, 107, 108, 109. Of incestuous persons, blotting effects attributed to the, 110, SQ. Reluctance to spill royal, 228. Smeared on sacred trees, 367. Blood, human, in Intikiyuma ceremonies, I. 85, SQQ. 90, SQQ. Offered at grave, 90 SQ. Given to sick people, 91. Used to knit men together, 92. Bloodstone, I. 165. Bloomfield, Professor M, I. 229. Boanerges, I. 266. Bodio, Fetish King, I. 353. Bogomils, the, I. 407. Boiled meat offered to the seasons, I. 310. Bones of dead in magic, I. 148. Human, buried as rain charm, 287. Burned as a charm against sorcery, E. 330. Bonfires at midsummer, E. 65. Bongo, the, I. 347. Boni, G, E. 186N. 1. Borwol, the, E. 161. Borlays, W, E. 67. Born thrice, set of Brahmins, I. 381. Borneo, I. 59, 73. Beliefs as to the blotting effect of sexual crime in, E. 108 SQQ. Boros, the, E. 298. Bough, the golden, plucked by Aeneas, I. 11, E. 379. The plucking of it not a piece of bravado, 123 SQ. Grew on an evergreen oak, 379. Bouse, green, a charm against witches, E. 52 to 55. 127. See also branches. Beaufilet, E. 179. Bradbury, Professor J.B., E. 139 N. 1. Brahmin, derivation of name, I. 229. Fire priests, E. 247 SQQ. Marriage ceremony, I. 160. Householder, temporary inspiration of, I. 380 SQ. Brahmins deemed superior to the gods, I. 226. Divinity of the, 403 SQ. Thriceborn, 381. Branches dipped in water as a rain charm, I. 248, 250, 309. See also Bough. Brazil, Indians of, power of medicine men among the, I. 358 SQ. Breath, holy fire not to be blown upon with the, E. 241. Brethren of the free spirit, I. 408. Of the tilled fields, fritters are veils, E. 122. Brah's body, as a magician, I. 241. Bride tied to treat marriage, E. 57. The Whitsuntide, 89, 96. The May, 95. Race for a, 301 SQQ. Contests for a, 305 SQQ. Of God, the, I. 276. Race among Teutonic peoples, E. 303 SQQ. Bridegroom of May, E. 91, 93. Bridget in Scotland and the Isle of Man, E. 94 SQ. Bridget, a Celtic goddess, E. 95, 240 SQQ. Brumo and Brimos, E. 139. Brinker, Dr. Ph, E. 224 N. 4. Brook, Raja, I. 361. Brotherhood formed with trees by sucking their sap, E. 19 SQ. Brothers reviled by sisters for good luck, I. 279. Brown, AR, E. 254 N. Brown, Dr. George, I. 340. Brynhild, Queen of Iceland, E. 306. Brutus, L. Junius, E. 290, 291. Bryant, Jacob, I. 334. Buckborn, a protection against witches, E. 54, 191. Buddha, images of, drenched as a rain charm, I. 308. Buddhas, living, I. 410 SQ. Buddhist animism not a philosophical theory, E. 13 SQ. Buller, G, E. 367 N. 3, 369. Bulgaria, rainmaking in, I. 274. Bull, the thunder god compared to a, E. 368. Bull roar used as a wind charm, I. 324. Bull's blood trunk as means of inspiration, I. 381 SQ. As ordeal, I. 382 N. 1. Bulls, white, sacrificed, E. 188 SQ. Benjokra, I. 324. Bunsen, on Saint Hippolytus, I. 21 N. 2. Burglars, charms employed by, to cause sleep, I. 148 SQ. Burgundians and their kings, I. 366. Burial alive, punishment of unfaithful virgins, E. 244. Customs intended to ensure reincarnation, I. 101 SQQ. Burma, magical images in, I. 62 SQ. Burning of sacred trees or poles, E. 141 SQ. Burning glass or mirror, fire kindled by, E. 243, 244 N. 1. Buriats, the, E. 32. Bush Negroes of Suriname, E. 385. Bushmen, I. 123. Butlers, Roman, required to be chaste, E. 115 SQ. 205. Buttman, P. I. 40 N. 2. Butner, C.G. E. 218. Bidless, Astarte at, I. 30. Cabbages, charmed to make cabbages grow, I. 136 SQ. Cactus, sacred, telepathy search for, I. 123 SQ. Cadiz, E. 281. Siculus born from the fire, E. 197. Calian Hill at Rome, E. 185. Caesar, Julius, his villa at Nemi, I. 5. Caesars, their name derived from Caesares, E. 180. Kingwe Indians, the, E. 258. Kala, ancient capital of Assyria, E. 130. Calland, Dr. W. I. 229. Caldwell, Bishop R. I. 382. Calica Purin, I. 63. Caligula, his barges on the lake of Nemi, I. 5. And the priest of Nemi, 11. Kalmucks, race for abroad among the, E. 301 SQ. Cambodia, the regalia in, I. 365. Kings of fire and water in, E. 3 SQQ. Cambridge, Mayday custom at, E. 62. Camden, W. E. 53. Camillus, his triumph, E. 174 N. 2. Camphor, taboos observed in search for, I. 114 SQ. Telepathy in search for, 124 SQ. Candles, E. 281, 282. Candlemas, E. 94. Cannibalism in Australia, I. 106 SQ. Cantabrians, motherkin among the, E. 285. Canute, King of England, his marriage with Emma, E. 282 SQ. Cape York Peninsula in Queensland, I. 99, 100. Capena, the Porta, at Rome, I. 18. Capital, Temple of Jupiter on the, E. 174, 176, 184. Caprificatio, E. 314 N. 2. Caprificus, the wild fig tree, E. 314 SQ. Carnicobar, I. 314. Caribs, war custom of the, I. 134. Carna, nymph, E. 190. Carpenter, son of, as a human god, I. 376. Carpet snakes, magical ceremony for the multiplication of, I. 90. Castor and Pollux, I. 49 SQ. Cat and Rame charm, I. 289, 291, 308 SQ. Cat's cradle as a charm to catch the sun, I. 316 SQ. Catlin, G, I. 356. Cato the Elder on dedication of Arician Grove to Diana, I. 22, 23. Cato, on expiation, E. 122. Cattle crowned, E. 75, 126 SQ. 339, 341. Charm to recover strayed, I. 212. Influence of tree spirits on, E. 55. Stall, the, at Athens, E. 137. Call, superstitions as to, I. 187 SQ. 190 SQ. 199 SQ. Caves, prehistoric paintings of animals in, I. 87 N. 1. Checkrops, E. 277. Said to have instituted marriage, 284. Cedar, sacred, E. 49, 50 SQ. Smoke of, inhaled as mode of inspiration, I. 383 SQ. Tree, girl annually sacrificed to, E. 17. Wood burned as a religious rite, E. 130. Sleeps, I. 109. Magical virtue of regalia in, 362 SQQ. Celtic divinity akin to Artemis, E. 126. And Italian languages akin, E. 189. Vestals, E. 241 N. 1. Celts, their worship of the huntress Artemis, E. 125 SQ. Their worship of the oak, 362 SQ. Of Gaul, their harvest festival, I. 17. Of Ireland, their belief in the blotting effect of incest, E. 116. Seos, funeral customs in, I. 105. Ceremonies, initiatory, of Central Australian Aborigines, I. 92 SQQ. Chadwick, H. M. E. 278 N. 1. 283 N. 1. Chaka, the Zulu despot, I. 350. Champion at English coronation ceremony, E. 322. Cams, the, I. 120, 131, 144. Chariot in rain charm, I. 309. And horses dedicated to the sun, I. 315. Charles II. Touches for Scrofula, I. 368 SQ. Charms to ensure long life, I. 168 SQ. To prevent the sun from going down, 316 SQQ. See also magic. Chastity observed for sake of absent persons, I. 123, 124, 125, 131. Practiced to make the crops grow, E. 104 SQQ. Required of persons who handle dishes and food, 115 SQ. 205. Milton on, 118 N. 1. As a virtue not understood by savages, 118. Observed by sacred men, perhaps the husbands of a goddess, 135, 136. Observed by sacred women, 137. Required in those who make fire by friction, 238 SQ. See also continents. Chachi, the, E. 353. Chirimus, the, E. 44, 49. Cherokees, homeopathic magic of plants among the, I. 144, 146 SQ. Homeopathic magic of animals among the, I. 155 SQ. Chipkas, the, I. 416. Kai Kai Mama, I. 276. Chiefs, supernatural power of, in Melanesia, I. 338 SQQ. As magicians, especially rainmakers, in Africa, 342 SQQ. Not allowed to leave their premises, 349. Punished for drought and dearth, 352 SQQ. As priests, E. 215 SQ. Chosen from several families in rotation, 292 SQQ. Chilcotin Indians, I. 312. Childs while at Oxford, E. 161. Childbirth, Diana as goddess of, I. 12, E. 128. Children, newborn, brought to the hearth, E. 232. Chile, sacred cedar, E. 49, 50 SQ. China, emperors of, I. 47. Homeopathic magic of city sites in, 169 SQ. The emperor of, superior to the gods, 416 SQ. See also Chinese. Chinkfid, human gods at, I. 405 SQ. Chinese, magical images among the I. 60 SQ. Belief in spirits of plants, E. 14. Charms to ensure long life, I. 168 SQ. Emperor responsible for drought, I. 355. Empire, incarnate human gods in the I. 412 SQQ. Modes of compelling the rain god to give rain, I. 297 SQQ. Superstitionist to placenta, after birth, I. 194. Chingili, the I. 99. Kais, kings of I. 45. Chisum, the I. 393. Chitom, the a pontiff of Congo, E. 261. Christians, pretenders to divinity among I. 407 SQQ. Christs, Russian sect of the I. 407 SQ. Shukchis, sacred fireboards of the E. 225 SQ. Sharinga, in Australia, I. 88, 199, 335. Cimbrians, the I. 331 N. 2. Simonine forest, E. 8. Circassians, their custom is to pear trees, E. 55 SQ. Circumcision, pretense of new birth at I. 76, 96 SQ. Uses of bloodshed at 92, 94 SQ. Suggested origin of 96 SQ. Sotheron, Mount, E. 140. Clans, paternal and maternal, of the Herero, E. 217. Cleanliness promoted by contagious magic, I. 175, 342. Cleisthenes and Hippoclides, E. 307 SQ. Clitus and Pauline, E. 307. Clothes, sympathetic connection between a person and his, I. 205 to 207. Clouds imitated by smoke, I. 249. By stones, I. 256. By rainmaker, 261, 262, 263. Clouds, magicians painted in imitation of, I. 323. Clove trees in blossom treated like pregnant women, E. 28. Cloves, ceremony to make cloves grow, E. 100. Clown in spring ceremonies, E. 82, 89. Clytemnestra, E. 279. Cockatoos, ceremony for the magical multiplication of, I. 89. Coconut sacred, E. 51. Palms worshipped, E. 16. Codrington, Dr. R.H., quoted, I. 227 SQ. 338. Colony calendar, I. 17 N. 2. Calatinus, L. Tarquinius, E. 290. Columella, E. 314. Quoted, 205. Combat, mortal, for the kingdom, E. 322. Communism, tradition of sexual, E. 284. Compelling rain gods to give rain, I. 296 SQQ. Complexity of social phenomena, I. 332. Comrie, E. 161. Kun or Kun, a thunder god, E. 370. Conception in women, supposed cause of, I. 100. Caused by trees, E. 51, 56 SQ. 316 to 318. Conquered, Temple of, at Rome, I. 11, 21 N. 2. Concordia, Nurse of Saint Hippolytus, I. 21 N. 2. Condor, the bird of the thunder god, E. 370. Confession of sins, I. 266. Conflicts, sanguinary, as rain charm, I. 258. Conquerors sometimes leave a nominal kingship to the conquered, e. 288, SQ. Consort, the divine, e. 131, 135. Consuls, the first, e. 290. Consulship at Rome, institution of, e. 290 SQ. Contact or contagion in magic, law of, I. 52, 53. Contagious magic, I. 174 to 214. Of teeth, 176 to 182. Of navel string in afterbirth, placenta, 182 to 201. Of wound and weapon, 201 SQQ. Of footprints, 207 to 212. Of other impressions, 213 SQ. Taboos, I. 117. Contest for the kingship at Whitsuntide, e. 89. Contests for a bride, e. 305 SQQ. Continence required in magical ceremonies, I. 88. Required at rain-making ceremonies, 257, 259. Required of parents of twins, 266. Practiced in order to make the crops grow, e. 104 SQQ. See also chastity. Conway, Professor R.S., e. 379 n. 5. Coney Bear, F.C., I. 407 n. 3. Cook, A.B., I. 23 n. 40 n. 3 and 4, 42 n. 1, e. 172 n. 3, 173 n. 2, 177 n. 6, 178 n. 3, 187 n. 4, 220 n. 3, 290 n. 3, 307 n. 2, 321 n. 1, 358 n. 4, 379 n. 4 and n. 5, 380 n. 4, 383 n. 2. Cooks, Roman, required to be chaste, e. 115 SQ. 205. Cora Indians, I. 55 SQ. Cork, his purification, e. 116. Corn, defiled persons kept from the, e. 112. Retier of, displayed at Mysteries of Eleusis, 138 SQ. Mother, the, at Eleusis, e. 139. Reaping in Greece, date of, I. 32. Cornel tree, sacred, e. 10. Cornish customs on May Day, e. 52, 67. Corporation Cur, I. 68, 69. Corpus Christi Day, e. 163. Cos, King of, I. 45. Crab and Rain Charm, I. 289. Crenugs, e. 352. Crenon in Thessaly, I. 309. Crawley, e. I. 201 n. 1. Crocodiles, girls sacrificed to, e. 152. Crownescensus, e. 323. Crook, w. I. 406 n. 1, e. 57 n. 4, 288 n. 1. Cross River, I. 349. Crossbills in Magic, I. 81 SQ. Crown of Oak Leaves, e. 175, 176 SQ. 184. Crowning Cattle, e. 75, 126 SQ. 339, 341. Dogs, custom of, I. 14, e. 125 SQ. 127 SQ. Crowns, magical virtue of royal, I. 364 SQ. of birch at Whitsuntide, E. 64. Ories, custom of wearing, 127N. 2. Crows and magic, I. 83. Crystals, magic of, I. 176. Used in rain-making, 254, 255, 304, 345, 346. Cumont, Professor Friends, E. 310. Cup and ball as a charm to hasten the return of the sun, I. 317. Curses, public, I. 45. Supposed beneficial effects of, I. 279 SQQ. Cursing at sowing, I. 281. Fishermen and hunters for good luck, I. 280 SQ. Curtis, Professor SI, I. 402. Cusco, E. 243. Sibyl, E. 144 SQ. And Addis, I. 18, 21, 40, 41. Cyrene, kingship at, I. 47. Daedala, festival of the, E. 140 SQ. Daniel or Sibyl, I. 383. Dalai Lama of Lhasa, I. 411 SQ. Damaras or Herero, their fire customs, E. 211 SQQ. Damia and Oxisa, I. 39. Dinaz, E. 301. Dance at giving of oracles, I. 379. Of milkmaids on May Day, E. 52. Dances of women while men are away fighting, I. 131 to 134. As means of inspiration, 408 N. 1. Round sacred trees, E. 47, 55. Found the maypole, 65, 69, 74 SQ. On graves, 183 N. 2. Dancing as a fertility charm, I. 137 SQQ. E. 106. Danes, female descent of the kingship among the, E. 282 SQ. Daphnephoria, E. 63 N. 2. Date month, the, E. 25. Palm, artificial fertilization of the, E. 24 SQ. Dawn, the rosy, I. 334. Day of stones, I. 279. Degroot, JGM, I. 416 SQ. E. 14. Dead, hair offered to the, I. 31. Pretense of new birth at return of supposed dead man, 75. Homeopathic magic of the, 147 SQQ. Sacrifices to, 163. Making rain by means of the, 284 SQQ. Trees animated by the souls of the, E. 29 SQQ. The illustrious, represented by masked men, 178. Thunder and lightning made by the, 183. Spirits of the, in wild fate trees, 317. Death, pretense of, in magic, I. 84. Infection of, 143. Adaptide, 167 SQ. Puppet called, carried out of village, E. 73 SQ. Deceiving the spirits of plants and trees, E. 22 SQQ. Deir el-Bahari, paintings at, E. 131, 133. Deities duplicated through dialectical differences in their names, E. 380 SQ. Dejanira and Oculus, E. 161 SQ. Delivery, easy, granted to women by trees, E. 57 SQ. Delos, graves of Hyperborean maidens in, I. 28, 33 SQQ. Apollo and Artemis at, 28, 32 to 35. Delphi, Apollo at, I. 28. New fire sent from, 32 SQ. king of 45 SQ. Demeter and Zeus, their marriage at Eleusis, E. 138 SQ. Demetrius Poliorcetes defied at Athens, I. 390 SQ. Denmark, Whitsun brought in, E. 91 SQ. The Beechwoods of 351. Dennet, R.E. E. 277 N. 1. Dios, a divine spirit, I. 410. Departmental kings of nature, E. 1 SQQ. Dairy, the oaks of, E. 242 SQ. Devil dancers, I. 382. Dew on May morning, custom of washing in the, E. 54, 67, 327, 339. Rolling in the, 333. Dew treading in Holland, E. 104 N. 2. Dharmaraja, I. 410. Di, Aryan root meaning bright, E. 381. Dia, grove of the goddess, E. 122. Dialectical differences a cause of the duplication of deities, E. 382. SQ. Diana, her sanctuary at Nemi, I. 2 SQQ. As huntress at Nemi, 6. As patroness of cattle, 7. E. 124. Her priest at Nemi, I. 8 SQQ. The Taurik, 10 SQ. 24. As goddess of childbirth, 12. E. 128. As Vesta at Nemi, I. 13. E. 380. In relation to vines, I. 15 SQ. The maid of the king of the wood at Nemi, 40. 41. E. 380. As a goddess of fertility, 120 SQQ. In relation to animals of the woods, 124. 125 SQQ. As the moon, 128. The goddess of fruits, 128. As a goddess of the oak at Nemi, 380. And Dionysus, E. 376 SQQ. Jenna, a double of Juno, E. 190 SQ. 381 SQ. Diana's mirror, I. 1. Dionysus, genus, a double of Jupiter, E. 190 SQ. 381 SQ. Deals, Professor H. I. 390 N. 2. Diri, the, I. 90, 177, E. 29. Rain-making ceremonies of the, I. 255 SQQ. Dinka or Denka nation, I. 347. Diodorus Siculus, I. 74. Diomede, E. 278. At Trozen, I. 27. Sacred Grove of, 27. Dion, wife of Zeus at Dodona, E. 189. The old consort of Zeus, 381, 382. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, quoted, E. 202 SQ. Dionysus, marriage of, to the Queen of Athens, E. 136 SQ. And Ariadne, 138. Discovery of fire, E. 255 SQQ. Disease makers in Tana, I. 341 SQ. Divine consort, the, E. 131. Divinity of kings, I. 48 SQQ. Among the Hovas, 397. Among the Malays, 398. In great historical empires, 415 SQQ. Growth of the conception of the, E. 376 SQQ. Of the Brahmins, I. 403 SQ. Division of labor in relation to social progress, I. 420. Diwali, the Feast of Lamps, E. 160. Dixon, Dr. W.E. E. 139 N. 1. Jackans, their mode of making fire, E. 236. Jujul, I. 274. Dodola, the, I. 273. Dodona, oracular spring at, E. 172. Zeus at, 177. Zeus and Dion at, 189. Oracular oak at, 358. Dog, black, sacrificed for rain, I. 291. Used to stop rain, 303. Dogs crowned, I. 14. E. 125 SQ. 127 SQ. Dollar bird associated with rain, I. 287 SQ. Damald, a Swedish king, I. 366 SQ. Donner or Thuner, the German thunder god, E. 364. Dors, Janus as a god of, E. 383 SQ. Dor, in New Guinea, I. 125. Dos Santos, J. I. 392. Double-headed fetish among the bush Negroes of Suriname, E. 385. Janus, explanation of, E. 384 SQ. Dragon, rain god represented as, I. 297. Or serpent of water, E. 155 SQQ. Of Ruang, destroyed by Saint Romain, 164 SQQ. The slaying of the, at Firth, 163 SQ. Dramas, magical, to promote vegetation, E. 120. Dramatic exhibitions sometimes originate in magical rites, E. 142. Weddings of gods and goddesses, E. 121. Draupadi or Krishna, E. 306. Dreams, modes of counteracting evil, I. 172 SQ. Drenching people with water as a rain charm, I. 250, 251, 269 SQ. 272, 273, 274, 275, 277 SQ. E. 77. Dropsy, ancient Greek mode of preventing, I. 78. Drought supposed to be caused by unburied dead, I. 287. And dearth, chiefs and kings punished for, 352 SQQ. Supposed to be caused by sexual crime, E. 110, 111, 113. Drowning as a punishment, E. 109, 110, 111. Sacrifice by, 364. Druids, oak worship of the, E. 9. Of Gaul, their sacrifices of white bulls, 189. Female, 241 N. 1. Venerate the oak and the mistletoe, 358, 362. Derivation of the name, 363. Drums, homeopathic magic at the making of, I. 134 SQ. Beaten as a charm against a storm, 328. Drinumidum, E. 363. Duprats, E. 263 N. 1. Dujul, the, I. 274. Duplication of deities and effect of dialectical differences, E. 382, SQ. Durastorum, martyrdom of Saint Dacius at, E. 310 N. 1. Dwarf tribes of Central Africa, E. 255. Dykes of Borneo, the, I. 73, 127, E. 13. The Sea, 127. E. The inventor of magic, I. 240. Eagle hunters, taboos observed by, I. 116. Charms employed by, 149 SQ. Wood, telepathy in search for, I. 120. Eagles, sacred, E. 11. Earth and Sun, marriage of the, E. 98 SQ. 148. Goddess, Pregnant cows sacrificed to E. 229. Earthquake supposed to be caused by incest. E. 111. Ebb tide, death at I. 167 SQ. Eclipse, ceremonies at in I. 311 SQ. Economic progress, a condition of intellectual progress. I. 218. Egeria, water nymph at Nemi. I. 17 to 19, 41. E. 171 SQ. An oak nymph. 172. A double of Diana. 380. And Numa. I. 18. E. 172 SQQ. 193, 380. Egeris babius or labius. I. 22. X collected at spring ceremonies. E. 65, 78, 81, 84, 85. Or eggshells, painted, in spring ceremonies. 63, 65. In purificatory rite. 109. Egypt, magical images in ancient. I. 66, 67 SQ. Magicians in ancient. 225. Confusion of magic and religion in ancient. 230 SQ. Kings of, deified in their lifetime. 418 SQQ. The Queen of, married to the god Amun. E. 131 SQ. King of, masquerading as Amun. 133. Egyptian kings and queens, their begetting and birth depicted on the monuments. E. 131 SQQ. Worship of sacred beasts. I. 29 SQ. Egyptians, the ancient, worshipped men and animals. I. 389 SQ. Sycamores worshipped by the ancient. E. 15. Erisioni. E. 48. Alder tree. E. 43. Elective and hereditary monarchy, combination of the two. E. 292. SQQ. Electric lights on mastheads, spears, etc. I. 49 SQ. Elephant hunters, telepathy of I. 123. Eleusis, mysteries of E. 138 SQ. Elipandus of Toledo. I. 407. Elizabeth, Queen. I. 368. Emblica officinalis, a sacred tree. E. 51. Emin Pasha. E. 297 N. 7. Empedocles, his claim to divinity. I. 390. Emus, ceremony for the multiplication of I. 85 SQ. Endymion. E. 299. Ephesian Artemis. E. 128. Ephesus, Artemis of I. 37 SQ. Nominal kings at 47. The Essenes or king bees at E. 135 SQ. Epicurus, sacrifices offered to I. 105. Erechtheum, the E. 199. Erechtheus and Erechthonius. E. 199. Erhard, Professor A. E. 310 N. 1. Erechthonius. I. 21. And Erechtheus. E. 199. Eruptions of volcanoes supposed to be caused by incest. E. 111. Esquiline Hill at Rome. E. 185. Esquimaux. I. 70, 113, 121, 316, 327. Essenes or king bees at Ephesus. I. 47 N. 2. E. 135 SQ. Esthonian folktale of a tree elf. E. 71 SQQ. Marriage custom. 234. Esthonians, St. George's Day among the E. 330 SQQ. Their thunder god Tara. 367. Etruscans, female kinship among the E. 286 SQ. Eudaimonia, the, at Athens. I. 325 N. 1. Europe, contagious magic of footprints in I. 210 SQ. Confusion of magic and religion in modern 231 to 233. Forests of ancient E. 7 SQ. Relics of tree worship in modern 59 SQQ. Diffusion of the Oken 349 SQQ. Southeastern rain-making ceremonies in I. 272 SQQ. Euros, magical ceremony for the multiplication of I. 89. Evelyn, John, I. 369. Evergreen oak, the golden bug grew on, E. 379. Trees in Italy, I. 8. Evolution of kings out of magicians or medicine men, I. 420 SQ. Industrial, from uniformity to diversity of function, 421. Political, from democracy to despotism, 421. Exaggerations of anthropological theories, I. 333. Exogamy, E. 271. Expiation for adultery or fornication, E. 107 SQ. For incest, 115, 116. External soul in afterbirth or navel string, I. 200 SQ. Extinction of fires at king's death, E. 261 SQQ. 267. In houses after any death, 267 SQ. Ezekiel, I. 87 N. 1. Fillory, Juno at, E. 190 N. 2. Falstaff, death of, I. 168. Families, royal, kings chosen from several, E. 292 SQQ. Fan tribe, I. 349. Farnell, Dr. Lr. I. 36, E. 379 N. 5. Fasting obligatory, I. 124, 131. Father Jove and Mother Vesta, E. 227 SQQ. Fattest men chosen kings, E. 297. February, 1st of St. Bride's Day, I. 94 SQ. Farrell, E. 199 N. 5. Female descent of the kingship in Rome, E. 270 SQQ. In Africa, 274 SQQ. In Greece, 277 SQ. In Scandinavia, 279 SQ. In Lydia, 281 SQ. Among Danes and Saxons, 282 SQ. Kinship and descent of the Roman kingship, E. 271. Indifference to paternity of kings under female kinship, 274 SQQ. At Athens, 277. Indifference to paternity in general under, 282. Among the Aryans, 283 SQQ. See also motherkin. Female slaves, license accorded to them on the Nani Capridinae, E. 313 SQ. Fang and Wiglet, E. 281, 283. Fennel, fire carried in giant, E. 260. Fertilization, artificial, of the date palm, E. 24 SQ. Of the fig tree, 314 SQ. Of women by the wild fig tree, E. 316. By the wild banana tree, 318. Fertilizing virtue attributed to trees, E. 49 SQQ. 316 SQQ. Fertility, Diana as a goddess of, E. 120 SQQ. The thunder god conceived as a deity of fertility, 368 SQQ. Fictors Vestalium, Fictors Pontificum, E. 204. Ficus Ruminalis, E. 318. Feared or Shrine of Saint Romain, E. 167, 168, 170 N. 1. Fig, as an article of diet, E. 315 SQ. Fig tree of Romulus, Ficus ruminalis, E. 10, 318. Artificial fertilization, Caprificatio of the, E. 314 SQ. Sacred, E. 44, 99, 249, 250. The wild, a male, E. 314 SQ. Supposed to fertilize women, 316 SQ. Haunted by spirits of the dead, 317. Fiche, catching the sun in, I. 316. Figens, gods of the, I. 389. Phoenicia green peoples, sacred groves of the, E. 10 SQ. Finnish wizards and witches, I. 325. Fire in the worship of Diana, I. 12 SQ. Supposed to be subject to Catholic priests, 231. Used to stop rain, 252 SQ. As a charm to rekindle the sun, 311, 313. A Vesta at Rome fed with oak wood, E. 186. Birth from the, 195 SQQ. The Kings, 195 SQQ. Impregnation of women by, 195 SQQ. 230 SQQ. 234. Taken from Sacred Hearths to found a new village, 216. On the hearth, souls of ancestors in the, 232. Reasons for attributing a procreative virtue to, 233 SQ. Made jointly by man and woman or boy and girl, 235 SQQ. Custom of extinguishing fire and rekindling it by the friction of, wood, 237 SQ. Need fire made by married men, 238. Holy, not to be blown upon with a breath, 240, 241. Tribes purported to be ignorant of the art of kindling, 253 SQQ. Discovery of, by mankind, 255 SQQ. Carried about by savages, 257 SQQ. Kept burning in houses of chiefs and kings, 260 SQQ. Carried before king or chief, 263 SQ. A symbol of life, 265. Leaping over a, 327, 329. Fire and water, kings of, E. 3 SQQ. Bearer, the, I. 33. Boards, sacred, of the Shukchis and Koryaks, E. 225 SQ. Customs of the Herero or Damaras, E. 211 SQQ. Compared to those of the Romans, E. 227 SQQ. Drill, the, E. 207 SQQ. 248 SQQ. 258 SQ. 263. The kindling of fire by regarded by savages as a form of sexual intercourse, 208 SQQ. 218, 233, 235 SQ. 239, 249 SQ. Of the Herero, 217 SQ. God married to a human virgin, E. 195 SQQ. Kindled by the friction of wood, E. 207 SQQ. 235 SQQ. 243, 248 SQQ. 258 SQ. 262, 263, 336, 366, 372. From Ancestral Tree, 221, 233 SQ. By natural causes, 256. By lightning, 263. Living, E. 237. A charm against witchcraft, 336. New, E. 237. Sent from Delos and Delphi, I. 32 SQ. Made at beginning of King's reign, E. 262, 267. Made at midsummer, 243. Priests, Agniatress of the Brahmins, E. 247 SQQ. Sticks of fire drill regarded as male and female, E. 208 SQQ. 235, 238, 239, 248 SQQ. Worship a form of ancestor worship, E. 221. Fires ceremonially extinguished, I. 33. Kept up for sake of absent persons, 120 SQ. 128, 129. Extinguished at death of kings, E. 261 SQQ. 267. At any death, 267 SQ. Ceremonial, kindled by the friction of oak wood, 372. Perpetual, Avesta, I. 13 SQ. In Ireland, E. 240 SQQ. In Peru and Mexico, 243 SQQ. Origin of, 253 SQQ. Associated with royal dignity, 261 SQQ. Of oak wood, 365, 366. First fruits, dedication of, I. 32. Fish, magical ceremony for the multiplication of, I. 90. In rain charm, 288 SQ. Fishermen, Shetland, I. 69. And hunters cursed for good luck, I. 280 SQ. Fishing and hunting, homeopathic magic in, I. 108 SQQ. Telepathy in, 120 SQQ. Thyssen, Rev. Lorimer, I. 316, 331 N. 2, 378, 389 N. 3, E. 13 N. 1. Flatus Chapel, I. 322. Flamen, derivation of the name, E. 235, 247. Dallas, the, E. 179, 235, 246, 247, 248. An embodiment of Jupiter, 191 SQ. Flaminica, the, E. 191, 235. Flax, charms to make flax grow tall, I. 138 SQ. E. 86, 164. Flight of the King, Regifugium at Rome, E. 308 SQQ. 311 N. 4. Of sacrificer after the sacrifice, 309. Of the people at Rome, 319 N. 1. Flint implements supposed to be thunderbolts, E. 374. Flocet, A. E. 168, 169. Flowers, divination from, E. 345. Food, homeopathic magic for the supply of, I. 85 SQQ. Foods tabooed, I. 117 SQQ. Footprints, contagious magic of, I. 207 to 212. Forced fire or need fire, E. 238. Foreigners marry princesses and receive the kingdom with them, E. 270, SQQ. Foreskins removed at circumcision, uses of, I. 92 SQ. 95. Used in rain-making, 256 SQ. Forests of ancient Europe, E. 7 SQ. Fortuna and Servius Tullius, E. 193 N. 1, 272. Forum at Rome, prehistoric cemetery in the, E. 186, 202. Foucart, P. E. 139 N. 1. Fowler, W. Ward, E. 311 N. 4, 319 N. 1, 327 N. 2, 329 N. 6, 383 N. 3. Faults in magic, I. 151. Fritters Arvales, E. 122. Free Spirit, Brethren of the, I. 408. French peasants ascribe magical powers to priests, I. 231 to 233. Frey, the god of fertility and his human wife, E. 143 SQ. His image and festival at Uppsala, 364 SQ. Friction of wood, fire kindled by, E. 207 SQQ. 235 SQQ. 243, 248, SQQ. 258 SQ. 262, 263, 336, 366, 372. Frog, magic of, I. 151. Worshipped, 294 SQ. Love charm made from the bone of a, E. 345. Flare, the, E. 86. Frogs in relation to rain, I. 292 SQQ. Froth from a mill wheel as a charm against witches, E. 340. Fruit trees fertilized by women, I. 140 SQ. Fruits blessed on day of Assumption of the Virgin, I. 14 SQQ. Artemis and Diana as patronesses of, 15 SQ. Fuegians, the, E. 258. Fumigating flocks and herds as a charm against witchcraft, E. 327, 330, 335, 336, 339, 343. Frith in Bavaria, the slaying of the dragon at, E. 163 SQQ. Furtwängler, A. I. 309 N. 6. Fortuna, I. 388. Filcha or guardian spirit in Iceland, I. 200. Galatians, their Celtic language, E. 126 N. 2. Galilarisk, the, I. 110, 113, 131, 143, 145, E. 22. Galas, kings of the, I. 48. Sacred trees of the, E. 34. Garcilaso de la Vega, E. 244 N. 1. Gardener, Professor J. Stanley, E. 154. Gargoyle or dragon destroyed by Saint Romain, E. 167. Garlands on May Day, E. 60 SQQ. 90 SQ. Gaul, the Druids of, E. 189. Gori, harvest goddess, E. 77 SQ. Gauss, the, E. 125. Genth, Aven, E. 385 N. 1. Geomancy in China, I. 170. George, Green, E. 75, 76, 79. Germans, worship of women among the ancient, I. 391. Tree worship among the ancient, E. 8 SQ. Evidence of motherkin among the, 285. Worship of the oak among the ancient, 363 SQ. Gerontocracy in Australia, I. 335. Gervasis of Tilbury, I. 301. Gitte, the, I. 392. Ghosts in Melanesia, supposed powers of, I. 338 SQ. Giliax, the, I. 122, E. 38. Girl annually sacrificed to cedar tree, E. 17. Girls married to nets, E. 147. Sacrifice to crocodiles, 152. Glory, the hand of, I. 149. Clever, tr, E. 231 N. 6. Goat, blood of, drunk as means of inspiration, I. 382, 383. God, bride of, I. 276. Savage ideas of, different from those of civilized men, 375 SQ. God boxes, I. 378. Gods viewed as magicians, I. 240 SQQ. 375. Sacrifice themselves by fire, 315 N. 1. Conception of, slowly evolved, 373 SQ. Incarnate human, 373 SQQ. Gods and men, no sharp line of distinction between, in Fiji, 389. And goddesses, dramatic weddings of, E. 121. The marriage of the, 129 SQQ. Married to women, 129 SQQ. 143 SQ. 146 SQ. 149 SQQ. Golden magic, I. 80 SQ. Golden bough plucked by Aeneas, I. 11, E. 379. The breaking of it not a piece of bravado, I. 123 SQ. Grew on an evergreen oak, E. 379. Golden lime of Mycenae, I. 365. Golden summer, the, I. 32. Gons, their belief in reincarnation, I. 104 SQ. Gongs beaten in a storm, I. 328 SQ. At Dodona, E. 358. Government of old men in Aboriginal Australia, I. 334 SQ. Grafting, superstitious ceremony at, E. 100. Granger, Professor F. I. 42 N. 1. Grissos Latin, E. 344. Grass King, the, E. 85 SQ. Seed, magical ceremony for the multiplication of, I. 87 SQ. Continents at magical ceremony for growth of, E. 105. Grave clothes, homeopathic magic of, in China, I. 168 SQ. Graves, rain charms at, I. 268, 286, 291. Trees planted on graves, E. 31. Dances on, 183 N. 2. Of Hyperborean maidens at Delos, I. 28, 33 SQQ. Great Sun, the, title of chief, E. 262, 263. Greece, priestly kings in, I. 44 SQQ. Kings and chiefs sacred or divine in ancient, 366. Human gods in ancient, 390 SQ. Forests of, E. 8. Female descent of kingship in ancient, 278 SQ. Greek kings called Zeus, E. 177, 361. Greeks, the modern, rain-making ceremonies among, I. 272 SQ. And Romans, rain charms among the ancient, 309 SQ. Green boughs a charm against witches, E. 52 to 55, 127, 342 SQ. George, E. 75, 76, 79, 343. Thursday, E. 333. Greenwich Hill, custom of rolling down, E. 103. Gregory of Tours, E. 144. Grimm, J. E. 8, 362 N. 6, 364. Grizzly bear supposed to be related to human twins, I. 264 SQ. Groves, sacred, E. 10 SQ. 44. Orishan, I. 20, 22, E. 115. In Kais, I. 45. In ancient Greece and Rome, E. 121 SQQ. Grunau, Simon, E. 366 N. 2. Gonches of Tenerife, I. 303. Guardian spirit associated with Call, I. 199 SQ. Guaycurus, the, I. 330. Gunkel, H, I. 101 N. 2. Gunnar Helming, E. 144. Ganpati, elephant-headed god, human incarnation of, I. 405 SQ. Josh, E. 281. 282. Gypsies, Green George among the E. 75 SQ. Gypsy ceremonies for stopping rain, I. 295 SQ. Hackthorn sacred, E. 48. Haddon, Dr. A.C., I. 262. Han, Dr. C.H., E. 213 N. 2. Haida Indians, I. 70, 133. Hair offered to gods and goddesses, heroes and heroines, I. 28 SQ. Offered to the dead, 31, 102. Offered to rivers, 31. Clippings of, used in magic, 57, 64, 65, 66. Charms to make hair grow, 83, 145, 153 SQ. 154. Loose as a charm, 136. Human, used in rain-making, 251 SQ. Long, a symbol of royalty, E. 180. Hegia flowers, ceremony for the multiplication of, I. 86. Hakim Singh, I. 409. Hereford in Warwickshire, Mayday customs at, E. 88 SQ. Hamlet, E. 281, 291. Hammer worshipped, I. 317 SQ. Hammurabi, Code of, E. 130. Hand of Glory, I. 149. Hardy, Thomas, I. 136. Hares as witches, I. 212, E. 53. Heron, the heathen of, I. 383, E. 25, 100 N. 2. Harris, J. Rendell, I. 15 N. 1, 21 N. 2. Harrison, Miss J. E. E. 137 N. 1, 139 N. 1. Heartland, E. S. I. 52 N. 1, E. 156 N. 2. Harvest in Greece, date of, I. 32. May, the, E. 47 SQ. Hatshepsut, birth of Queen, E. 131 SQQ. Hawaii, insignia of royal family of, I. 388 N. 3. Hawthorne on May Day, E. 52, 60. A protection against witches, 55, 127. Headhunters, rules observed by people at home in absence of, I. 129. Headmen of totem clans in Central Australia, I. 335. Hands, custom of molding heads artificially, E. 297 SQ. Hearn, Dr. W. E. E. 283 N. 5. Hearth, the kings, at Rome, E. 195, 200, 206. Sacred, of the Herero, 213, 214. The sacred, seat of the ancestral spirits, 221. Custom of leading a bride round the, 230, 231. Newborn children brought to the, 232. Hearts of men and animals offered to the sun, I. 315. Heaven, vault of, imitated in rain charm, I. 261, 262. Heavenly Master, the, I. 413. Hebrew prohibition of images, I. 87 N. 1. Prophets, their ethical religion, I. 223. Hebrews, their notion of the blotting effect of sexual crime, E. 114, SQ. Hegel on magic and religion, I. 235 N. 1, 423 SQQ. Hen, V. On evergreens in Italy, I. 8 N. 4. Heimskringla, E. 280. Hein, H. Pilgrimage to Kevlar, I. 77. Hikirch and Hikirgos, I. 33, 34, 35. Hilaga, taboo, E. 106N. 2. Helbig, W, I. 20N. 5. Holernus, grove of, E. 190 SQ. Hellebore, curses at cutting black, I. 281. Hemlock as an aphrodisiac, E. 138, 139N. 1. Hemp, charms to make hemp grow tall, I. 137 SQ. Hino, the thunder spirit of the Iroquois, E. 369 SQ. Hera and Hercules, I. 74. Hercules, sacrificed to, I. 281. And Oculus, E. 162. And Hera, I. 74. And Omphale, E. 281. Hercynian forest, the, E. 7, 354. Etymology of the name, 354N. 2. Hereditary and elective monarchy, combination of the two, E. 292, SQQ. Herero or Damaras, their fire customs, E. 211 SQQ. Hermintrude, legendary Queen of Scotland, E. 281. Herodotus, I. 49, 331. Hersilia, a Sabine goddess, E. 193N. 1. Hain, CG, E. 329N. 1. Hidatsa Indians, E. 12. Hierapolis, I. 29. Hierophant at Eleusis temporarily deprived of his virility, E. 138. Highlands of Scotland, St. Bride's Day in, E. 94. Hindu Kush, sacred cedar of the, I. 383. The Kafirs of the, 385. Trinity, I. 225. Hindus, magical images among the, I. 63 SQQ. Hippoclides and Cleisthenes, E. 307 SQ. Hippocrates, sacrifices offered to, I. 105. Hippodamia and Pelops, E. 279, 299 SQ. Hippolytus in relation to Virbius at Nemi, I. 19 SQ. Offerings of hair to, 28. And Artemis, I. 19 SQ. 24 SQQ. Saint, martyrdom of, I. 21. Hern, Y, I. 52N. 1, 54N. 1. Hurt, Professor H, E. 367N. 3. Hobby horse at Padstow, E. 68. Hobley, C. W, E. 316. Hog's blood, purifying virtue of, I. 107. Holdstone in magic, I. 313. Holland, Whitsuntide customs in, E. 104. Holy Basil, E. 26. Homeopathic taboos, I. 116. Magic for the making of rain, 247 SQQ. See also magic. Hopi Indians, the, E. 208 SQ. Horse, sacred, I. 364. Sacrificed at Rome in October, E. 229, 326. Horses excluded from Mauritian Grove, I. 20. Dedicated by Hippolytus to Aesculapius, 21N. 2, 27. Branded with mark of wolf, 27. In relation to Diomede, 27. Sacrifice of white, 27. Sacrifice to the sun, 315 SQ. Sacrifice to trees, E. 16. Sanctity of white, 174N. 2. Sacrifices for, on St. George's Day, 332, 336 SQ. Horus, the golden, I. 418. Hose, the, of Togoland, I. 396 SQ. E. 19, 370. Hot water drunk as a charm, I. 129. House timber, homeopathic magic of, I. 146. Housebreakers, charms employed by, to cause sleep, I. 148 SQ. Hovas, divinity of kings among the, I. 397. Howard, A.W., I. 176, 207, 208. Hubert and Moss, Messrs., I. 111 N. 2. Huical Indians, I. 71, 123. Human gods, I. 373 SQQ. Victims sacrificed to water spirits, E. 157 SQQ. Humboldt, Avon, I. 416. Hunters employ contagious magic of footprints, I. 211 SQ. Huntin, a tree god, E. 15. Hunting and fishing, homeopathic magic in, I. 108 SQQ. Telepathy in, 120 SQQ. Hurling for a bride, E. 305 SQ. Hurons, the, E. 147. Reincarnation among the, I. 105. Their mode of counteracting an evil dream, 172 SQ. Husbands, spiritual, E. 316 SQ. Hut urns of ancient Latins, E. 201 SQ. Huts, round, of the ancient Latins, E. 200 SQQ. In Africa, 227 N. 3. Huzals, the, I. 113, 137. Their precautions against witches, E. 336. Hymettus, E. 360. Hyperborean maidens at Delos, I. 33. Ibn Battuta, E. 153. Icaris, E. 300. Iceland, superstitions as to the Colin, I. 199 SQQ. Ida, king of, I. 396. Agoras, succession to the kingship among the, E. 294. Illicit love supposed to blight the fruits of the earth, E. 107 SQQ. Images, Hebrew prohibition of, I. 87 N. 1. Magical, to injure people, I. 55 SQQ. To procure offspring, 70 to 74. To win love, 77. Impressions, bodily, contagious magic of, I. 213 SQ. Incarnate human gods, I. 373 SQQ. Incarnation of gods in human form, temporary or permanent, I. 376. Examples of temporary incarnation, 376 SQQ. Examples of permanent incarnation, 386 SQQ. Mystery of, 396 N. 5. Incas, the children of the sun, I. 415. Incense, fumes of, inhale to produce inspiration, I. 379, 384. Gatherers, chastity of, E. 106 SQ. Incest, blotting effects attributed to, E. 108, 110 SQ. 113, 115, SQQ. Of domestic animals abhorred by the Basoga, 112 SQ. Of animals employed as a rame charm, 113. India, ancient, confusion of magic and religion in, I. 228 SQ. Magical power of kings in, 366. Incarnate human gods in, 376, 402 SQQ. Indifference to paternity of kings under female kinship, E. 274 SQQ. Indra, thunderbolt of, I. 269. Industrial evolution from uniformity to diversity of function, I. 421. Infidelity of wife disastrous to absent husband, I. 123, 131. Influence of the sexes on vegetation, E. 97 SQQ. Initiatory ceremonies of Central Australian Aborigines, I. 92 SQQ. Rights of Australian Aborigines, suggested explanation of, I. 106. Inquisition, the, I. 407, 408. Insects, homeopathic magic of, I. 152. Inspiration, I. 376 SQQ. By incense, 379. By blood, 381 SQQ. By sacred plant or tree, 383 SQQ. Of victims, 384 SQQ. Inspired or religious type of man-god, I. 244. Priests and priestesses, I. 377 SQQ. Intellectual progress dependent on economic progress, I. 218. Intercourse of the sexes practiced to make the crops and fruits grow, E. 98 SQQ. Intikuma, magical totemic ceremonies in Central Australia, I. 85. Invulnerability, charm to produce, I. 146 SQ. Ireland, perpetual fires in, E. 240 SQQ. Sacred oak groves in ancient, 242 SQ. Irish kings, magical virtues attributed to, I. 367. Earl, J. E. 223 N. 2. Iron, homeopathic magic of, I. 159 SQ. Iroquois, the, E. 12. Their thunder god, 369 SQ. Isle of Man, Saint Bridget in the, E. 94 SQ. Of May, E. 161. Ivy chewed by bacchanals, I. 384. In fire making, E. 251 SQ. Jack in the Green, E. 82. Jenna, another form of Diana, E. 381, 382, 383. Jangam, priest of the Linggards, I. 404. Janiculum Hill, the, E. 186. Janua, derived from Janus, E. 384. Janus, as a god of doors, E. 383 SQ. Explanation of the two-headed, 384 SQ. Encarna, E. 190. Dionysus and Diana, doubles of Jupiter and Juno, E. 190 SQ. 381 SQ. Jaundice treated by homeopathic magic, I. 79 SQQ. Java, ceremonies to procure offspring in, I. 73. Ceremonies for preventing rain in, 270 SQ. Jerome of Prague, I. 317. Juvons, FB, I. 105, 225 N. Jewett, Jr., I. 264. Ginny of the Sea, virgins married to, E. 153 SQ. Jobs protest, E. 114. Johnson, Dr. S., I. 368, 370. Johnston, Sir H. H., E. 227 N. 3. Jordan, H. E. 321 N. 3. Albert, quoted, I. 223 N. 2. Jove, Father, and Mother Vesta, E. 227 SQQ. Jobainville, H. Darboida, E. 362 N. 6. Judah, idolatrous kings of, I. 315. Jukagiers, the, I. 122. Julian, the Emperor, E. 7. Julie, the, E. 179, 192. Julius, the little Jupiter, E. 179, 197. July the 7th, the Nani Capitane, a Roman festival, E. 313 SQQ. June, the 1st of, a Roman festival, E. 190. Juno on the Capitol, E. 184. At Filary, 190 N. 2. A duplicate of Diana, 381 SQ. Capritina, E. 313, 317. Minetta, E. 189. Jupiter, costume of, E. 174 SQ. The Roman kings in the character of, 174 SQQ. Capitoline, 176. The Little, 179, 192. Latian, 187, 379. As god of the oak, the thunder, the rain, and the sky, 358, 361, SQ. Sky god, 374. A duplicate of Janus, Dionysus, 381 SQ. And Juno, doubles of Janus and Diana, E. 190 SQ. Sacred marriage of, 190. Dionysus, E. 382. Elysius, E. 183. Indiges, E. 181. Jupiters, many local, in Latium, E. 184. Uterna, a nymph, E. 382. Kakans of Burma, the, E. 237. Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, I. 133 SQ. 385. Kaddish tribe of Central Australia, I. 87. Kali, the goddess, I. 383. Kamilaroi, the, I. 101. Kangaroos, ceremony for the multiplication of, I. 87 SQ. Karakurgis, E. 57. Karens of Burma, I. 209. Their custom in regard to fornication and adultery, E. 107 SQ. Karo Bataks, the, of Sumatra, I. 277. Kazakhis Sutra, I. 209, 229. Kinds or Browse of Borneo, I. 328, E. 109. K Islands, I. 126, 131, 145. Kenyas of Borneo, I. 59, E. 385. Keramit, a god of the Wadiaks, E. 145 SQ. Kevlar, Virgin Mary of, I. 77. Keras, E. 304. Keys, the Golden, E. 333. Cassis of Assam, succession to the kingdom among the, E. 294 SQ. Gnumu, the god, E. 132. Kid, Dudley, I. 49 N. 3, 350, E. 211, 224 N. 4. Kildare, Fire and Nuns of St. Bridget, E. 240 SQ. Kimbugu, High Official in Uganda, I. 196. King, J.E., I. 105 N. 4. King gives oracles, I. 377. The grass, E. 85 SQ. The leaf, 85. The Roman, as Jupiter, 174 SQQ. And Queen at Athens, I. 44 SQ. Of sacred rites at Rome, I. 44, E. 201. His flight, 309. Of the Saturnalia, E. 311. Of the wood at Nemi, I. 1 SQQ. E. 1. A maid of Diana, I. 40, 41, E. 380. A personification of the oak god Jupiter, 378 SQQ. See also priest of Nemi. Bees, Essenes, at Ephesus, E. 135 SQ. Kingdom, Mortal Kombat for the E. 322. In Ancient Latium, Succession to 266 SQQ. Kings, Priestly, I. 44 SQQ. Titular or Sacred, in Greece, 44 SQQ. Teutonic, 47. Magicians as 332 SQQ. As Rainmakers in Africa, 348, 350 SQQ. Punished for Drought and Dearth, 353 SQQ. Among the Aryans, magical powers attributed to 366 SQQ. Divinity of, in Great Historical Empires, 415 SQQ. Of Nature, E. 1 SQQ. Of Rain, 2. Roman, as deities in a sacred marriage, 172 SQ. 192, 193 SQ. Greek, called Zeus, 177, 361. Expected to make thunder, 180 SQ. The Latin, thought to be the sons of the fire god by mortal mothers, 195 SQQ. Perpetual fire in houses of 261 SQ. Roman, as personifications of Jupiter, 266 SQ. Paternity of, a matter of indifference under female kinship, 274 SQQ. Sometimes of a different race from their subjects, 288 SQ. Chosen from several royal families in rotation, 292 SQQ. Fat, 297. Handsomest men, 297. Long-headed, 297. Sacred or divine, development of 376 SQQ. See also Latin and Roman. King's Evo, Scrofula, touching for the I. 368 SQQ. Fire, the E. 195 SQQ. Race, the E. 84. Sisters, license accorded to E. 274 SQQ. Kingship, annual, in ancient Greece, I. 46. Contest for the, at Whitsuntide, E. 89. Descent of the, in the female line, at Rome, E. 270 SQQ. In Africa, 274 SQQ. In Greece, 277 SQ. In Scandinavia, 279 SQ. In Lydia, 281 SQ. Among the Danes and Saxons, 282 SQ. Evolution of the Sacred, I. 420 SQ. Nominal, left by conquerors to indigenous race, E. 288 SQ. Roman, abolition of the, E. 289 SQQ. The Old Roman, a religious office, E. 289. Kingsley, Miss Mary H., I. 411 N. 1. Kintu, E. 261. Kyrgyz, love chase among the, E. 301. Knocking out of teeth as initiatory ceremony in Australia, I. 97 SQQ. Knots, tying up the wind in, I. 326. Colquhoun, the, I. 93. Cones, their belief in reincarnation, I. 104. Kenyags, the, I. 121. Koryaks, sacred fireboards of the, E. 225. Race for a bride among the, 302. Krishna, I. 406. Marriage of, to the Holy Basil, E. 26. Kanama, the, E. 3. Kvasir, I. 241. Quakyodal Indians, their superstitions as to twins, I. 263. Lack, taboos observed in gathering, I. 115. La Cueva, Father, E. 205 N. Ladder to facilitate the descent of the sun, E. 99. Leader Sunday, E. 63. Laban, I. 343. Lake dwellings of prehistoric Europe, E. 352 SQ. Lakes, gods of lakes married to women, E. 150 SQ. Lakshmi, wife of Vishnu, E. 26. Lamas, transmigrations of the Grand, I. 410 SQQ. Lamb of Mycenae, the golden, I. 365. Lamb, blood of, as means of inspiration, I. 381. Lemming, time of, E. 328 N. 4. Lambs, dedication of burning, I. 12 SQ. Lane, E. W, E. 209 N. 4. Language, special, for kings and persons of blood royal, I. 401. Lapis monalis at Rome, I. 310. Large tree, sacred, E. 20. Lares, the, E. 206. Latin confederacy, the, in relation to sacred Iritian grove, I. 22. SQ. Kings thought to be the sons of the fire god by mortal mothers, E. 195 SQQ. Lists of 268 SQQ. Stories of their miraculous birth, 272. Latinus, changed into Latian Jupiter, E. 187. His wife of Vestal, 235. Latium, many local Jupiters in, E. 184. In antiquity, the woods of, 188. Succession to the kingdom in ancient, 266 SQQ. Latuka, rainmakers among the, I. 346, 354. Laurel chewed as means of inspiration, I. 384. In fire-making, E. 251 SQ. Lavinium, worship of Vesta at, I. 14. Lazy man, the, E. 83. Leaf-clad mummers, E. 74 SQQ. 78 SQQ. Mock marriage of, E. 97. Leaf king, the, E. 85. Man, the little, E. 80 SQ. Leafy bust at Nemi, portrait of the king of the wood, I. 41 SQ. Leaping over a fire, E. 327, 329. And dancing to make the crops grow high, I. 137 SQQ. Lemus, new fire brought to, I. 32. Lengwe Indians, I. 313, 330, 359. Lent, fourth Sunday in, E. 73, 87. Larens of Borneo, I. 59. Leski, a woodland spirit, E. 124 SQ. Leto, E. 58. Levi, Professor Sylvain, I. 228. Lhasa, I. 411 SQ. License accorded to slaves at the Saturnalia, E. 312. To female slaves at the Nani Capitane, 313 SQ. Lightning, charm against, I. 82. Imitation of, 248, 303. Thought to be the father of twins, 266. Wood of tree that has been struck by, 319. Fire kindled by, E. 263. African deities of, 370. Supposed to be produced by means of flints, 374. Zeus, I. 33, E. 361. Lime tree sacred, E. 366, 367. Lindis inroads, I. 281. Linggards, the, I. 404. Lithuanians, the heathen, I. 317, E. 46. Tree worship among the, 9. Sacrifice to Perguvius, 347. The thunder god Percunes of the, 365 SQQ. Their reverence for oaks, 366, 371. Little Jupiter, the, E. 179, 192. Leaf Man, E. 80 SQ. Living Fire, E. 237. As a Charm Against Witchcraft, 336. Lobengula, I. 351, 352, 394. Longo, King of, revered as a god, I. 396. Fights all rivals for his crown, E. 322. License of Princesses in, E. 276 SQ. Logo, Spirit House, E. 39. Local Totem Centers, I. 96. Locrians, the Epizopherian, E. 284 SQ. Longevity Garments, I. 169. Long-headed Men Chosen Kings, E. 297. Loon, the bird, associated with rain, I. 288. Lord of the Wood, E. 36. Of Misrule, 319 N. 1. And Lady of the May, E. 90 SQ. Lushu, the, I. 356. Love, Cure for, I. 161. Illicit, thought to blight the fruits of the earth, E. 107 SQQ. Love charms practiced on St. George's Day, E. 345 SQ. Love chase among the Kyrgyz, E. 301. Lovers of goddesses, their unhappy ends, I. 39 SQ. Lo, Sir Hugh, E. 30, 31. Lubar, God, I. 395. Lucian on Hair Offerings, I. 28. Lucius, E. I. 13N. 1. Luxor, Paintings at, E. 131, 133. Lyle, Sir A.C., I. 224 N. 1. Lycase, Mount, E. 359. Lycurgus, King of Thrace, I. 366. Lydia, Female Descent of Kingship in, E. 281 SQ. Mabiac, I. 59, 263, 323. MacDonald, Reverend J, I. 110, E. 210 SQ. MacDonald's Disease, the, I. 370 N. 3. MacGregor, Sir William, I. 337. MacLeod's Fairy Banner, I. 368. Macrobius, E. 385 N. 2. Madagascar, King of, I. 47 SQ. Foods to boot in, 117 SQ. Custom of women in Madagascar while men are at war, 131. Modes of counteracting evil omens in, 173 SQ. Madness, Cure of, I. 161. Meander, the river, supposed to take the virginity of brides, E. 162. Maudrian priests, E. 241 N. 4. Magic, principles of, I. 52 SQQ. Negative, 111 SQQ. Public and private, 214 SQ. Benefits conferred by, 218 SQ. Its analogy to science, 220 SQ. Attraction of, 221. Fatal flaw of, 221 SQ. Based on a misapplication of the association of ideas, 221 SQ. Opposed in principle to religion, 224. Older than religion, 233 SQQ. Universality of belief in, 234 to 236. Transition from magic to religion, 237 SQQ. E. 376 SQ. The fallacy of, not easy to detect, I. 242 SQ. Magic, contagious, I. 52 to 54. 174 to 214. Of teeth, 176 to 182. Of navel string in afterbirth, placenta, 182 to 201. Of found in weapon, 201 SQQ. Of footprints, 207 to 212. Of other impressions, 213 SQ. Homeopathic or imitative, I. 52 SQQ. In medicine, 78 SQQ. For the supply of food, 85 SQQ. In fishing and hunting, 108 SQQ. To make plants grow, 136 SQQ. Of the dead, 147 SQQ. Of animals, 150 SQQ. Of inanimate things, 157 SQQ. To annul evil omens, 170 to 174. For the making of rain, 247 SQQ. Sympathetic, I. 51 SQQ. The two branches of 54. Examples of 55 SQQ. And religion, I. 220 to 243, 250, 285, 286, 347, 352. Confused together, 226 SQQ. Their historical antagonism comparatively late, 226. Hegelon, 423 SQQ. Magical control of rain, I. 247 SQQ. Of the sun, 311 SQQ. Of the wind, 319 SQQ. Dramas to promote vegetation, E. 120. Origin of certain religious dramas, E. 142 SQ. Type of man-god, I. 244. Magician, public, his rise to power, I. 215 SQQ. Magician's progress, the, I. 214 SQQ. 335 SQQ. Magician's claim to compel the gods, I. 225. Gods viewed as, 240 SQQ. Importance of rise of professional magicians, 245 SQQ. As kings, 332 SQQ. Develop into kings, 420 SQ. See also medicine men. Mahabharata, the, E. 306. Maharajas, a Hindu sect, I. 406, E. 160. Madhu Indians, I. 122, 357. Militans, E. 63. Maimonides, I. 140, E. 100 N. 2. Ms. Continents at sewing, E. 105. Makalakas, the, I. 394. Macatisses, the, I. 71. Macrisi, I. 252, E. 151 N. 2. Melee charms, I. 57 SQ. Magic, I. 110 SQ. 114 SQ. 127. Peninsula, the wild tribes of the, I. 360. Region, divinity of kings in, I. 398. Malays, their superstitious veneration for the Rajas, I. 361. Regalia among the, 362. Maldive Islands, E. 153, 154. Maleki, Maledius, Monesius, J. E. 366 N. 2. Man, E.H. E. 253. Man, the true, I. 413. God, the two types of, I. 244 SQ. Notion of a man-god belongs to early period of religious history, 374 SQ. Mana, supernatural or magical power in Melanesia, I. 111 N. 2. 227, 228 N. 1. 339. Mongolia, I. 378. Mania, Abogi, I. 22. Mani Adarisha, I. 22. Manius Agiris, I. 22. Mena, ceremony for the magical multiplication of I. 88 SQ. Manard, W. I. 140 N. 6. E. 47, 78 SQ. 84, 87. Mantras, sacred texts, I. 403 SQ. Manu, the laws of I. 366, 402. Maries, the I. 71. Magic of navel string in afterbirth among the 182 SQ. Their belief is to fertilizing virtue of trees, E. 56. Miravs, the I. 393, E. 31. Marcellus of Bordeaux, I. 84. Marduk, chief Babylonian god, as a magician, I. 240 SQ. His wives, E. 130. Married, RR, I. 111 N. 2. Marigold, magic of, I. 211. Marquesas or Washington Islands, human gods in the, I. 386 SQ. Marriage to trees, I. 40 SQ. E. 57. Of trees to each other, 24 SQQ. Mock, of leaf-clad mummers, 97. The sacred, 121 SQQ. Of the gods, 129 SQQ. Bath before, 162. Marsh marigold, a protection against witches, E. 54. On May Day, 63. Martius, C.F. Phil. Von, I. 359. Martyrdom of Saint Hippolytus, I. 21. Masai, power of medicine men among the, I. 343 SQ. Mishona, the, I. 393. Maskers, representing the dead, E. 178. Mispero, Sir Gaston, I. 230, E. 133 SQ. Mass of the Holy Spirit, I. 231 SQ. Mass of Saint Cesare, I. 232 SQ. Master, the Heavenly, I. 413. Of Sorrows, I. 280. Matabales, King of the, I. 48. As Rainmaker, 351 SQ. Magical effigies among the, I. 63. Maternal uncle preferred to father, mark of motherkin, E. 285. Moore, K. E. 280 N. 1. Moss and Hubert, Messrs. I. 111 N. 2. Maybride, the, E. 95, 96. Maybridegroom, E. 91, 93. Bush, E. 84, 85, 89, 90, 142. Day, celebration of, E. 59 SQQ. License of, 67, 103 SQ. Fools, E. 91. Garlands, E. 60 SQQ. 90 SQ. King, E. 85 SQ. Lady, the, E. 62. Poles, E. 59, 65 SQQ. Queen, E. 84, 87 SQ. Rose, the little, E. 74. Trees, E. 59 SQ. 64, 68 SQ. Or maypoles, fertilizing virtue of, 52. Maize or maize, E. 80. Medicine men, magicians, sorcerers, power of, among African tribes, I. 342 SQQ. Power of, among the American Indians, 355 SQQ. Progressive differentiation of, 420 SQ. Develop into kings, 420 SQ. The oldest professional class, 420. See also magicians. Melampus and Iphiclus, I. 158. Melanesia, homeopathic magic of stones in, I. 164. Supernatural power of chiefs in, 338 SQQ. Merkur, Captain M, I. 343. Merlin, I. 306. Messiah, pretended, I. 409. Metzik, a forest spirit, E. 55. Mexican kings, their oath, I. 356. Mexicans, human sacrifices of the ancient, I. 314 SQ. Micah, quoted, I. 223. Mice and rats, teeth of, in magic, I. 178 SQQ. Midsummer, new fire made at, E. 242. Festival of, 272 SQ. Bonfires, E. 65, 141. Bride, E. 92. Customs, E. 127. In Sweden, E. 65. Eve, a witching time, E. 127. Mikado, an incarnation of the sun goddess, I. 417. McLucho McClay, Baron von, E. 253 SQ. Milk, which is steel milk on wool purchased night or May Day, E. 52 SQQ. Which is steel milk on Midsummer Eve, 127. Which is steel milk on Eve of Street, George, 334 SQQ. Not given away on St. George's Eve, 339. Pails wreathed with flowers, E. 338, 339. Stones, I. 165. Milkman of the Toda sacred or divine, I. 402 SQ. Milton on chastity, E. 118 N. 1. Minangkabauers of Sumatra, I. 58, 140. Maris of Assam, E. 39. Mirror or burning glass, fire made by means of, E. 243, 245 N. Mistletoe venerated by the Druids, E. 358, 362. Moab, Arabs of, I. 276. Moxon, I. 314. Moffat, Dr. R, I. 351. Mohammed, on the fig, E. 316. Mommsen, Th, I. 23 N. 3, E. 174 N. 1, 175 N. 1, 296. Monarchy in ancient Greece and Rome, tradition of its abolition, I. 46. Rise of, 216 SQQ. Essential to emergence of mankind from savagery, 217. Hereditary and elective, combination of the two, E. 292 SQQ. Money, Old Italian, I. 23. Montanus, the Phrygian, I. 407. Montezuma, I. 416. Moon, singing to the, I. 125. Charm to hasten the, 319. In relation to childbirth, E. 128. Women chosen to represent the, 146. Morbus Regis, jaundice, I. 371 N. 4. Morgan, Professor M.H., E. 207 N. 1. Mother of Kings, E. 277. Of the Gods, I. 21. Of the Rain, I. 276. Motherkin, E. 271. In succession to Roman kingship, 271. Among the Aryans, 283 SQQ. Superiority of maternal uncle to father under motherkin, 285. See also female kinship. Mother's brother preferred to father, Mark of Motherkin, E. 285. Motu, the, I. 317, E. 106. Matumotu, the, I. 317, 327, 337. Ortaribi, the, in New Guinea, 125. Moulton, Professor J.H., E. 182N. 2, 189N. 3, 247N. 5. Moxos Indians, I. 123. Mwadajambo, the, E. 262. Mukasa, God of the Baganda, E. 150. Muller, Max, I. 333 SQ. Mulongo, twin, name applied by the Baganda to the navel string, I. 195, 196. Mummers dressed in leaves, branches, and flowers, E. 74 SQQ. 78 SQQ. Mundaris, the, E. 39, 46. Mundas, the, E. 57. Monroe, Dr. R, E. 352. Muramuras, I. 255 SQ. Mazzini, Golden Lemov, I. 365. Mysteries of Eleusis, E. 138 SQ. Mytilene, King's Ad, I. 45. Nabateans, Agriculture of the, E. 100. Nabu, Marriage of the God, E. 130. Nahak, Rubbish used in magic, I. 341. Nails knocked into trees, E. 36, 42. A charm against witchcraft, 339 SQ. Pegs, or pins knocked into images, I. 61, 64, 65, 68, 69. Nails, pairings of, used in magic, I. 57, 64, 65, 66. Names of kings changed to procure rain, I. 355. Nandi, power of medicine men among the, I. 344. Ninja spots or local totem centers, I. 96, 97. Nat, spirit, E. 46. Natchez, the, I. 249. Their perpetual fires, E. 262 SQ. Nativity of the Sun's walking stick, I. 312. Navarre, rain-making in, I. 307 SQ. Navel string, contagious magic of, I. 182 to 201. Regarded as brother or sister of child, 186, 189. Call the twin, 195. Seat of external soul, 200 SQ. Navel strings hung on trees, E. 56. Negative magic or taboo, I. 111 SQQ. Nemi, the lake of, I. 1 SQQ. Sanctuary Diana Ad, 2 SQQ. The priest of, 8 SQQ. 40, 41, E. 376, 386, 387. Neoptolemus, E. 278. Nerthus, procession of, E. 144 in. 1. Nets, marriage of girls to, E. 147. New birth, simulation of, I. 380 SQ. Born children brought to the hearth, E. 232. Caledonia, I. 78. Homeopathic magic of stones in, 162 SQQ. Caledonians, the, I. 312, 313, 314. Fire, E. 237. Made at midsummer, 243. Made at beginning of a king's reign, 262, 267. Guinea, influence of magicians in, I. 337 SQ. Year festival, I. 251. Guy, God, E. 44, 150. Nias, I. 109, 143. Nicholson, General, worshipped, I. 404. Niebuhr, B.G., E. 269. Nightingale in Magic, I. 154. Nile, the Upper, Rainmakers on the, I. 345 SQQ. The Bride of the, E. 151. 9 animals sacrificed daily at a festival, E. 365. Year's Festival at Uppsala, E. 364 SQ. Noah's Ark, I. 334. Nani Capitane, E. 314. Nutkas, superstitions as to twins among the, I. 263 SQ. Norse Trinities, E. 364. Noses Board, I. 94. Numa, his birthday, E. 273. A Priestly King, 289. And Egeria, I. 18, E. 172 SQ. 193, 380. Numa's birthday, E. 325, 348. Numa's crockery, E. 202. Numbering the herds on St. George's Day, E. 338. Numisius, the river, E. 181. Nuns of St. Bridget, E. 240 SQ. Niran, I. 275, 276. Nusku, Babylonian fire god, I. 67. Nyanza, lake, god of, I. 395. Oak, its diffusion in Europe, E. 349 SQQ. Worship of the, 349 SQQ. Oracular, at Dodona, 358. Worshipped in modern Europe, 370 SQQ. And thunder, the Aryan god of the, E. 356 SQQ. Sky, rain, and thunder, god of the, 349 SQ. Evergreen, in making fire, E. 251. The golden bow grew on N, 379. Branch and rain charm, I. 309. God married to the oak goddess, E. 142. And oak goddess, marriage of, 189. How he became a god of lightning, thunder, and rain, 372 SQQ. Groves in ancient Ireland, E. 242 SQ. Leaves, crown of, E. 175, 176 SQ. 184. Nymphs at Rome, E. 172, 185. Tree guarded by the king of the wood at Nemi, I. 42. Trees, sacrifices to, E. 366. Wood, Vesta's fire at Rome fed with, E. 186. Perpetual fire of, 365, 366. Ceremonial fires kindled by the friction of, 372. Woods on the site of ancient Rome, E. 184 SQQ. Worship of the Druids, E. 9. Oaken image dressed as a bride, E. 140 SQ. Oaks at Trozen, I. 26. Of Ireland, E. 363. Sacred among the old Prussians, 43. O's on stones, I. 160 SQ. Ocritia, E. 195. Octopus in magic, I. 156. Odin is a magician, I. 241 SQ. The Norse god of war, E. 364. Oedipus, E. 115. Animos, E. 300. Ossel, island of, I. 329. Offspring, charms to procure, I. 70 SQQ. Ojways, Magical images among the I. 55. Olaf, King, I. 367. Old Men, Government by, in Aboriginal Australia, I. 334 SQ. Oldenburg, Professor H. I. 225 N. 228, 235 N. 1, 269, 270. Olives planted and gathered by pure boys and virgins, E. 107. Olympia, races for the kingdom at, E. 299 SQ. Omaha's, the, I. 249, 320. Omens, homeopathic magic to win lethal omens, I. 170 to 174. Omphale and Hercules, E. 281. Omumbarambonga, Cumbretum primigenum, the sacred tree of the Herero, E. 213 SQ. 218, 219 SQ. 233. Omulapu tree, Grevius spec. E. 219. Opprobrious language leveled at goddess to please her, I. 280. Oracles given by king, I. 377. Oriones, marriage of sun and earth among the, E. 148. Spring festival of the, 76 SQ. Oracular spring at Dodona, E. 172. Ordeal of battle among the Umbrians, E. 321. Orestes at Nemi, I. 10 SQ. 21 N. 2, 24. At Trozen, 26. Cured of his madness, 161. Orgies, sexual, as fertility charms, E. 98 SQQ. Orontes, the river, E. 160. Osiris threatened by magicians, I. 225. Astyx, tree worship among the, E. 11. Ovambo, the, I. 63, 209, E. 46. Ovid, E. 176, 177, 191. Anemi, I. 4, 17. Pacific, human gods in the, I. 386 SQQ. Padstow, custom at the hobby horse at, E. 68. Pages, medicine men, I. 358. Paint house, the, E. 111. Paintings, prehistoric, of animals in caves, I. 87 N. 1. Pays, E. I. 23 N. Pales, E. 326, 327, 328, 329, 348. Pallades, female consorts of Ammon, E. 135. Palladius, E. 314. Palline, daughter of Scythian, E. 307. Palm tree, ceremony of tapping it for wine, E. 100 SQ. See also date palm. Panamara in Caria, I. 29. Paperuta, I. 273. Parasitic plants, superstitions as to, E. 250, 251 SQ. Parulia, the, E. 123, 229, 273. A shepherd's festival, 325 SQQ. Parjanya, the ancient Hindu god of thunder and rain, I. 270, E. 368, SQ. Parkinson, R. I. 175. Parricide, Roman punishment of, E. 110 N. 2. Perses, the, E. 241. Parthenai, I. 36 N. 2. Parthenos as applied to Artemis, I. 36. Parthian monarchs brothers of the sun, I. 417 SQ. Partridge, C. E. 394 N. 2. Patara, Apollo at E. 135. Paternity, uncertainty of, a ground for a theological distinction, E. 135. Of kings a matter of indifference under female kinship, 274 SQQ. 282. Patriarchal family at Rome, E. 283. Paulicians, the, I. 407. Bough, the, I. 330. Payne, E.J., I. 415 N. 2. Pear tree as protector of cattle, E. 55. Peat bogs of Europe, E. 350 SQQ. Peking Gazette, I. 355. Peleus, E. 278. Palau Islands, Human Gods in, I. 389. Pelopidao, the, E. 279. Pelops, E. 279. And Hippodamia, E. 299 SQ. Penates, the, E. 205 SQ. Pennefather River in Queensland, I. 99, 100. People said to be ignorant of the art of kindling fire, E. 253 SQQ. Peperuga, I. 274. Pepys, S. I. 369, E. 52, 333. Pergruvius, a Lithuanian god of the spring, E. 347 SQ. Periphas, king of Athens, E. 177. Perkinas or Perkuns, the Lithuanian god of thunder and lightning, E. 365 SQQ. Derivation of his name, 367 N. 3. Perperia, I. 273. Perpetual fires, origin of, E. 253 SQQ. Associated with royal dignity, E. 261 SQQ. Perseus and Andromeda, E. 163. Peru, Indians of, I. 265, E. 146. The Incas of, 243 SQ. Perun, the thunder god of the Slavs, E. 365. Peruvian Indians, I. 56. Vestals, E. 243 SQQ. Pythonus, I. 47. Peter of Duisburg, E. 366 N. 2. Phaedra and Hippolytus, I. 25. Phineas, Lake of, E. 8. Phigalia, I. 31. Philostratus, I. 167. Phosphorescent of the sea, superstitions as to the, E. 154 SQ. Pigs, female descent of kingship among the, E. 280 SQ. 286. Piers, Sir Henry, E. 59. Pig, blood of, drunk as a means of inspiration, I. 382. In purificatory rites, E. 107, 108, 109. Expiatory sacrifice of, 122. Pigeon used in a love charm, E. 345 SQ. Pile villages in the valley of the Po, E. 8. Of Europe, 352 SQ. Peepal tree, Ficus religiosa, E. 43. Pipiles, the, of Central America, E. 98. Pity of rain gods, appeal to, I. 302 SQ. Placenta, afterbirth, and navel string, contagious magic of, I. 182 to 201. Plant and trees, navel strings of Baganda buried at foot of, I. 195. Plants, homeopathic magic to make plants grow, I. 136 SQQ. Influenced homeopathically by a person's act or state, 139 SQQ. Influence persons homeopathically, 144 SQQ. Sexes of, E. 24. Marriage of, 26 SQQ. Plataea, Festival of the Daedalus E. 140 SQ. Plato, I. 45, 104. Plebeians, the Roman kings, E. 289. Pleiades, rising of the I. 32. Pliny the Elder, I. 49. On sacredness of woods, E. 123. The Younger, I. 6. Plowing by women is a rhyme charm, I. 282 SQ. Plover in connection with rain, I. 259, 261. Plutarch, I. 28, 80, E. 172, 196, 320 N. 3, 325 N. 3. Anuma and Egeria, I. 18. Pole star, homeopathic magic of the I. 166. Political evolution from democracy to despotism, I. 421. Polybius, E. 354. Polydorus, E. 31. Poplar, the white, at Olympia, a substitute for the oak, E. 220. Porphyry, I. 390, E. 12. Porta Capena at Rome, I. 18. Porta Quirquidalena, E. 185 N. 3. Poso in Celebes, I. 379, E. 29. Petrimpo, Old Prussian god, E. 248. Pottery, primitive, employed in Roman ritual, E. 202 SQQ. Superstitions as to the making of 204 SQ. Pramantha, E. 249. Prayers for rain, E. 359, 362. To thunder, 367 SQ. To an oak, 372. Precautions against witches, E. 52 SQQ. Precious stones, homeopathic magic of, I. 164 SQ. Pregnancy, ceremony in 7th month of, I. 72 SQ. Pregnant cows sacrificed to the earth goddess, E. 229. Victims sacrificed to ensure fertility, I. 141. Women employed to fertilize crops and fruit trees, I. 140 SQ. Pretenders to divinity among Christians, I. 407 SQQ. Priest drenched with water as a rain charm, E. 77. Rolled on fields as fertility charm, 103. Of Diana at Nemi, I. 8 SQQ. Of Nemi, I. 8 SQQ. 40, 41, E. 376, 386, 387. See also King of the Wood. Priestesses, inspired, I. 379 SQ. 381 SQ. Priestly kings, I. 44 SQQ. Priests, magical powers attributed to priests by French peasants, I. 231 to 233. Inspired, 377 SQQ. Princesses married to foreigners or men of low birth, E. 274 SQQ. Private magic, I. 214 SQ. Procopius, E. 365. Procreative virtue attributed to fire, E. 233. Proculus Julius, E. 182. Progress, intellectual, dependent on economic progress, I. 218. Social, 421. Promethean's History of Italy, E. 196, 197. Prometheus, E. 260. Prophetic powers conferred by certain springs, E. 172. Prophets, the Hebrew, their ethical religion, I. 223. Propitiation essential to religion, I. 222. Prostitution before marriage, practice of, E. 282, 285, 287. Prothero, G. W. E. 71N. 1. Province, magical powers attributed to priests in I. 232. PRPATS, I. 274. Prunes Patus, L. E. 344. Prussians, the old, their worship of trees, E. 43. Prytanium, fire in the, E. 260. Silly, the, I. 331. Public magic, I. 215. Purification by fire, E. 327, 329. Purificatory rites for sexual crimes, E. 107 SQQ. 115, 116. Purivas and Urvasi, E. 250. Pythagoras, maxims of, I. 211, 213 SQ. Pythiasts at Athens, I. 33. Python, sacred, E. 150. Quack, the, E. 81. Quartz crystals used in rain-making, I. 254, 255, 304. Queen of Egypt married to the god Ammon, E. 131 SQQ. Of Athens married to Dionysus, 136 SQ. Of May, E. 84, 87 SQ. Charlotte Islands, I. 70. Sister in Uganda, license accorded to the E. 275 SQ. Queensland, rainmaking in, I. 254 SQ. Kirkatulani, man of the oak, E. 188. Quirinal Hill, the, E. 182, 185. Quirinus, E. 182, 185, 193 N. 1. Quitive, the, I. 392. Quivering of the body in a rain charm, I. 260, 361. Ra, the Egyptian sun god, I. 418, 419. Race, the kings, E. 84. Succession to kingdom determined by a 299 SQQ. For a bride, 301 SQQ. Races at Whitsuntide, E. 69, 84. Raccoons in rain charm, I. 288. Rain, extraction of teeth in connection with, I. 98 SQ. The magical control of 247 SQQ. Made by homeopathic or imitative magic, 247 SQQ. Mother of the 276. Supposed to fall only as a result of magic, 353. Excessive, supposed to be an effect of sexual crime, E. 108, 113. Zeus is the god of 359 SQ. Rainbird, I. 287. Rainbush, E. 46. Charm by plowing, I. 282 SQ. Country, I. 259. Doctor, I. 271. God as dragon, I. 297. God compelled to give rain by threats and violence, I. 296 SQQ. Appealed to the pity of the 302 SQ. Rain King, I. 275, E. 2. Maker among the Urinta, costume of the, I. 260. Assimilates himself to water, 269 SQQ. Makers, their importance in savage communities, I. 247. In Africa, their rise to political power, 342 SQQ. 352. On the Upper Nile, 345 SQQ. Unsuccessful, punished or killed, 345, 352 SQQ. Making by means of the dead, I. 284 SQQ. By means of animals, 287 SQQ. by means of stones, 304 SQQ. Rainstick, I. 254. Rainstones, I. 254, 305, 345, 346. Temple, I. 250. Totem, I. 258. Rainbow and Rain Charm, picture of, I. 258. Rajas among the Malays, supernatural powers attributed to, I. 361. Ramsey, Sir W.M., I. 36n. 2. Rats and Mice, Teeth of, in Magic, I. 178 SQQ. Raven in Wind Charm, I. 320. Raven's Eggs in Magic, I. 154. Ray, S.H.E. 208n. 3. Red Color in Magic, I. 79, 81, 83. Karens of Burma, E. 69. Woolen Threads, a charm against witchcraft, E. 336. Reddening the faces of gods, custom of, E. 175 SQ. Regalia of Malay kings, I. 362 SQ. Supernatural powers of, 398. Regia, the king's palace at Rome, E. 201. Regifugium at Rome, E. 290. Perhaps a relic of a contest for the kingdom, 308 SQQ. Regillus, Battle of Lake, I. 50. Rhinage, Salmon, I. 27n. 6, 87n. 1, E. 232n. 2, 241n. 1. Reincarnation, belief of the Aboriginal Australians in, I. 96, 99, SQ. Certain funeral rites perhaps intended to ensure, 101 SQQ. Religion defined, I. 222. Two elements of, a theoretical and a practical, 222 SQ. Opposed in principle to science, 224. Transition from magic to, 237 SQQ. E. 376 SQ. And magic, I. 220 to 243, 250, 285, 286, 347. Hegelon, 423 SQQ. Religious drama sometimes originate in magical rites, E. 142 SQ. Romulus, E. 180. Rin, E. I. 236n. 1. Renouve, Sir P. Lepi, I. 418. Rex Nemerensis, I. 11. Retra, I. 383. Rheumatism caused by magic, I. 207 SQ. 213. Rhodians worship the sun, I. 315. Rise, Sir John, I. 17n. 2, E. 363n. 4. Ribald songs in Rain Charm, I. 267. Rice, charm to make rice grow, I. 140. In bloom treated like pregnant woman, E. 28 SQ. Chastity at sewing, 106. Ridgway, Professor W. E. 103. Rig Veda, I. 294. Quoted, E. 368 SQ. Ringing out the grass, E. 344. Rivers as lovers of women in Greek mythology, E. 161 SQ. Rivers, Dr. W.H.R., I. 230n. 403n. 1, 421n. 1. Rivos, harvest god of Celts in Gaul, I. 17. Rivros, a Celtic month, I. 17n. 2. Robertson, Sir George Scott, I. 133. Rock crystals in Rain Charms, I. 345. Rogations, Monday of E. 166. Rolling on the fields as a fertility charm, E. 103. At harvest, E. 104. Cakes on the ground for omens, E. 338. Roman fire customs compared to those of the Herero, E. 227 SQQ. Kings as deities in a sacred marriage, E. 172 SQ. 192, 193, SQ. As personifications of Jupiter, 266 SQ. List of 269 SQ. Rule of succession among 270 SQ. Plebeians, not patricians, 289. How nominated, 295 SQ. Their mysterious or violent ends, 312 SQQ. Their obscure birth, 312 SQ. Kingship, descent of, in the female line, E. 270 SQ. Abolition of the, 289 SQQ. A religious office, 289. Punishment of parricide, 110 N. 2. Rome, the kings of, E. 171 SQQ. Oakwoods on the site of ancient, 184 SQQ. Romov, Romo, or Romoo, E. 366 N. 2. Romulus, fig tree of, E. 10, 318. Legend of his birth from the fire, 196. Hut of, 200. Death of, 181 SQ. 313. Rosher, W.H., E. 137 N. 1, 383 N. 3. Roscoe, Reverend J. E. 276 N. 2, 318 N. 1, 322 N. 2. Rose, the Little May, E. 74. Rostowski, S. E. 366 N. 2. Ruang, Saint Romain at, E. 164 SQQ. Romania, rain-making ceremonies in, I. 273 SQ. Round huts of the ancient Latins, E. 200 SQQ. Rouse, Dr. W.H.D., I. 15 N. 3, E. 82. Rowan or mountain ash used as a charm, E. 331. Tree, a protection against witches, E. 53, 54. Royalty conservative of old customs, E. 288. Rukmini, wife of Krishna, E. 26. Runaway slave, charm to bring back a, I. 317. Runes, the magic, I. 241. Russia, St. George's Day in, E. 332 SQQ. Russian celebration of Whitsuntide, E. 64, 93. Sect of the Christs, I. 407 SQ. Sacred beasts in Egypt, I. 29 SQ. Groves in ancient Greece and Rome, E. 121 SQQ. Marriage, the, E. 120 SQQ. Men, I. 386. Sticks representing ancestors, E. 222 SQQ. Women, I. 391. Sacrifices offered to regalia, I. 363, 365. To trees, 366. Sacrificial king at Rome, I. 44. Saint Anthony's fire treated by homeopathic magic, I. 81 SQ. Bride in the Highlands of Scotland, E. 94. Bridget, E. 94 SQ. 242. See Saint Bridget. Bridget, Holy Fire and Nuns of, at Kildare, E. 240 SQQ. Columba, I. 407, E. 242 SQ. Dacius, E. 310 N. 1. Enis well, E. 161. Philin, well of, E. 161. Francis of Pella, I. 300. George and the Dragon, E. 163 SQ. And the Perulia, 324 SQQ. Patron saint of cattle, horses, and wolves, 330, 336, 337, 338. Chapel of, 337. As a spirit of trees or vegetation, 343 SQ. As giver of offspring to women, 344 SQQ. In relation to serpents, 344 in. 4. In Syria, 346. George's Day, April 23, E. 56, 75, 79, 103, 164 in. 1. 330, SQQ. Eve of, a time when witches steal milk from the cows, 334 SQQ. Gervais, spring of, I. 307. Hippolytus, I. 21. James, I. 266. Quoted, 223, 224. St. John, Eve of, in Sweden, E. 65. Sweethearts of, 92. John the Baptist, Day of, I. 377. His Midsummer Festival, E. 273. Leonhard, I. 7 SQ. Mary, Wells of, E. 161. In Araceli, 184. Oud, E. 165, 168. Paul, I. 407. Peter, as giver of rain, I. 307. Peter's Day, June 29, E. 141. Romain and the Dragon of Rouen, E. 164 SQQ. The Shrine, feared of, 167, 168, 170 N. 1. Cesare, Mass of, I. 232 SQ. Saints, violence done to images of saints in Sicily to procure rain, I. 300. Images of saints dipped in water as a rain charm, 307 SQ. Sakai, the, I. 360. Sakalava, the, I. 397. Ekvari song, I. 269 SQ. Sal trees, E. 41. And flowers, 76 SQ. Salagramma, fossil ammonite, E. 26, 27 N. 2. Saliclaw, remarriage of widow under, E. 285. Salmon, twins thought to be, I. 263. Salmonius, king of Elis, I. 310, E. 177, 181. Salt, abstinence from, I. 124, 266, E. 98, 105, 149. As a charm, 331. Samagicians, the, E. 125. Their sacred groves, 43. Sami wood, Prosopis by Sigera, E. 248, 249, 250 N. Samnites, marriage custom of the, E. 305. Samoa, gods of, in animal and human form, I. 389. Sandwich Islands, king of, I. 377. See also Hawaii. Santiago, the horse of, I. 267. Sarah and Abraham, E. 114. Sardinia, Midsummer Customs in, E. 92. Satapatha Brahmana, I. 380. Saturn personified at the Saturnalia, E. 310 SQ. And Jupiter, E. 323. Saturnalia, E. 272. As a fertility rite, 99. How celebrated by Roman soldiers on the Danube, 310. Saturn personified at the 310 SQ. King of the 311. The Festival of Sowing, 311 SQ. Seville, Lord, his excavations at Nemi, I. 3N. 2. Saxa Grammaticus, I. 160, E. 280. Saxons, marriage with the stepmother among the E. 283. Of Transylvania, 337. Scaloi, I. 274. Scamander, the river, supposed to take the virginity of brides, E. 162. Scandinavia, female descent of the kingship in E. 279 SQ. Scepter of Agamemnon, I. 365. Shins, Dr. H. E. 213 N. 2. 218. Scotland, magical images in I. 68 to 70. Scott, Sir Walter, I. 326. Scratching the person with the fingers forbidden, I. 254. Scrofula, kings thought to heal scrofula by their touch, I. 368 SQQ. Scythian kings, their regalia, I. 365. Scythians put their kings in bonds, I. 354. C. Virgins married to the genii of the E. 153 SQ. Phosphorescent of the 154 SQ. Seasons, Athenian sacrifices to the I. 310. Secret societies, I. 340. Semiramis, E. 275. Senna, island of E. 241 N. 1. Seneca, on sacred groves, E. 123. Serpent, dried, in ceremony for stopping rain, I. 295 SQ. Or dragon of water, 155 SQQ. Serpents in relation to street. George, E. 344 N. 4. Servia, rain-making ceremony in I. 273. Servius on Verbius, I. 20 SQ. 40. Tullius, laws of E. 115, 129. And Fortuna, 193 N. 1. 272. Legend of his birth from the fire, 195 SQ. His death, 320 SQ. Sowing forbidden, I. 121, 128. Sexes, influence of the, on vegetation, E. 97 SQQ. Of plants, 24. Sexual communism, tradition of, E. 284. Crime, blighting effects attributed to, E. 107 SQQ. Intercourse practiced to make the crops and fruits grow, E. 98 SQQ. Orgies as a fertility charm, E. 98 SQQ. Shaking a victim as sign of its acceptance, I. 384 SQ. Shens of Burma, I. 128. Sheaf of oats made up to represent Saint Bride or Bridget, E. 94 SQ. The last, 94 N. 2. Sheep, black, sacrificed for rain, I. 290. Driven through fire, E. 327. Shepherd's prayer, E. 327 SQ. Shepherd's festival, ancient Italian, E. 326 SQQ. Shetland, which is in, I. 326. Shrew mouse in magic, I. 83. Shuswap Indians, I. 265. Siam, king of, E. 262. Divinity of, I. 401. Sybil, the, and the golden bough, I. 11. Sicily, attempts to compel the saints to give rain in, I. 299 SQ. Sick people passed through a hole in an oak, E. 371. Sickness, homeopathic magic for the cure of I. 78 SQQ. Salisa, Wittentide customs in E. 89. Silk cotton trees reverenced E. 14 SQ. Sylvanus, forest god E. 121, 124. Silver poplar, a charm against witchcraft E. 336. Sylvie, the family name of the kings of Alba E. 178 SQQ. 192. Silvius, first king of Alba E. 179. Similarity in magic, law of I. 52, 53. Simplification, danger of excessive simplification in science I. 332 SQ. Singer, the best, chosen chief E. 298 SQ. Sins, confession of I. 266. Sinusa, waters of E. 161. Sisters, children preferred to man's own children, mark of motherkin E. 285. Sisters of king, license accorded to E. 274 SQQ. Siva, I. 404 E. 77, 78. Skeet, WW, I. 360 SQ. Skeleton in rain charm I. 284. Skeen, WF, E. 286 N. 2. Skoptsi, the, a Russian sect E. 145 N. 2. Skulls, ancestral, used in magical ceremonies I. 163. In rain charm 285. Sky, twins called the children of the I. 267, 268. Aryan god of the E. 374 SQ. Slave, charm to bring back a runaway I. 152, 317. Priests at Nemi I. 11. Slaves, license granted to at Saturnalia E. 312. Female, license accorded to at the Nani Capridine 313 SQ. Slavs, tree worship among the heathen E. 9. The thunder god Perun of the 365. Sleep, charms employed by burglars to cause I. 148 SQ. Sleep of war E. 147. Smith, W. Robertson I. 301 N. 2. Smith Sacred I. 349. Smoke made as a rain charm I. 249. Of cedar inhaled as means of inspiration 383 SQ. As a charm against witchcraft E. 330. Snake bites, charms against I. 152 SQ. Skin, a charm against witchcraft E. 335. Snakes, human wives of E. 149, 150. Sober sacrifices I. 311 N. 1. Social progress I. 420. Sota, a lightning goddess E. 370. Siphala, king of I. 392. Sokamuzo, the pontiff of I. 416. Sogble, a lightning god E. 370. Solar myth theory I. 333. Somerville, Professor W. E. 328 N. 4. Sophocles E. 115, 161. Sorcerers. Sea magicians, medicine men. Sorcery. Sea magic. Sorrows, master of I. 280. Soul, external, in afterbirth, placenta, or navel string I. 200 SQ. Souls ascribed to trees E. 12 SQQ. Of ancestors supposed to be in fire on the hearth 232. Sowing, curses at I. 281. Homeopathic magic at 136 SQQ. Sexual intercourse before E. 98. Continence at 105, 106. In Italy and Sicily, time of 311 N. 5. Sparks of fire supposed to impregnate women, E. 197, 231. Sparta, the two kings of I. 46 SQ. Their relation to Castor and Pollux, 48 to 50. Spartan sacrifice of horses to the sun, I. 315 SQ. Spencer and Gillen, I. 89, 107 N. 4. Spithe, J. I. 397. Spinning forbidden, I. 113 SQ. Spirit, brethren of the free, I. 408. Spiritual husbands, E. 316 SQ. Spittle, divination by, I. 99. Used in magic, 57. Spring, oracular at Dodona, E. 172. Spring's trouble to procure rain, I. 301. Which confer prophetic powers, E. 172. Squirting water as a rain charm, I. 249 SQ. 277 SQ. Star, falling, in magic, I. 84. Stepmother, marriage with a, among the Saxons, E. 283. Steward, CS, I. 387 N. 1. Sticks, sacred, representing ancestors, E. 222 SQQ. Stone, hold, in magic, I. 313. Curl you in magic, I. 80. Throwing as a fertility charm, I. 39. Stones tied to trees to make them bear fruit, I. 140. Oaths upon, 160 SQ. Homeopathic magic of, 160 SQQ. Employed to make fruits and crops grow, 162 SQQ. Precious, homeopathic magic of, 164 SQ. The day of, 279. Rain-making by means of, 304 SQQ. In charms to make the sun shine, 312, 313, 314. Put in trees to prevent sun from setting, 318. In wind charms, 319, 322 SQ. Storeroom, penance, sacred, E. 205 SQ. Strapo, E. 305. Stubs, P. E. 66. Subincision, use of bloodshed at, I. 92, 94 SQ. Succession to the chieftainship or kingship alternating between several families, E. 292 SQQ. To the kingdom, in ancient Latium, E. 266 SQQ. Determined by race, 299 SQQ. Determined by mortal combat, E. 322. Sulca, the, of New Britain, E. 148. Sumatra, I. 58, 71. Summer, bringing in the, E. 74. Sun, homeopathic magic of setting, I. 165 SQ. Supposed to send new teeth, 181. Magical control of the, 311 SQQ. Charms to cause the sun to shine, 311 SQQ. Eclipse of, ceremonies at 311, 312. Human sacrifices to the 314 SQ. Chief deity of the Rhodians, 315. Supposed to drive in chariot, 315. Caught by net or string, 316. Charms to prevent the sun from going down, 316 SQQ. The father of the Incas, 415. Parthian monarchs, the brothers of the, 417 SQ. Sanctuary of the, E. 107. High priest of the, 146 SQ. Marriage of a woman to the 146 SQ. Worshipped by the Blackfoot Indians, 146. Round Temple of the 147. Temple of the Sun at Cusco, 243. Virgins of the Sun in Peru, 243 SQQ. The Great, Title of Chief, 262, 263. And Earth, Marriage of the E. 98 SQ. 148. God, no wine offered to the I. 311. God Ra in Egypt, I. 418, 419. Goddess, I. 417. Superstitions as to the making of pottery, E. 204 SQ. Svayamvara, E. 306. Swami Bhaskaranandaji Saraswati, I. 404. Swearing on stones, I. 160 SQ. Sweden, Midsummer Customs in, E. 65. Freyantis Priestess in, 143 SQ. Customs observed in, at turning out the cattle to graze for the first time in spring, 341 SQ. Swedes sacrifice their kings, I. 366 SQ. Sweethearts of St. John, E. 92. Swine, herds of, in ancient Italy, E. 354. Sycamore is worshipped, E. 15. Sacred among the Gallas, 34. Sylvae or woods, the kings of Alba, E. 379. Sympathetic magic, I. 51 SQQ. Its two branches, 54. Examples of 55 SQQ. See also magic. Syria, St. George in, E. 346. Tara, the thunder god of the Esthonians, E. 367. Taboo, a negative magic, I. 111 SQQ. Taboos, homeopathic, I. 116. Contagious, 117. On food, 117 SQQ. Laid on the parents of twins, 262, 263 SQ. 266. Observed after house building, E. 40. Tacitus, E. 285. Tegales, the, E. 36. Tahiti, kings of, defied, I. 388. Tail money, E. 331. Tali, tying the, E. 57N. 4. Tamarinds, sacred, E. 42, 44. Tammuz or Adonis, E. 346. Tena, power of the disease makers in, I. 341. Tanaquil, the queen, E. 195. Taoism, religious head of, I. 413 SQQ. Tapio, woodland god, E. 124. Tarahumers of Mexico, I. 249. Tarquin the Elder, E. 195. The Proud, his attempt to shift the line of descent of the kingship, E. 291 SQ. Tasmanians, the, E. 257. Tatius, death of, E. 320. Tauric Diana, I. 10 SQ. 24. Taylor, Isaac, E. 189 N. 3. Teeth, ceremony of knocking out teeth at initiation, I. 97 SQQ. Extraction of teeth in connection with rain, 98 SQ. Charms to strengthen, 153, 157. Contagious magic of, 176 to 182. Of rats and mice in magic, 178 SQQ. Telemann, E. 278. Telchines, the, of roads, I. 310. Telepathy, magical, I. 119 SQQ. In hunting and fishing, 120 SQQ. In war, 126 SQQ. In voyages, 126. Tertullian, I. 407. On the Etruscan crown, E. 175 N. 1. Toiser, E. 278. Teutonic Kings, I. 47. Thunder God, E. 364. Thargelian, Greek Harvest Month, I. 32. Thebes, the Egyptian, E. 130, 134. High Priests of Ammon 134. Theocritus, Witchin, I. 206. Theogamy, Divine Marriage, E. 121. Theophrastus, on the Woods of Latium, E. 188. Theopompus, E. 287. The Vit, F.A., I. 358. Thieves' Candles, I. 148, 149. Things, Homeopathic Magic of Inanimate, I. 157 SQQ. Thistles, a Charm Against Witchcraft, E. 339, 340. Thompson Indians, I. 70, 132. The Fire Drill of the, E. 208. Thor, the Norse thunder god, E. 364. Thorn bushes as charms against witches, E. 338. Thoth, Egyptian god, E. 131. Threatening the thunder god, E. 183 N. 2. Thriceborn, set of Brahmins, I. 381. Thrones, sanctity of, I. 365. Thunder, imitation of, I. 248. Kings expected to make, E. 180 SQQ. Thought to be the roll of the drums of the dead, 183. Rain, sky, and oak, god of the, 349 SQ. Esthonian prayer to, 367 SQ. And oak, the Aryan god of the, E. 356 SQQ. Thunderbird, I. 309. God, threatening the, E. 183 N. 2. Conceived as a deity of fertility, 368 SQQ. Thunderbolt of Indra, I. 269. Zeus, E. 361. Thunderbolts, kings killed by, E. 181. Flint implements regarded as, 374. Thunderstorms, disappearance of Roman kings in, E. 181 SQQ. Thurston, E. I. 56 N. 3. Thyads, the, I. 46. Tibet, the Grand Lamas of, I. 411 SQ. Tides, Homeopathic Magic of the, I. 166 SQQ. Teal, C. P. I. 419 SQ. Tifada, Mount, E. 380. Timber, Homeopathic Magic of House Timber, I. 146. Of houses, tree spirits propitiated in, E. 39 SQ. Timur, telepathy of High Priest of, in war, I. 128 SQ. 10 Indians, the, I. 357. Totem charm against storms, I. 325. Toripi or Matumotu, the, in Nagini, I. 125, 337. Tabunkas, the, E. 35. Todas, the, I. 56. Divine Milkman of the, 402 SQ. Magic and Medicine among the, 421 N. 1. Togaland, I. 265. Tamori, the, of Celebes, E. 29, 35, 110. Tonga, chiefs of, believed to heal Scrofola, I. 371. Tonquin, kings of, responsible for drought and dearth, I. 355. Toppen, M, E. 365N. 5. Torajas, the, I. 109, 114, 129, 159. Torres Straits, I. 59. Tortoise, magic of, I. 151, 170. Totem, confusion between a man and his totem, I. 107 SQ. Totemism in Central Australia not a religion, I. 107 SQ. Totems in Central Australia, magical ceremonies for the multiplication of, I. 85 SQQ. Custom of eating the, 107. Touch me not, impatience SP. E. 77. Touching for the king's evil, scrofula, I. 368 SQQ. Transmigrations of human deities, I. 410 SQQ. Tree, life of child connected with, I. 184. That has been struck by lightning, 319. Culprits tied to sacred, E. 112 SQ. Fire kindled from ancestral, 221. Spirit represented simultaneously in vegetable and human form, E. 73, SQQ. Spirits, E. 7 SQQ. In-house timber propitiated, 39 SQ. Beneficent powers of, 45 SQQ. Give rain and sunshine, 45 SQ. Make crops grow, 47 SQQ. Make cattle and women fruitful, 50 SQQ. 55 SQQ. In human form or embodied in living people, 71 SQQ. Tree worship among the European families of the Aryan stock, E. 9 SQQ. In modern Europe, relics of, 59 SQQ. Trees, marriage to, I. 40 SQ. E. 57. Extracted teeth placed in, I. 98. Burial in, 102. Navel strings placed in, 182, 183, 185, 186. Afterbirth, placenta, placed in, 182, 187, 190, 191, 194, 199. Worship of, E. 7 SQQ. Regarded as animate, 12 SQQ. Sacrifices to, 15, 16 SQ. 34, 44, 46, 47. Sensitive, 18. Apologies offered to trees for cutting them down, 18 SQ. 36 SQ. Bleeding, 18, 20, 33. Threaten to make them bear fruit, 20 SQQ. Married to each other, 24 SQQ. Animated by the souls of the dead, 29 SQQ. Planted on graves, 31. As the abode of spirits, 33 SQQ. Ceremonies at cutting down, 34 SQQ. Drenched with water as a rain charm, 47. Grant women an easy delivery, 57 SQ. And plans, attempts to deceive the spirits of, E. 22 SQQ. Sacred, E. 40 SQQ. Smeared with blood, 367. Trinity, the Hindu, I. 225, 404. The Norse, E. 364. Triumph, the Roman, E. 174. Trozen, Sanctuary of Hippolytus at, I. 24 SQ. Troy, Sanctuary of Athena at, E. 284. Treman, the, I. 413. Trumpets, Sacred, E. 24. TSHI Speaking Peoples of Gold Coast, I. 132. Tullius Hostilius, killed by lightning, E. 181, 320. Tamlio, I. 213. Turner, Dr. George, I. 341. Turner's Picture of the Golden Bough, I. 1. Turning or whirling round, custom of, observed by mummers, I. 273, 275, E. 74, 80, 81, 87. Twin, name applied by the Baganda to the navel string, I. 195, 196. Twins, I. 145. In war, 49N. 3. Taboos laid on parents of 262, 263 SQ. Supposed to possess magical powers, especially over the weather and rain, 262 to 269. Supposed to be salmon, 263. Thought to be related to grizzly bears, 264 SQ. Thought to be related to apes, 265. Thought to be the sons of lightning, 266. Call the children of the sky, 267, 268. Water poured on graves of twins as a rain charm, 268. Customs of the Baganda in regard to, E. 102 SQ. Two-headed bust at Nemi, portrait of the king of the wood, I. 41 SQ. Tidius, E. 278. Tyler, E.B., I. 53N. 1, E. 208, 244N. 1, 374N. 2. On fertilization of date palm, 25N. Tindarids, Castor and Pollux, I. 49. Uganda, Queen Dowager and Queen Sister in, E. 275 SQ. Ulysses and Aeolus, I. 326. And Penelope, E. 300. Umbrians, ordeal of battle among the, E. 321. Uncle, maternal, preferred to father, mark of motherkin, E. 285. Uppsala, sacred grove at, E. 9. Temple of Frey at, 144. Great temple and festival at, 364 SQ. Urns, funereal, in shape of huts, E. 201 SQ. Urvasi and Puravas, E. 250. Vallabhakaryas, the Hindu sect, E. 160. Vero, E. 185, 200, 326, 381. Vatican L, the, E. 186. Von Stevens, H, E. 236N. 1. Vegetation, influence of the sexes on, E. 97 SQQ. Spirit of, represented by a king or queen, E. 84, 87, 88. Newly awakened in spring, E. 70. Brought to houses, 74. Represented by mummers dressed in leaves, branches, and flowers, 74, SQQ. 78 SQQ. Represented by a tree and a living man, 76. Represented in duplicate by a girl and an effigy, 78. Men and women masquerading as, 120. Vejovis, the little Jupiter, E. 179. Valida, deified women, I. 391. Vanetti, the, E. 353. Breeders of horses, I. 27. Ventriloquism, a basis of political power, I. 347. Venus, Aphrodite, and Adonis, I. 21, 25, 40, 41. Virile, AW, E. 25N. 2. Vesta, her sacred fires in Latium, I. 13 SQ. At Rome, the grove of, E. 185. Called Mother, not Virgin, 198. Round Temple of, 200 SQ. Is Mother, 227 SQQ. A goddess of fecundity, 229 SQ. Her fire at Rome fed with oak wood, E. 186. Vesta fire at Rome, a successor of the fire on the king's hearth, E. 200 SQQ. Kindled by the friction of wood, 207. At Nemi, 378 SQ. 380. Virgins in Latium, I. 13 SQ. Become mothers by the fire, E. 196 SQ. Regarded as wives of the fire god, 198, 199, 229. Among the Baganda, 246. Vestals, house of the, E. 201. Of the Herero, 213, 214. Custom of burying alive unfaithful Vestals, 228. Adore the male organ, 229. Rites performed by them for the fertility of the earth and the fecundity of cattle, 229, 326. African, 150. At Rome the wives or daughters of the kings, 228. Celtic, 241 n. 1. Peruvian, 243 SQQ. In Yucatan, 245 SQ. Victims give signs of inspiration by shaking themselves, I. 384 SQ. Victoria, the late queen, worshipped in Orissa, I. 404. Victoria Nyanza, god of the, E. 150. V. Reverend G. E. 213 n. 2. 223 SQ. Vines blessed on the Assumption of the Virgin, August 15, I. 14 SQ. Violent deaths of the Roman kings, E. 313 SQQ. Vericha, I. 56. Verbius, the slope of, I. 4n. 5, E. 321. The Maid of Diana at Nemi, I. 19 to 21, 40 SQ. E. 129. Etymology of the name, 379 n. 5. Virgil, E. 184, 186, 379. An antiquary as well as a poet, 178. Virgin, the Assumption of the, in relation to Diana, I. 14 to 16. Festival of the, in the Armenian Church, 16. Mary of Kevlar, I. 77. Priestesses in Peru, Mexico, and Yucatan, E. 243 SQQ. Virginity offered to rivers, E. 162. Virility, Hierophant at Eleusis temporarily deprived of his, E. 130. Sacrifice of, to a goddess, 144 SQ. Vishnu, E. 26. Vitellius at Nemi, I. 5. Vituperation thought to cause rain, I. 278. Votive offerings at Nemi, I. 4, 6, 12, 19, 23. Voyages, telepathy in, I. 126. Vulcan, father of Caeculus, E. 197. Vulture, magic of, I. 151. Wagogo, the, I. 123. Wagtail, the yellow, in magic, I. 79. Wobber, the, E. 75. Valdemar, I, King of Denmark, I. 367. Wallace, Sir D. Mackenzie, I. 407 SQ. Wallows, the, of Senegal, I. 370. Wilpurgis Knight, E. 52, 54, 55, 127. Walton, Isaac, I. 326 n. 2. War, telepathy in, I. 126 SQQ. War, the sleep of, E. 147. Ward, Professor H. Marshall, E. 252, 315 n. 1. Ward, Professor James, I. 423. Warmongga, the, I. 93, 95, 99. Wasps and Magic, I. 152. Water sprinkled as rain charm, I. 248 SQQ. Serpent or Dragon of, E. 155 SQQ. And Fire, Kings of, E. 3 SQQ. Lilies, charms to make water lilies grow, I. 95, 97, 98. Nymphs, fertilizing virtue of, E. 162. Spirits, propitiation of, E. 76. Sacrifices to, 155 SQQ. As beneficent beings, 159. Bestow offspring on women, 159 SQQ. Totem, I. 259. Waterfalls, spirits of, E. 156, 157. Wax melted in magic, I. 77. Wealth acquired by magicians, I. 347, 348, 351, 352. Weapon and wound, contagious magic of, I. 201 SQQ. Weaving and twining thread forbidden, I. 131. Wellhausen, J. I. 303. Wells cleansed as rain charm, I. 267. Married to the Holy Basil, E. 26 SQ. Bestow offspring on women, 160 SQ. Whens, their superstition as to oaks, E. 55. Werner, Miss A, E. 317 N. 1. Wernick, quoted, I. 35 SQ. Wetting people with water as a rain charm, I. 250, 251, 269 SQ. 272, 273, 274, 275, 277 SQ. E. 77. Whale fishing, telepathy in, I. 121. Whirling or turning round, custom of, observed by mummers, I. 273, 275, E. 74, 80, 81, 87. Whirlwind, attacking the, I. 329 SQQ. White bulls sacrificed, E. 188 SQ. Horses, sacred, E. 174 N. 2. Poplar, the, at Olympia, E. 220. Thorn, a charm against witches, E. 191. Victims sacrificed for sunshine, I. 291, 292. Whitakirk, E. 161. Whit Monday, the King's Game on, E. 89, 103. Whitsunbrod in Denmark, E. 91 SQ. Whitsunday customs in Russia, E. 64, 93. Races, E. 69, 84. Contest for the kingship at, 89. Custom of rolling on the fields at, 103. Customs in Holland, 104. Bride, the, E. 89, 96. Basket, the, E. 83. Flower, E. 80. King, E. 84, 89, 90. Lout, the, E. 81. Man, the little, E. 81. Queen, E. 87, 90. Widow, remarriage of, in Salic law, E. 285 SQ. Windman, A, I. 230 SQ. Wiglet and Feng, E. 281, 283. Wilhelmina, a Bohemian woman, worshipped, I. 409. Wilkinson, R. J, E. 383 N. 1. William III, I. 369. Willow tree on St. George's Day, E. 76. Wind, magical control of the, I. 319 SQQ. Charms to make the wind drop, 320. Fighting and killing the spirit of the, 327 SQQ. Clan, I. 320. Of the cross, I. 325. Doctor, I. 321. Wands tied up in knots, I. 326. Wine not offered to the sun god, I. 311. Wiradjuri tribe, I. 335. Wazhawa, Professor G, I. 22n. 5, 23n. E. 382n. 1. Witches raising the wind, I. 322, 326. Buried under trees, E. 32. Steel milk on May Day or wool purchased night, 52 SQQ. Steel milk on Midsummer Eve, 127. Steel milk on Eve of St. George, 334 SQQ. Precautions against, 52 SQQ. As cats and dogs, 334, 335. Witches Sabbath on the Eve of St. George, E. 335, 338. With Chetty Grubs, ceremony for the multiplication of, I. 85. Wives of Marduk, E. 130. Wizards who raise winds, I. 323 SQQ. Finish, 325. Wolves in relation to horses, I. 27. Feared by shepherds, E. 327, 329, 330 SQ. 333, 334, 340, 341. Women, fruitful, supposed to fertilize crops and fruit trees, I. 140, SQ. Employed to sow the fields, 141 SQ. Plowing as a rain charm, 282 SQ. Worshipped by the ancient Germans, 391. Married to gods, E. 129 SQQ. 143 SQ. 146 SQ. 149 SQQ. Fertilized by water spirits, 159 SQQ. Impregnated by fire, 195 SQQ. 230 SQ. Alone allowed to make pottery, 204 SQ. Barren, thought to sterilize gardens, I. 142. Fertilized by trees, E. 316 SQQ. Wood, fire kindled by the friction of, E. 207 SQQ. 235 SQQ. 243, 248 SQQ. 258 SQ. 262, 263, 336, 366, 372. Wood, the king of the, I. 1 SQQ. Lord of the, E. 36. Woods, species of, used in making fire by friction, E. 248 to 252. Wordsworth, W. I. 104. Worship of trees, E. 7 SQQ. Of the oak, 349 SQQ. Wotyaks, the, E. 43, 145, 146. Wound and weapon, contagious magic of, I. 201 SQQ. Wise, Miss A, E. 88N. 1. Wise, William, I. 101N. 2, 105N. 5, E. 356N. 3. Yakets, the, I. 319. Yam vines, continents at training, E. 105 SQ. Igori or Yuri, St. George, E. 332, 333. Yellow birds in magic, I. 79 SQ. Color in magic, I. 79 SQQ. River, girls married to the, E. 152. Inglinger family, E. 279. Yorubas, the, I. 364. Chieftainship among the, E. 293 SQ. Rule of succession to the chieftainship among the, 293 SQ. Yucatan, Vestals in, E. 245 SQ. Uricares, the, of Bolivia, E. 204. Zila, I. 47. Zeus, Greek kings called, e. 177, 361. As god of the oak, the rain, the thunder, and the sky, 358 SQQ. Jr named lightning, 361. Jr named thunderbolt, 361. Sky god, 374. And Demeter, their marriage at Eleusis, e. 138 SQ. And Dion, at Dodona, e. 189. And Hera, sacred marriage of, e. 140 SQ. 142 SQ. At Dodona, e. 177. Priests of, 248. At Panamara in Caria, I. 28. Dictyn, e. 122. Lightning, I. 33. Lycaes, I. 309. Panhellenian, e. 359. Rainy, e. 376. Showery, e. 360. The Descender, e. 361. Zimmer, h. e. 286 n. 2. Zulus, foods tabooed among the, I. 118 SQ. The End. Printed by R. and R. Clark, Limited, Edinburgh. Works by Sir J. G. Frazer, DCL, LLD. The Golden Bough. A Study in Magic and Religion. 3rd edition, revised and enlarged. 8 Fo. Part I. The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings. 4th impression. 2 volumes. 20s. Net. 2 Taboo and the Perils of the Soul. 3rd impression. 1 volume. 10s. Net. 3. The Dying God. 3rd impression. 1 volume. 10s. Net. 4 Adonis, Attis, Osiris. 3rd impression. 2 volumes. 20s. Net. The Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild. 2nd impression. 2 volumes. 20s. Net. 6. The Scapegoat. 1 volume. 10s. Net. 7. Balder the Beautiful, The Fire Festivals of Europe in the Doctrine of the External Soul. 2nd impression. 2 volumes. 20s. Net. Vol. XII. Bibliography and General Index. 20s. Net. Times. The verdict of posterity will probably be that the Golden Bough influenced the attitude of the human mind towards supernatural beliefs and symbolical rituals more profoundly than any other books published in the 19th century except those of Darwin and Herbert Spencer. Totemism and exogamy. A treatise on certain early forms of superstition and society. With maps. 4 vols. 8 Fo. 50s. Net. Mr. A. E. Crawley and Nature. That portion of the book which is concerned with totemism, if we may express our own belief at the risk of offending Professor Frazer's characteristic modesty, is actually the complete history of totemism, its practice and its theory, its origin, and its end. Nearly 2,000 pages are occupied with an ethnographical survey of totemism, an invaluable compilation. The maps, including that of the distribution of totemic peoples, are a new and useful feature. Lectures on the early history of the kingship. 8 Fo. 8s. 60. Net. Athenaeum. It is the effect of a good book not only to teach, but also to stimulate and to suggest, and we think this the best and highest quality, and one that will recommend these lectures to all intelligent readers, as well as to the learned. Psyche's task equals a discourse concerning the influence of superstition on the growth of institutions. 2nd edition, revised and enlarged. To which is added the scope of social anthropology. 8 Fo. 5s. Net. Outlook. Whether we disagree or agree with Dr. Frazer's general conclusions, He has provided us with a veritable storehouse of correlated facts, for which, and for the learning that has gone to their collection, and for the intellectual brilliance that has gone to their arrangement, we can never be sufficiently grateful. Macmillan and Company, Limited, London. Equals the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead. Equals full. The belief among the Aborigines of Australia, the Torres Straits Islands, New Guinea, and Melanesia. The Gifford Lectures, St. Andrews, 1911 to 1912. 8 fo. 10s. Net. Mr. Edward Clodd in the Daily Chronicle. If a man die, shall he live again? Is a question asked Killiads before Job put it, and the generations of mankind repeated. In this profoundly interesting volume, Professor Frazer, out of the treasury of his knowledge, and with consummate art of attractive presentment, gives the answers devised by the lower races. Equals folklore of the Old Testament. Equals 8 fo. In preparation. Equals Pausanias's description of Greece. Equals translated with a commentary, illustrations, and maps. Second edition. 6 vols. 8 fo. 126s. Net. Athenaeum. All these writings in many languages Mr. Frazer has read and digested with extraordinary care, so that his book will be for years the book of reference on such matters, not only in England, but in France and Germany. It is a perfect thesaurus of Greek topography, archaeology, and art. Equals studies in Greek scenery, legend and history. Equals selected from his Commentary on Pausanias by Sir J.G. Frazer Globe 8 fo. 5s. Net. Eversley Series. Guardian. Here we have material which everyone who has visited Greece, or purposes to visit it, most certainly should read and enjoy. We cannot imagine a more excellent book for the educated visitor to Greece. Equals Letters of William Cowper. Equals chosen and edited, with a memoir and a few notes, by Sir J.G. Frazer. 2 vols. Globe 8 fo. 10s. Net. Eversley Series. Mr. Clement Shorter in the Daily Chronicle. The introductory memoir, of some 80 pages in length, is a valuable addition to the many appraisements of Cowper that these later years have seen. Dr. Frazer has given us 2 volumes that are an unqualified joy. Equals Essays of Joseph Addison. Equals chosen and edited, with a preface and a few notes, by Sir J.G. Frazer. 2 vols. Globe 8 fo. 10s. Net. Eversley Series. Macmillan and Company, Limited, London. Transcriber's notes. Missing or obscured punctuation was silently corrected. Typographical errors were silently corrected. Inconsistent spelling and hyphenation were made consistent only when a predominant form was found in this book. Text that was in italics is enclosed by underscores, italics. Footnotes have been moved to follow the chapters in which they are referenced. Notes are placed in the text where, in the original book, they were in the left margin near the text. The Golden Bough. A Study in Magic and Religion. By James George Frazer, DCL, LLD. Lit D. Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge. Professor of Social Anthropology in the University of Liverpool. 3rd edition. Vol. 3. Part 2. Taboo and the Perils of the Soul. New York and London. Macmillan and Company. 1911. Contents. Preface. Chapter I. The Burden of Royalty. Section 1. Royal and Priestly Taboos. Section 2. Divorce of the Spiritual from the Temporal Power. Chapter 2. The Perils of the Soul. Section 1. The Soul as a Mannequin. Section 2. Absence and Recall of the Soul. Section 3. The Soul as a Shadow and a Reflection. Chapter 3. Taboo Acts. Section 1. Taboos on Intercourse with Strangers. Section 2. Taboos on Eating and Drinking. Section 3. Taboos on Showing the Face. Section 4. Taboos on quitting the house. Section 5. Taboos on leaving food over. Chapter 4. Tabooed persons. Section 1. Chiefs and kings tabooed. Section 2. Mourners tabooed. Section 3. Women tabooed at menstruation and childbirth. Section 4. Warriors tabooed. Section 5. Manslayers tabooed. Section 6. Hunters and fishers tabooed. Chapter V. Tabooed things. Section 1. The meaning of taboo. Section 2. Iron tabooed. Section 3. Sharp weapons tabooed. Section 4. Blood tabooed. Section 5. The head tabooed. Section 6. Hair tabooed. Section 7. Ceremonies at hair cutting. Section 8. Disposal of cut hair and nails. Section 9. Spittle tabooed. Section 10. Foods tabooed. Section 11. Knots and rings tabooed. Chapter 6. Tabooed words. Section 1. Personal names tabooed. Section 2. Names of relations tabooed. Section 3. Names of the dead tabooed. Section 4. Names of kings and other sacred persons tabooed. Section 5. Names of gods tabooed. Section 6. Common words tabooed. Chapter 7. Are dead to the savage. Note. Not to step over persons and things. Index. Footnotes. Cover art. Transcriber's note. The above cover image was produced by the submitter, at distributed proofreaders, and is being placed into the public domain. Preface. The term taboo is one of the very few words which the English language has borrowed from the speech of savages. In the Polynesian tongue, from which we have adopted it, the word designates a remarkable system which has deeply influenced the religious, social, and political life of the Oceanic Islanders, both Polynesians and Melanesians, particularly by inculcating a superstitious veneration for the persons of nobles and the rights of private property. When about the year 1886 my ever-lamented friend William Robertson Smith asked me to write an article on taboo for the 9th edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, I shared what I believed to have been at the time the current view of anthropologists, that the institution in question was confined to the brown and black races of the Pacific. But an attentive study of the accounts given of taboo by observers who wrote, while it still flourished in Polynesia, soon led me to modify that view. The analogies which this system presents to the superstitions, not only of savages elsewhere, but of the civilized races of antiquity, were too numerous and too striking to be overlooked. And I came to the conclusion that taboo is only one of a number of similar systems of superstition, which among many, perhaps among all races of men, have contributed in large measure, under many different names and with many variations of detail, to build up the complex fabric of society in all the various sides or elements of it which we describe as religious, social, political, moral, and economic. This conclusion I briefly indicated in my article. My general views on the subject were accepted by my friend Robertson Smith, and applied by him in his celebrated lectures to the elucidation of some aspects of Semitic religion. Since then, the importance of taboo and of systems like it in the evolution of religion and morality, of government and property, has been generally recognized and has indeed become a commonplace of anthropology. The present volume is merely an expansion of the corresponding chapter in the first edition of the Golden Bough. It treats of the principles of taboo in their special application to sacred personages, such as kings and priests, who are the proper theme of the book. It does not profess to handle the subject as a whole, to pursue it into all its ramifications, to trace the manifold influences which systems of this sort have exerted in molding the multitudinous forms of human society. A treatise which should adequately discuss these topics would far exceed the limits which I have prescribed for myself in the Golden Bough. For example, I have barely touched in passing on the part which these superstitions have played in shaping the moral ideas and directing the moral practice of mankind, a profound subject fraught perhaps with momentous issues for the time when men shall seriously set themselves to revise their ethical code in the light of its origin. For that the ethical, like the legal code of a people, stands in need of constant revision will hardly be disputed by any attentive and dispassionate observer. The old view that the principles of right and wrong are immutable and eternal is no longer tenable. The moral world is as little exempt as the physical world from the law of ceaseless change, of perpetual flux. Contemplate the diversities, the inconsistencies, the contradictions of the ethical ideas and the ethical practice, not merely of different peoples in different countries, but of the same people in the same country in different ages. Then say whether the foundations of morality are eternally fixed and unchanging. If they seem so to us, as they have probably seemed to men in all ages who did not extend their views beyond the narrow limits of their time and country, it is in all likelihood merely because the rate of change is commonly so slow that it is imperceptible at any moment and can only be detected by a comparison of accurate observations extending over long periods of time. Such a comparison, could we make it, would probably convince us that if we speak of the moral law as immutable and eternal, it can only be in the relative or figurative sense in which we apply the same words to the outlines of the great mountains, by comparison with the short-lived generations of men. The mountains, too, are passing away, though we do not see it. Nothing is stable and abiding under or above the sun. We can as little arrest the process of moral evolution as we can stay the sweep of the tides or the courses of the stars. Therefore, whether we like it or not, the moral code by which we regulate our conduct is being constantly revised and altered. Old rules are being silently expunged and new rules silently inscribed in the palimpsest by the busy, the unresting hand of an invisible scribe. For unlike the public and formal revision of a legal code, the revision of the moral code is always private, tacit, and informal. The legislators who make and the judges who administer it are not clad in ermine and scarlet, their edicts are not proclaimed with the blare of trumpets and the pomp of heraldry. We, ourselves, are the lawgivers and the judges. It is the whole people who make and alter the ethical standard and judge every case by reference to it. We sit in the highest court of appeal, judging offenders daily, and we cannot, if we would, rid ourselves of the responsibility. All that we can do is to take as clear and comprehensive a view as possible of the evidence, lest from too narrow and partial a view we should do injustice, perhaps gross and irreparable injustice, to the prisoners at the bar. Few things, perhaps, can better guard us from narrowness and illiberality in our moral judgments than a survey of the amazing diversities of ethical theory and practice which have been recorded among the various races of mankind in different ages. And accordingly the comparative method applied to the study of ethical phenomena may be expected to do for morality what the same method applied to religious phenomena is now doing for religion, by enlarging our mental horizon, extending the boundaries of knowledge, throwing light on the origin of current beliefs and practices, and thereby directly assisting us to replace what is effete by what is vigorous, and what is false by what is true. The facts which I have put together in this volume as well as in some of my other writings may perhaps serve as materials for future science of comparative ethics. They are rough stones which await the master builder, rude sketches which more cunning hands than mine may hereafter work up into a finished picture. J. G. Frazer, Cambridge, February 1, 1911. Chapter I. The Burden of Royalty. Section 1. Role and Priestly Taboos. A1. At a certain stage of early society the king or priest is often thought to be endowed with supernatural powers or to be an incarnation of a deity, and consistently with this belief the course of nature is supposed to be more or less under his control, and he is held responsible for bad weather, failure of the crops, and similar calamities. 1. To some extent it appears to be assumed that the king's power over nature, like that over his subjects and slaves, is exerted through definite acts of will. And therefore if drought, famine, pestilence, or storms arise, the people attribute the misfortune to the negligence or guilt of their king, and punish him accordingly with stripes and bonds, or, if he remains obdurate, with deposition and death. 2. Sometimes, however, the course of nature, while regarded as dependent on the king, is supposed to be partly independent of his will. His person is considered, if we may express it so, as the dynamical center of the universe, from which lines of force radiate to all quarters of the heaven. So that any motion of his, the turning of his head, the lifting of his hand, instantaneously affects and may seriously disturb some part of nature. He is the point of support on which hangs the balance of the world, and the slightest irregularity on his part may overthrow the delicate equipoise. The greatest care must, therefore, be taken both by and of him. And his whole life, down to its minutest details, must be so regulated that no act of his, voluntary or involuntary, may disarrange or upset the established order of nature. Of this class of monarchs the Mikado or Dari, the spiritual emperor of Japan, is or rather used to be a typical example. He is an incarnation of the sun goddess, the deity who rules the universe, gods and men included. Once a year all the gods wait upon him and spend a month at his court. During that month, the name of which means without gods, no one frequents the temples, for they are believed to be deserted. 3. The Mikado receives from his people and assumes in his official proclamations and decrees the title of manifest or incarnate deity, Akitsukami, and he claims a general authority over the gods of Japan. 4. For example, in an official decree of the year 646 the emperor is described as the incarnate God who governs the universe. 5. M2. The following description of the Mikado's mode of life was written about 200 years ago. 6. Even to this day the princes descended of this family, more particularly those who sit on the throne, are looked upon as persons most holy in themselves, and as popes by birth, and, in order to preserve these advantageous notions in the minds of their subjects, they are obliged to take an uncommon care of their sacred persons, and to do such things, which, examined according to the customs of other nations, would be thought ridiculous and impertinent. It will not be improper to give a few instances of it. He thinks that it would be very prejudicial to his dignity and holiness to touch the ground with his feet. For this reason, when he intends to go anywhere, he must be carried thither on men's shoulders. Much less will they suffer that he should expose his sacred person to the open air, and the sun is not thought worthy to shine on his head. There is such a holiness ascribed to all the parts of his body that he dares to cut off neither his hair, nor his beard, nor his nails. However, lest he should grow too dirty, they may clean him in the night, when he is asleep. Because, they say, that which is taken from his body at that time hath been stolen from him, and that such a theft doth not prejudice his holiness or dignity. In ancient times, he was obliged to sit on the throne for some hours every morning, with the imperial crown on his head, but to sit altogether like a statue, without stirring either hands, or feet, head or eyes, nor indeed any part of his body, because, by this means, it was thought that he could preserve peace and tranquility in his empire. For if, unfortunately, he turned himself on one side or the other, or if he looked a good while towards any part of his dominions, it was apprehended that war, famine, fire, or some other great misfortune was near at hand to desolate the country. But it having been afterwards discovered that the imperial crown was the palladium, which by its immobility, 7, could preserve peace in the empire, it was thought expedient to deliver his imperial person, consecrated only to idleness and pleasures, from this burthensome duty, and therefore the crown is at present placed on the throne for some hours every morning. His victuals must be dressed every time in new pots, and served at table in new dishes. Both are very clean and neat, but made only of common clay. That without any considerable expense they may be laid aside, or broke, after they have served once. They are generally broke, for fear they should come into the hands of laymen, for they believe religiously, that if any layman should presume to eat his food out of these sacred dishes, it would swell and inflame his mouth and throat. The like ill effect is dreaded from the very sacred habits. For they believe that if a layman should wear them, without the emperor's express leave or command, they would occasion swellings and pains in all parts of his body. To the same effect an earlier account of the Mikado says, it was considered as a shameful degradation for him even to touch the ground with his foot. The sun and moon were not even permitted to shine upon his head. None of the superfluities of the body were ever taken from him, neither his hair, his beard, nor his nails were cut. Whatever he ate was dressed in new vessels. 8. M3. Similar priestly or rather divine kings are found, at a lower level, of barbarism, on the west coast of Africa. At Shark Point near Cape Patron, in Lower Guinea, lives the priestly king Kukulu, alone in a wood. He may not touch a woman nor leave his house. Indeed he may not even quit his chair, in which he is obliged to sleep sitting, for if he lay down no wind would arise and navigation would be stopped. He regulates storms, and, in general maintains a wholesome and equable state of the atmosphere. 9. On Mount Iku in Togo, a German possession in West Africa, there lives a fetish or spirit called Bagba, who is of great importance for the whole of the surrounding country. The power of giving or withholding rain is ascribed to him, and he is lord of the winds, including the harmattan, the dry, hot wind which blows from the interior. His priest dwells in a house, on the highest peak of the mountain, where he keeps the winds bottled up, in huge jars. Applications for rain too, are made to him, and he does a good business in amulets, which consist of the teeth and claws of leopards. Yet though his power is great and he is indeed the real chief of the land, the rule of the fetish forbids him ever to leave the mountain, and he must spend the whole of his life on its summit. Only once a year may he come down to make purchases in the market. But even then he may not set foot in the hut of any mortal man, and must return to his place of exile the same day. The business of government in the villages is conducted by subordinate chiefs, who are appointed by him. 10. In the West African Kingdom of Congo there was a supreme pontiff called Chitomor Kaidim, whom the Negroes regarded as a god on earth and all-powerful in heaven. Hence before they would taste the new crops they offered him the first fruits, fearing that manifold misfortunes would befall them if they broke this rule. When he left his residence to visit other places within his jurisdiction, all married people had to observe strict continence the whole time he was out. For it was supposed that any act of incontinence would prove fatal to him. And if he were to die a natural death, they thought that the world would perish, and the earth, which he alone sustained by his power and merit, would immediately be annihilated. 11. Similarly in a kingdom of Angola, the incontinence of young people, under the age of puberty used to be a capital crime, because it was believed to entail the death of the king within the year. Of late the death penalty has been commuted for a fine of 10 oxen inflicted on each of the culprits. This commutation has attracted thousands of dissolute youth to from the neighboring tribes, among whom the old penalty is still rigorously exacted. 12. Amongst the semi-barbarous nations of the New World, at the date of the Spanish conquest, there were found hierarchies or theocracies like those of Japan. 13. In particular, the High Pontiff of the Zapotecs in southern Mexico appears to have presented a close parallel to the Mikado. A powerful rival to the king himself, this spiritual lord governed Yopia, one of the chief cities of the kingdom, with absolute dominion. It is impossible, we are told, to overrate the reverence in which he was held. He was looked on as a god whom the earth was not worthy to hold nor the sun to shine upon. He profaned his sanctity, if he even touched the ground with his foot. The officers who bore his palanquin on their shoulders were members of the highest families. He hardly deigned to look on anything around him. And all who met him fell, with their faces to the earth, fearing that death would overtake them if they saw even his shadow. A rule of continence was regularly imposed on the Zapotec priests, especially upon the High Pontiff. But on certain days in each year, which were generally celebrated with feasts and dances, it was customary for the high priest to become drunk. While in this state, seeming to belong neither to heaven nor to earth, one of the most beautiful of the virgins consecrated to the service of the gods was brought to him. If the child she bore him was a son, he was brought up as a prince of the blood, and the eldest son succeeded his father on the pontifical throne. 14. The supernatural powers attributed to this pontiff are not specified, but probably they resemble those of the Mikado and Chitome. M4. Wherever, as in Japan and West Africa, it is supposed that the order of nature, and even the existence of the world, is bound up with the life of the king or priest, it is clear that he must be regarded by his subjects as a source both of infinite blessing and of infinite danger. On the one hand, the people have to thank him for the rain and sunshine which foster the fruits of the earth, for the wind which brings ships to their coasts, and even for the solid ground beneath their feet. But what he gives he can refuse. And so close is the dependence of nature on his person, so delicate the balance of the system of forces whereof he is the center, that the least irregularity on his part may set up a tremor which shall shake the earth to its foundations. And if nature may be disturbed by the slightest involuntary act of the king, it is easy to conceive the convulsion which his death might provoke. The natural death of the Chitome, as we have seen, was thought to entail the destruction of all things. Clearly, therefore, out of a regard for their own safety, which might be imperilled by any rash act of the king, and still more by his death, the people will exact of their king or priest a strict conformity to those rules, the observance of which is deemed necessary for his own preservation, and consequently for the preservation of his people and the world. The idea that early kingdoms are despotisms in which the people exist only for the sovereign is wholly inapplicable to the monarchies we are considering. On the contrary, the sovereign in them exists only for his subjects. His life is only valuable so long as he discharges the duties of his position by ordering the course of nature for his people's benefit. So soon as he fails to do so, the care, the devotion, the religious homage which they had hitherto lavished on him cease and are changed into hatred and contempt. He is dismissed ignominiously, and may be thankful if he escapes with his life. Worshipped as a god one day, he is killed as a criminal the next. But in this changed behavior of the people there is nothing capricious or inconsistent. On the contrary, their conduct is entirely of a piece. If their king is their god, he is or should be also their preserver. And if he will not preserve them, he must make room for another who will. So long, however, as he answers their expectations, there is no limit to the care which they take of him, and which they compel him to take of himself. A king of this sort lives hedged in by a ceremonious etiquette, a network of prohibitions and observances, of which the intention is not to contribute to his dignity, much less to his comfort, but to restrain him from conduct which, by disturbing the harmony of nature, might involve himself, his people, and the universe in one common catastrophe. Far from adding to his comfort, these observances, by trammeling his every act, annihilate his freedom and often render the very life, which it is their object to preserve, a burden and sorrow to him. M5. Of the supernaturally endowed kings of Longo it is said that the more powerful a king is, the more taboos is he bound to observe. They regulate all his actions, his walking and his standing, his eating and drinking, his sleeping and waking. 15. To these restraints the heir to the throne is subject from infancy. But as he advances in life the number of abstinences and ceremonies which he must observe increases, until at the moment that he ascends the throne he is lost in the ocean of rites and taboos. 16. In the crater of an extinct volcano, enclosed on all sides by grassy slopes, lie the scattered huts and yam fields of Riaba, the capital of the native king of Fernando Po. This mysterious being lives in the lowest depths of the crater, surrounded by a harem of 40 women, and covered, it is said, with old silver coins. Naked savage as he is, he yet exercises far more influence in the island than the Spanish governor at Santa Isabel. In him the conservative spirit of the Bubis or aboriginal inhabitants of the island is, as it were, incorporate. He has never seen a white man and, according to the firm conviction of all the Bubis, the sight of a pale face would cause his instant death. He cannot bear to look upon the sea. Indeed, it is said that he may never see it even in the distance, and that therefore he wears away his life with shackles on his legs in the dim twilight of his hut. Certain it is that he has never set foot on the beach. With the exception of his musket and knife, he uses nothing that comes from the whites. European cloth never touches his person, and he scorns tobacco, rum, and even salt. 17. M6. Among the U-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, in West Africa, the king is at the same time high priest. In this quality he was, particularly in former times, unapproachable by his subjects. Only by night was he allowed to quit his dwelling in order to bathe and so forth. None but his representative, the so-called visible king, with 3 chosen elders might converse with him, and even they had to sit on an ox-hide with their backs turned to him. He might not see any European nor any horse, nor might he look upon the sea, for which reason he was not allowed to quit his capital even for a few moments. These rules have been disregarded in recent times. 18. The king of Dahomey himself is subject to the prohibition of beholding the sea. 19. And so are the kings of Longo. 20. And Great Ardra in Guinea. 21. The sea is a fetish of the Aeos, to the northwest of Dahomey, and they and their king are threatened with death by their priests if ever they dare to look on it. 22. It is believed that the king of Caire in Senegal would infallibly die within the year if he were to cross a river or an arm of the sea. 23. In Mashonaland down to recent times the chiefs would not cross certain rivers, particularly the Rurikwi and the Nideri. And the custom was still strictly observed by at least one chief within the last few years. On no account will the chief cross the river. If it is absolutely necessary for him to do so, he is blindfolded and carried across with shouting and singing. Should he walk across, he will go blind or die and certainly lose the chieftainship. 24. So among the Malifalis and Sokalavas in the south of Madagascar some kings are forbidden to sail on the sea or to cross certain rivers. 25. The horror of the sea is not peculiar to kings. The Basidos are said to share it instinctively, though they have never seen salt water, and live hundreds of miles from the Indian Ocean. 26. The Egyptian priests loathed the sea, and called it the foam of Typhon. They were forbidden to set salt on their table, and they would not speak to pilots because they got their living by the sea. Hence too they would not eat fish, and the hieroglyphic symbol for hatred was a fish. 27. When the Indians of the Peruvian Andes were sent by the Spaniards to work in the hot valleys of the coast, the vast ocean which they saw before them as they descended the Cordillera was dreaded by them as a cause of disease. Hence they prayed to it that they might not fall ill. This they all did, without exception, even the little children. 28. Similarly the inland people of Lampong in Sumatra are said to pay a kind of adoration to the sea, and to make it an offering of cakes and sweetmeats when they behold it for the first time, deprecating its power of doing them mischief. 29. M7. Among the Sakalavas of southern Madagascar the chief is regarded as a sacred being, but he is held in leash by a crowd of restrictions, which regulate his behavior like that of the Emperor of China. He can undertake nothing whatever unless the sorcerers have declared the omens favorable. He may not eat warm food, on certain days he may not quit his hut, and so on. 30. Among some of the hill tribes of Assam both the hetman and his wife have to observe many taboos in respect of food. Thus they may not eat buffalo, pork, dog, fowl, or tomatoes. The hetman must be chaste, the husband of one wife, and he must separate himself from her on the eve of a general or public observance of taboo. In one group of tribes the hetman is forbidden to eat in a strange village, and under no provocation whatever may he utter a word of abuse. Apparently the people imagine that the violation of any of these taboos by a hetman would bring down misfortune on the whole village. 31. M8. The ancient kings of Ireland, as well as the kings of the 4 provinces of Leinster, Munster, Connaught, and Ulster, were subject to certain quaint prohibitions or taboos, on the due observance of which the prosperity of the people and the country, as well as their own, was supposed to depend. Thus, for example, the sun might not rise on the King of Ireland in his bed at Tara, the old capital of Erin. He was forbidden to alight on Wednesday at Magbrieg, to traverse Magkillen after sunset, to incite his horse at Fancamere, to go in a ship upon the water the Monday after Beltane, May Day, and to leave the track of his army upon Athmain the Tuesday after All Hallows. The King of Leinster might not go round Twathlayfean left-hand-wise on Wednesday, nor sleep between the daughter, and the Dublin, 32, with his head inclining to one side, nor encamp for 9 days on the plains of Quillan, nor travel the road of Dublin on Monday, nor ride a dirty black-heeled horse across Magmastein. The King of Munster was prohibited from enjoying the feast of Lochleen from one Monday to another, from banqueting by night in the beginning of harvest before Gaimet Tricha, from encamping for 9 days upon the Siúr, and from holding a border meeting at Gabron. The King of Connaught might not conclude a treaty respecting his ancient palace of Cruachan, 33, after making peace on All Hallows Day, nor go in a speckled garment on a grey speckled steed to the heath of Dalchise, nor repair to an assembly of women at Ciares, nor sit in autumn on the sepulchral mounds of the wife of Maine, nor contend in riding with the rider of a grey one-eyed horse at Athgalta between 2 posts. The King of Ulster was forbidden to attend the horse fair at Rathline among the youths of Dollarate, to listen to the fluttering of the flocks of birds of Lindsayleach after sunset, to celebrate the feast of the Bull of Dermigdare, to go into Magcoba in the month of March, and to drink of the water of Bonimit between 2 darknesses. If the kings of Ireland strictly observed these and many other customs, which were enjoined by immemorial usage, it was believed that they would never meet with mischance or misfortune, and would live for 90 years without experiencing the decay of old age. That no epidemic or mortality would occur during their reigns, and that the seasons would be favorable and the earth yield its fruit in abundance. Whereas, if they set the ancient usages at naught, the country would be visited with plague, famine, and bad weather. 34. M9. The kings of Egypt were worshipped as gods. 35. And the routine of their daily life was regulated in every detail by precise and unvarying rules. The life of the kings of Egypt, says Diodorus, was not like that of other monarchs who are irresponsible and may do just what they choose. On the contrary, everything was fixed for them by law, not only their official duties, but even the details of their daily life. The hours, both of day and night, were arranged at which the king had to do, not what he pleased, but what was prescribed for him, for not only were the times appointed at which he should transact public business or sit in judgment, but the very hours for his walking and bathing and sleeping with his wife, and, in short, performing every act of life, were all settled. Custom enjoined a simple diet. The only flesh he might eat was veal and goose, and he might only drink a prescribed quantity of wine. 36. However, there is reason to think that these rules were observed, not by the ancient pharaohs, but by the priestly kings who reigned at Thebes and in Ethiopia at the close of the 20th dynasty. 37. Among the Carnias of Upper Burma, a chief attains his position, not by hereditary right, but on account of his habit of abstaining from rice and liquor. The mother, too, of a candidate for the chieftainship must have eschewed these things, and lived solely on yams and potatoes so long as she was with child. During that time she may not eat any meat nor drink water from a common well. And if her son is to be qualified for the office of chief, he must continue to observe these habits. 38. M10. Of the taboos imposed on priests we may see a striking example in the rules of life prescribed for the Flamendilus at Rome, who has been interpreted as a living image of Jupiter, or a human embodiment of the sky spirit. 39. They were such as the following: the Flamendilus might not ride or even touch a horse, nor see an army under arms. 40. Nor wear a ring which was not broken, nor have a knot on any part of his garments. No fire except a sacred fire might be taken out of his house. He might not touch wheaten flour or leavened bread. He might not touch or even name a goat, a dog. 41. Raw meat, beans. 42. An ivy. He might not walk under a vine. The feet of his bed had to be daubed with mud. His hair could be cut only by a free man and with a bronze knife, and his hair and nails when cut had to be buried under a lucky tree. He might not touch a dead body, nor enter a place where one was burned. 43. He might not see work being done on holy days. He might not be uncovered in the open air. If a man in bonds were taken into his house, the captive had to be unbound and the cords had to be drawn up through a hole in the roof and so let down into the street. His wife, the Flaminica, had to observe nearly the same rules, and others of her own besides. She might not ascend more than 3 steps, of the kind of staircase called Greek. At a certain festival she might not comb her hair. The leather of her shoes might not be made from a beast that had died a natural death, but only from one that had been slain or sacrificed. If she heard thunder she was tabooed till she had offered an expiatory sacrifice. 44. M11. Among the Grebo people of Sierra Leone there is a pontiff who bears the title of Bodia and has been compared, on somewhat slender grounds, to the high priest of the Jews. He is appointed in accordance with the behest of an oracle. At an elaborate ceremony of installation he is anointed, a ring is put on his ankle as a badge of office, and the doorposts of his house are sprinkled with the blood of a sacrifice goat. He has charge of the public talismans and idols, which he feeds with rice and oil every new moon. And he sacrifices on behalf of the town to the dead and to demons. Nominally his power is very great, but in practice it is very limited. 4. He dare not defy public opinion, and he is held responsible, even with his life, for any adversity that befalls the country. It is expected of him that he should cause the earth to bring forth abundantly, the people to be healthy, war to be driven far away, and witchcraft to be kept in abeyance. His life is trammelled by the observance of certain restrictions or taboos. Thus he may not sleep in any house but his own official residence, which is called the anointed house with reference to the ceremony of anointing him at inauguration. He may not drink water on the highway. He may not eat while a corpse is in the town, and he may not mourn for the dead. If he dies while in office, he must be buried at dead of night. Few may hear of his burial, and none may mourn for him when his death is made public. Should he have fallen a victim to the poison ordeal by drinking a decoction of sassywood, as it is called, he must be buried under a running stream of water. 45. M12. Among the Todas of southern India the holy milkman, Palal, who acts as priest of the sacred dairy, is subject to a variety of irksome and burdensome restrictions during the whole time of his incumbency, which may last many years. Thus he must live at the sacred dairy and may never visit his home or any ordinary village. He must be celibate. If he is married he must leave his wife. On no account may any ordinary person touch the holy milkman or the holy dairy. Such a touch would so defile his holiness that he would forfeit his office. It is only on 2 days a week, namely Mondays and Thursdays, that a mere layman may even approach the milkman. On other days if he has any business with him, he must stand at a distance, some say 1/4 of a mile, and shout his message across the intervening space. Further, the holy milkman never cuts his hair or pares his nails so long as he holds office. He never crosses a river by a bridge, but wades through a ford and only certain fords. If a death occurs in his clan, he may not attend any of the funeral ceremonies, unless he first resigns his office and descends from the exalted rank of milkman to that of a mere common mortal. Indeed it appears that in old days he had to resign the seals, or rather the pails, of office whenever any member of his clan departed this life. However, these heavy restraints are laid in their entirety only on milkmen of the very highest class. 46. Among the Todas, there are milkmen and milkmen, and some of them get off more lightly in consideration of their humbler station in life. 47. Still, apart from the dignity they enjoy, the lot even of these other milkmen is not altogether a happy one. Thus, for example, at a place called Canagers there is a dairy temple of a conical form. The milkman who has charge of it must be celibate during the tenure of his office. He must sleep in the calf's house, a very flimsy structure with an open door and a fireplace that gives little heat. He may wear only one very scanty garment. He must take his meals sitting on the outer wall which surrounds the dairy. In eating, he may not put his hand to his lips, but must throw the food into his mouth. And in drinking he may not put to his lips the leaf which serves as a cup. He must tilt his head back and pour the liquid into his mouth in a jet from above. With the exception of a single layman, who is allowed to bear the milkman company, but who is also bound to celibacy and has a bed rigged up for him in the calf's house, no other person is allowed to go near this very sacred dairy under any pretext whatever. No wonder that, some years ago the dairy was unoccupied and the office of milkman stood vacant. At the present time, says Dr. Rivers, a dairyman is appointed about once a year and holds office for 30 or 40 days only. So far as I could ascertain, the failure to occupy the dairy constantly is due to the very considerable hardships and restrictions which have to be endured by the holder of the office of dairyman, and the time is probably not far distant when this dairy, one of the most sacred among the todas, will cease altogether to be used. 48. Section 2. Divorce of the spiritual from the temporal power. M13. The burdensome observances attached to the royal or priestly office produced their natural effect. Either men refused to accept the office, which hence tended to fall into abeyance, or accepting it, they sank under its weight into spiritless creatures, cloistered recluses, from whose nerveless fingers the reins of government slipped into the firmer grasp of men who were often content to wield the reality of sovereignty without its name. In some countries this rift in the supreme power deepened into a total and permanent separation of the spiritual and temporal powers, the old royal house retaining their purely religious functions, while the civil government passed into the hands of a younger and more vigorous race. M14. To take examples. In a previous part of this work we saw that in Cambodia it is often necessary to force the kingships of fire and water upon the reluctant successors, 49, and that in Savage Island the monarchy actually came to an end because at last no one could be induced to accept the dangerous distinction. 50. In some parts of West Africa, when the king dies, a family council is secretly held to determine his successor. He on whom the choice falls is suddenly seized, bound, and thrown into the fetish house, where he is kept in durance till he consents to accept the crown. Sometimes the heir finds means of evading the honor which it is sought to thrust upon him. A ferocious chief has been known to go about, constantly armed, resolute to resist by force any attempt to set him on the throne. 51. The savage Tims of Sierra Leone, who elect their king, reserve to themselves the right of beating him on the eve of his coronation. And they avail themselves of this constitutional privilege with such hearty goodwill that sometimes the unhappy monarch does not long survive his elevation to the throne. Hence when the leading chiefs have a spot at a man and wish to rid themselves of him, they elect him king. 52. Formerly, before a man was proclaimed king of Sierra Leone, it used to be the custom to load him with chains and thrash him. Then the fetters were knocked off, the kingly robe was placed on him, and he received in his hands the symbol of royal dignity, which was nothing but the axe of the executioner. 53. It is not therefore surprising to read that in Sierra Leone, where such customs have prevailed, except among the Mandingos and Susis, few kings are natives of the countries they govern. So different are their ideas from ours, that very few are solicitous of the honor, and competition is very seldom heard of. 54. Another writer on Sierra Leone tells us that the honor of reigning, so much coveted in Europe, is very frequently rejected in Africa, on account of the expense attached to it, which sometimes greatly exceeds the revenues of the crown. 55. A reluctance to accept the sovereignty in the Ethiopian kingdom of Gingiro was simulated, if not really felt, as we learn from the old Jesuit missionaries. They wrap up the dead king's body in costly garments, and, killing a cow, put it into the hide. Then all those who hope to succeed him, being his sons or others of the royal blood, flying from the honor they covet, abscond and hide themselves in the woods. This done, the electors, who are all great sorcerers, agree among themselves who shall be king, and go out to seek him. When entering the woods by means of their enchantments, they say, a large bird called Liber, as big as an eagle, comes down with mighty cries over the place where he is hid, and they find him encompassed by lions, tigers, snakes, and other creatures gathered about him by witchcraft. The elect, as fierce as those beasts, rushes out upon those who seek him, wounding and sometimes killing some of them, to prevent being seized. They take all in good part, defending themselves the best they can, till they have seized him. Thus they carry him away by force, he still struggling and seeming to refuse taking upon him the burthen of government, all which is mere cheat and hypocrisy. 56. M15. The Mikados of Japan seem early to have resorted to the expedient of transferring the honors and burdens of supreme power to their infant children. And the rise of the tycoons, long the temporal sovereigns of the country, is traced to the abdication of a certain Mikado in favor of his 3-year-old son. This sovereignty having been wrested by a usurper from the infant prince, the cause of the Mikado was championed by Yoritomo, a man of spirit and conduct, who overthrew the usurper and restored to the Mikado the shadow, while he retained for himself the substance of power. He bequeathed to his descendants the dignity he had won, and thus became the founder of the line of tycoons. Down to the latter half of the 16th century the tycoons were active and efficient rulers. But the same fate overtook them which had befallen the Mikados. Enmeshed in the same inextricable web of custom and law, they degenerated into mere puppets, hardly stirring from their palaces and occupied in a perpetual round of empty ceremonies, while the real business of government was managed by the Council of State. 57. In Tonquin the monarchy ran a similar course. Living like his predecessors in effeminacy and sloth, the king was driven from the throne by an ambitious adventurer named Mac, who from a fisherman had risen to be Grand Mandarin. But the king's brother Tring put down the usurper and restored the king, retaining, however, for himself and his descendants the dignity of general of all the forces. Thenceforward the kings Ordovez, though invested with the title and pomp of sovereignty, ceased to govern. While they lived secluded in their palaces, all real political power was wielded by the hereditary generals, or chovas. 58. The present king of Sikkim, like most of his predecessors in the kingship, is a mere puppet in the hands of his crafty priests, who have made a sort of priest-king of him. They encourage him by every means in their power to leave the government to them, whilst he devotes all his time to the degrading rites of devil worship, and the ceaseless muttering of meaningless jargon, of which the Tibetan form of Buddhism chiefly consists. They declare that he is a saint by birth, that he is the direct descendant of the greatest king of Tibet, the canonized Shrongtsen Gampo, who was a contemporary of Mahomet in the 7th century AD and who first introduced Buddhism to Tibet. This saintly lineage, which secures for the king's person popular homage amounting to worship, is probably, however, a mere invention of the priests to glorify their puppet prince for their own sordid ends. Such devices are common in the East. 59. The custom regularly observed by the Tahitian kings of abdicating on the birth of a son, who was immediately proclaimed sovereign, and received his father's homage, may perhaps have originated, like the similar custom occasionally practiced by the Mikados, in a wish to shift to other shoulders the irksome burden of royalty. For in Tahiti as elsewhere the sovereign was subjected to a system of vexatious restrictions. 60. In Mongolia, another Polynesian island, religious and civil authority were lodged in separate hands, spiritual functions being discharged by a line of hereditary kings, while the temporal government was entrusted from time to time to a victorious war chief, whose investiture, however, had to be completed by the king. To the latter were assigned the best lands, and he received daily offerings of the choicest food. 61. The Mikado and Tycoon of Japan had their counterparts in the Rokotui and Vunivalu of Fiji. The Rokotui was the reverend or sacred king. The Vunivalu was the root of war or war king, In one kingdom a certain Bough, who was the war king, kept all power in his own hands, but in a neighboring kingdom the real ruler was the sacred king. 62. Similarly in Tonga, besides the civil king or Hau, whose right to the throne was partly hereditary and partly derived from his warlike reputation and the number of his fighting men, there was a great divine chief called Tuatonga or chief of Tonga, who ranked above the king and the other chiefs in virtue of his supposed descent from one of the chief gods. Once a year the first fruits of the ground were offered to him, at a solemn ceremony, and it was believed that if these offerings were not made the vengeance of the gods would fall in a signal manner on the people. Peculiar forms of speech, such as were applied to no one else, were used in speaking of him, and everything that he chanced to touch became sacred or tabooed. When he and the king met, the monarch had to sit down on the ground in token of respect until his holiness had passed by. Yet though he enjoyed the highest veneration by reason of his divine origin, this sacred personage possessed no political authority, and if he ventured to meddle with affairs of state it was at the risk of receiving a rebuff from the king, to whom the real power belonged, and who finally succeeded in ridding himself of his spiritual rival. 63. The king of the Gita regularly shared his power with a priest, whom his subjects called a god. This divine man led a solitary life in a cave on a holy mountain, seeing few people but the king and his attendants. His counsels added much to the king's influence with his subjects, who believed that he was thereby enabled to impart to them the commands and admonitions of the gods. 64. At Athens the kings degenerated into little more than sacred functionaries, and it is said that the institution of the new office of polemarch or warlord was rendered necessary by their growing effeminacy. 65. American examples of the partition of authority between a king and a pope have already been cited from the early history of Mexico and Colombia. 66. M16. In some parts of Western Africa two kings reign side by side, a fetish or religious king and a civil king, but the fetish king is really supreme. He controls the weather and so forth, and can put a stop to everything. When he lays his red staff on the ground, no one may pass that way. This division of power between a sacred and a secular ruler is to be met with wherever the true Negro culture has been left unmolested, but where the Negro form of society has been disturbed, as in Dahomey and Ashanti, there is a tendency to consolidate the two powers in a single king. 67. Thus, for example, there used to be a fetish king at New Calabar, who ranked above the ordinary king in all native matters, whether religious or civil, and always walked in front of him on public occasions, attended by a slave who held an umbrella over his head. His opinion carried great weight. 68. The office and the causes which led to its extinction are thus described by a missionary who spent many years in Calabar. The worship of the people is now given especially to their various items, one of which, called Nimefik, is a sort of tutelary deity of the country. An individual was appointed to take charge of this object of worship, who bore the name of King Calabar, and likely, in bypast times, possessed the power indicated by the title, being both king and priest. He had as a tribute the skins of all leopards killed, and, should a slave take refuge in his shrine he belonged to Nimefik. The office, however, imposed certain restrictions on its occupant. He, for instance, could not partake of food in the presence of anyone, and he was prohibited from engaging in traffic. On account of these and other disabilities, when the last holder of the office died, a poor old man of the Cotham family, no successor was found for him, and the priesthood has become extinct. 69. One of the practical inconveniences of such an office is that the house of the fetish king enjoys the right of sanctuary, and so tends to become little better than a rookery of bad characters. Thus on the Grain Coast of West Africa the fetish king or Bodio, as he is called, exercises the functions of a high priest, and is regarded as protector of the whole nation. He lives in a house provided for him by the people, and takes care of the national fetiches. He enjoys some immunities in virtue of his office, but is subject to certain restrictions which more than counterbalance his privileges. His house is a sanctum to which culprits may betake themselves without the danger of being removed by anyone, except by the Bough himself. 70. One of these Boughs resign office, because of the sort of people who quartered themselves on him, the cost of feeding them, and the squabbles they had among themselves. He led a cat and dog life with them for 3 years. Then there came a man with homicidal mania varied by epileptic fits. And soon afterwards the spiritual shepherd retired into private life, but not before he had lost an ear and sustained other bodily injury in a personal conflict with this very black sheep. 71. M17. At Porto Novo there used to be, in addition to the ordinary monarch, a king of the night, who reigned during the hours of darkness from sunset to sunrise. He might not show himself in the street after the sun was up. His duty was to patrol the streets with his satellites and to arrest all whom he found abroad after a certain hour. Each band of his cat bulls was led by a man who went about concealed from head to foot under a conical casing of straw and blew blasts on a shell which caused everyone that heard it to shudder. The king of the night never met the ordinary king, except on the first and last days of their respective reign. For each of them invested the other with office and paid him the last honors at death. 72. With this king of the night at Porto Novo we may compare a certain king of Hawaii who was so very sacred that no man might see him, even accidentally, by day under pain of death. He only shewed himself by night. 73. M18. In some parts of the East Indian island of Timor we meet with a partition of power like that which is represented by the civil king and the fetish king of Western Africa. Some of the Timorese tribes recognize two Rajas, the ordinary or civil Raja, who governs the people, and the fetish or taboo Raja, Rajapamali, who is charged with the control of everything that concerns the earth and its products. This latter ruler has the right of declaring anything taboo. His permission must be obtained before new land may be brought under cultivation, and he must perform certain necessary ceremonies when the work is being carried out. If drought or blight threatens the crops, his help is invoked to save them. Though he ranks below the civil Raja, he exercises a momentous influence on the course of events, for his secular colleague is bound to consult him in all important matters. In some of the neighboring islands, such as Roti and Eastern Flores, a spiritual ruler of the same sort is recognized under various native names, which all mean Lord of the Ground. 74. Similarly in the Mikio district of British New Guinea there is a double chieftainship. The people are divided into two groups according to families, and each of the groups has its chief. One of the two is the war chief, the other is the taboo Afu chief. The office of the latter is hereditary. His duty is to impose a taboo on any of the crops, such as the cocoa nuts and areca nuts, whenever he thinks it desirable to prohibit their use. In his office we may perhaps detect the beginning of a priestly dynasty, but as yet his functions appear to be more magical than religious, being concerned with the control of the harvests rather than with the propitiation of higher powers. The members of another family are bound to see to it that the taboo imposed by the chief is strictly observed. For this purpose some 14 or 15 men of the family form a sort of constabulary. Every evening they go round the village armed with clubs and disguised with masks or leaves. All the time they are in office, they are forbidden to live with their wives and even to look at a woman. Hence women may not quit their houses while the men are going their rounds. Further, the constables on duty are prohibited from chewing betel nut and drinking coconut water, lest the areca and cocoa nuts should not grow. When there is a good show of nuts, the taboo chief proclaims that on a certain day the restriction will come to an end. 75. In Ponape, one of the Caroline Islands, the kingship is elective within the limits of the blood royal, which runs in the female line, so that the sovereignty passes backwards and forwards between families which we, reckoning descent in the male line, should regard as distinct. The chosen monarch must be in possession of certain secrets. He must know the places where the sacred stones are kept, on which he has to seat himself. He must understand the holy words and prayers of the liturgy, and after his election he must recite them at the place of the sacred stones. but he enjoys only the honors of his office. The real powers of government are in the hands of his prime minister or vizier. 76. Chapter 2. The Perils of the Soul. Section 1. The Soul as a Mannequin. M19. The foregoing examples have taught us that the office of a sacred king or priest is often hedged in by a series of burdensome restrictions, or taboos, of which a principal purpose appears to be to preserve the life of the divine man for the good of his people. But if the object of the taboos is to save his life, the question arises, how is their observance supposed to effect this end? To understand this, we must know the nature of the danger which threatens the king's life, and which it is the intention of these curious restrictions to guard against. We must, therefore, ask, what does early man understand by death? To what causes does he attribute it? And how does he think it may be guarded against? M20. As the savage commonly explains the processes of inanimate nature by supposing that they are produced by living beings working in or behind the phenomena, so he explains the phenomena of life itself. If an animal lives and moves, it can only be, he thinks, because there is a little animal inside which moves it. If a man lives and moves, it can only be because he has a little man or animal inside who moves him. The animal inside the animal, the man inside the man, is the soul. And as the activity of an animal or man is explained by the presence of the soul, so the repose of sleep or death is explained by its absence. Sleep or trance being the temporary, death being the permanent absence of the soul. Hence, if death be the permanent absence of the soul, the way to guard against it is either to prevent the soul from leaving the body, or, if it does depart, to ensure that it shall return. The precautions adopted by savages to secure one or other of these ends take the form of certain prohibitions or taboos, which are nothing but rules intended to ensure either the continued presence or the return of the soul. In short, they are life preservers or life guards. These general statements will now be illustrated by examples. M21. Addressing some Australian blacks, a European missionary said, "I am not one, as you think, but two." Upon this they laughed. "You may laugh as much as you like," continued the missionary, "I tell you that I am two in one. This great body that you see is one. Within that there is another, little one which is not visible. The great body dies, and is buried, but the little body flies away when the great one dies." To this some of the blacks replied, "Yes, yes. We also are two, we also have a little body, within the breast." On being asked where the little body went after death, some said it went behind the bush, others said it went into the sea, and some said they did not know. 77. The Hurons thought that the soul had a head and body, arms and legs. In short, that it was a complete little model of the man himself. 78. The Eskimo believe that the soul exhibits the same shape as the body it belongs to, but is of a more subtle and ethereal nature. 79. According to the Nootkas of British Columbia, the soul has the shape of a tiny man. Its seat is the crown of the head. So long as it stands erect, its owner is hale and hearty. But when from any cause it loses its upright position, he loses his senses. 80. Among the Indian tribes of the lower Fraser River, man is held to have 4 souls, of which the principal one has the form of a mannequin, while the other 3 are shadows of it. 81. The Malays conceive the human soul, Samanat, as a little man, mostly invisible and of the bigness of a thumb, who corresponds exactly in shape, proportion, and even in complexion to the man in whose body he resides. This mannequin is of a thin, unsubstantial nature, though not so impalpable but that it may cause displacement on entering a physical object, and it can flit quickly from place to place. It is temporarily absent from the body in sleep, trance, and disease, and permanently absent after death. 82. M22. The ancient Egyptians believed that every man has a soul, Ka, which is his exact counterpart or double, with the same features, the same gait, even the same dress as the man himself. Many of the monuments dating from the 18th century onwards represent various kings appearing before divinities, while behind the king stands his soul or double, portrayed as a little man with the king's features. Some of the reliefs in the temple at Luxor illustrate the birth of King Amenephis III. While the Queen Mother is being tended by two goddesses acting as midwives, two other goddesses are bringing away two figures of newborn children, only one of which is supposed to be a child of flesh and blood. The inscriptions engraved above their heads show that, while the first is Amenephis, the second is his soul or double. And as with kings and queens, so it was with common men and women. Whenever a child was born, there was born with him a double which followed him through the various stages of life. Young while he was young, it grew to maturity and declined along with him. And not only human beings, but gods and animals, stones and trees, natural and artificial objects, everybody and everything had its own soul or double. The doubles of oxen and sheep were the duplicates of the original oxen or sheep. The doubles of linen or beds, of chairs or knives, had the same form as the real linen, beds, chairs, and knives. So thin and subtle was the stuff, so fine and delicate the texture of these doubles, that they made no impression on ordinary eyes. Only certain classes of priests or seers were enabled by natural gifts or special training to perceive the doubles of the gods, and to win from them a knowledge of the past and the future. The doubles of men and things were hidden from sight in the ordinary course of life. Still, they sometimes flew out of the body endowed with color and voice, left it in a kind of trance, and departed to manifest themselves at a distance. 83. M23. So exact is the resemblance of the mannequin to the man, in other words, of the soul to the body, that, as there are fat bodies and thin bodies, so there are fat souls and thin souls. 84. As there are heavy bodies and light bodies, long bodies and short bodies, so there are heavy souls and light souls, long souls and short souls. The people of Nias, an island to the west of Sumatra, think that every man, before he is born, is asked how long or how heavy a soul he would like, and a soul of the desired weight or length is measured out to him. The heaviest soul ever given out weighs about 10 grams. The length of a man's life is proportioned to the length of his soul. Children who die young have short souls. 85. The Fijian conception of the soul as a tiny human being comes clearly out in the customs observed at the death of a chief among the Nikalo tribe. When a chief dies, certain men, who are the hereditary undertakers, call him, as he lies, oiled and ornamented, on fine mats, saying, "Rise, sir, the chief, and let us be going. The day has come over the land." Then they conduct him to the riverside, where the ghostly ferryman comes to ferry Nikalo ghosts across the stream. As they thus attend the chief on his last journey, they hold their great fans close to the ground to shelter him, because, as one of them explained to a missionary, his soul is only a little child. 86. People in the Punjab, who tattoo themselves, believe that at death the soul, the little entire man or woman inside the mortal frame, will go to heaven blazoned with the same tattoo patterns which adorn the body in life. 87. Sometimes, however, as we shall see, the human soul is conceived not in human but in animal form. Section 2. Absence and recall of the soul. M24. The soul is commonly supposed to escape by the natural openings of the body, especially the mouth and nostrils. Hence in sleeps they sometimes fasten fishhooks to a sick man's nose, navel, and feet, so that, if his soul should try to escape, it may be hooked and held fast. 88. A Turk on the Baram River, in Borneo, refused to part with some hook-like stones, because they, as it were, hooked his soul to his body, and so prevented the spiritual portion of him from becoming detached from the material. 89. When a Siddhic sorcerer or medicine man is initiated, his fingers are supposed to be furnished with fish hooks, with which he will thereafter clutch the human soul in the act of flying away, and restore it to the body of the sufferer. 90. But hooks, it is plain, may be used to catch the souls of enemies as well as of friends. Acting on this principle, headhunters in Borneo hang wooden hooks beside the skulls of their slain enemies in the belief that this helps them on their forays to hook in fresh hands. 91. When an epidemic is raging, the Guerrero Indians of Colombia attributed to an evil spirit, it may be the prowling ghost of an enemy. So they hang strings furnished with hooks from the roofs of their huts and from all the trees in the neighborhood, in order that the demon or ghost may be caught on a hook and thus rendered powerless to harm them. 92. Similarly, the Caltriquoi Indians to the west of Paraguay used to plant arrows in the ground about a sick man to keep death from getting at him. 93. One of the implements of a Haida medicine man is a hollow bone, in which he bottles up departing souls, and so restores them to their owners. 94. When anyone yawns in their presence, the Hindus always snap their thumbs, believing that this will hinder the soul from issuing through the open mouth. 95. The Marquesans used to hold the mouth and nose of a dying man, in order to keep him in life by preventing his soul from escaping. 96. The same custom is reported of the New Caledonians. 97. And, with the like intention, the Bagabos of the Philippine Islands put rings of brass wire on the wrists or ankles of their sick. 98. On the other hand, the Idonamas in South America seal up the eyes, nose, and mouth of a dying person, in case his ghost should get out and carry off others. 99. And for a similar reason, the people of Nias, who fear the spirits of the recently deceased and identify them with the breath, seek to confine the vagrant soul in its earthly tabernacle by bunging up the nose or tying up the jaws of the corpse. 100. Before leaving a corpse, the Wakalapura in Australia used to place hot coals in its ears in order to keep the ghost in the body, until they had got such a good start that he could not overtake them. 101. Esquimaux mourners plug their nostrils with deerskin, hair, or hay for several days. 102. Probably to prevent their souls from following that of their departed friend. The custom is especially incumbent on the persons who dress the corpse. 103. In southern Celebes, to hinder the escape of a woman's soul at childbirth, the nurse ties a band as tightly as possible round the body of the expectant mother. 104. The Minangkabauers of Sumatra observe a similar custom. A skein of thread or a string is sometimes fastened round the wrist or loins of a woman in childbed, so that when her soul seeks to depart in her hour of travail it may find the egress barred. 105. Among the kinds of Borneo illness is attributed to the absence of the soul. So when a man has been ill and is well again, he attempts to prevent his soul from departing afresh. For this purpose he ties the truant into his body by fastening round his wrist a piece of string on which a locket, or antique bead, is threaded. For a magical virtue appears to be ascribed to such beads. But lest the string and the bead should be broken and lost, he will sometimes tattoo the pattern of the bead on his wrist, and this is found to answer the purpose of tethering his soul quite as well. 106. Again, the Koryak of Northeastern Asia fancy that if there are two sick people in a house and one of them is at the last extremity, the soul of the other is apt to be lured away by the soul of the dying man. Hence, in order to hinder its departure, they tie the patient's neck by a string to the bands of the sleeping tent and recite a charm over the string so that it may be sure to detain the soul. 107. And lest the soul of a babe should escape and be lost as soon as it is born, the Alfers of Celebes, when a birth is about to take place, are careful to close every opening in the house, even the keyhole. And they stop up every chink and cranny in the walls. Also they tie up the mouths of all animals inside and outside the house, for fear one of them might swallow the child's soul. For a similar reason all persons present in the house, even the mother herself, are obliged to keep their mouths shut the whole time the birth is taking place. When the question was put, why they did not hold their noses also, lest the child's soul should get into one of them, the answer was that breath being exhaled, as well as inhaled through the nostrils, the soul would be expelled before it could have time to settle down. 108. Popular expressions in the language of civilized peoples, such as to have one's heart in one's mouth, or the soul on the lips or in the nose, show how natural is the idea that the life or soul may escape by the mouth or nostrils. 109. M25. Often the soul is conceived as a bird ready to take flight. This conception has probably left traces in most languages. 110, and it lingers, as a metaphor in poetry. But what is metaphor to a modern European poet, was sober earnest to his savage ancestor, and is still so to many people. The Boros of Brazil fancy that the human soul has the shape of a bird, and passes in that shape out of the body in dreams. 111, according to the Bilkula or Belakula Indians of British Columbia, the soul dwells in the nape of the neck and resembles a bird enclosed in an egg. If the shell breaks and the soul flies away, the man must die. If he swoons or becomes crazed, it is because his soul has flown away without breaking its shell. The shaman can hear the buzzing of its wings, like the buzz of a mosquito, as the soul flits past. And he may catch and replace it in the nape of its owner's neck. 112. A Melanesian wizard in Lepers Island has been known to send out his soul in the form of an eagle to pursue a ship and learn the fortunes of some natives who were being carried off in it. 113. The soul of Aristides of Proconesus was seen to issue from his mouth in the shape of a raven. 114. There is a popular opinion in Bohemia that the parting soul comes forth from the mouth like a white bird. 115. The Malays carry out the conception of the bird's soul in a number of odd ways. If the soul is a bird on the wing, it may be attracted by rice, and so either prevented from taking wing or lured back again from its perilous flight. Thus in Java, when a child is placed on the ground for the first time, a moment which uncultured people seem to regard as especially dangerous, it is put in a hen coop and the mother makes a clucking sound, as if she were calling hens. 116. Amongst the Badas of Sumatra, when a man returns from a dangerous enterprise, grains of rice are placed on his head, and these grains are called padaruma tondi, that is, means to make the soul tondi stay at home. In Java also rice is placed on the head of persons who have escaped a great danger or have returned home unexpectedly, after it had been supposed that they were lost. 117. Similarly in the district of Sintang in West Borneo, if anyone has had a great fright, or escaped a serious peril, or comes back after a long and dangerous journey, or has taken a solemn oath, the first thing that his relations or friends do is to strew rice on his head, mumbling, "Clock, clock, soul, koer, simanat." And when a person, whether man, woman, or child, had fallen out of the house or off a tree, and has been brought home, his wife or other kinswoman goes as speedily as possible to the spot where the accident happened, and there strews rice, which has been colored yellow, while she utters the words, "Clock, clock, so and so is in his house, again. Clock, clock, so." Then she gathers up the rice in a basket, carries it to the sufferer, and drops the grains from her hand on his head, saying again, "Clock, clock, soul." 118. Here the intention clearly is to decoy back the loitering bird soul and replace it in the head of its owner. In southern Celebes they think that a bridegroom's soul is apt to fly away at marriage, so colored rice is scattered over him to induce it to stay. And, in general, at festivals in South Celebes rice is strewed on the head of the person in whose honor the festival is held, with the object of detaining his soul, which at such times is in especial danger of being lured away by envious demons. 119. For example, after a successful war the welcome to the victorious prince takes the form of strewing him with roasted and colored rice to prevent his live spirit, as if it were a bird, from flying out of his body in consequence of the envy of evil spirits. 120. In central Celebes, when a party of headhunters returns from a successful expedition, a woman scatters rice on their heads for a similar purpose. 121. Among the Minangkabauers of Sumatra the old rude notions of the soul seem to be dying out. Nowadays most of the people hold that the soul, being immaterial, has no shape or form. But some of the sorcerers assert that the soul goes and comes in the shape of a tiny man. Others are of opinion that it does so in the form of a fly. Hence they make food ready to induce the absent soul to come back, and the first fly that settles on the food is regarded as the returning truant. But in native poetry and popular expressions there are traces of the belief that the soul quits the body in the form of a bird. 122. M26. The soul of a sleeper is supposed to wander away from his body and, actually to visit the places, to see the persons, and to perform the acts, of which he dreams. For example, when an Indian of Brazil or Guyana wakes up from a sound sleep, he is firmly convinced that his soul has really been away hunting, fishing, felling trees, or whatever else he has dreamed of doing, while all the time his body has been lying motionless in his hammock. A whole borough or village has been thrown into a panic and nearly deserted because somebody had dreamed that he saw enemies stealthily approaching it. A Mikusi Indian in weak health, who dreamed that his employer had made him haul the canoe up a series of difficult cataracts, bitterly reproached his master next morning for his want of consideration, in thus making a poor invalid go out and toil during the night. 123. The Indians of the Grand Chaco are often heard to relate the most incredible stories as things which they have themselves seen and heard. Hence, strangers who do not know them intimately say in their haste that these Indians are liars. In point of fact, the Indians are firmly convinced of the truth of what they relate. For these wonderful adventures are simply their dreams, which they do not distinguish from waking realities. 124. M27. Now the absence of the soul in sleep has its dangers, for from any cause the soul should be permanently detained away from the body. The person thus deprived of the vital principle must die. 125. There is a German belief that the soul escapes from a sleeper's mouth in the form of a white mouse or a little bird, and that to prevent the return of the bird or animal would be fatal to the sleeper. 126. Hence in Transylvania they say that you should not let a child sleep with its mouth open, or its soul will slip out in the shape of a mouse, and the child will never wake. 127. Many causes may detain the sleeper's soul. Thus, his soul may meet the soul of another sleeper and the two souls may fight. If a Guinea Negro wakens with sore bones in the morning, he thinks that his soul has been thrashed by another soul in sleep. 128. Or it may meet the soul of a person just deceased and be carried off by it. Hence in the Aru Islands, the inmates of the house will not sleep the night after a death has taken place in it, because the soul of the deceased is supposed to be still in the house and they fear to meet it in a dream. 129. Similarly among the Upper Thompson Indians of British Columbia, the friends and neighbors who gathered in a house after a death and remained there till the burial was over were not allowed to sleep, lest their souls should be drawn away by the ghost of the deceased or by his guardian spirit. 130. The Lengua Indians of the Grand Chaco hold that the vagrant spirits of the dead may come to life again if only they can take possession of a sleeper's body during the absence of his soul in dreams. Hence, when the shades of night have fallen, the ghosts of the departed gather round the villages, watching for a chance to pounce on the bodies of dreamers and to enter into them through the gateway of the breast. 131. Again, the soul of the sleeper may be prevented by an accident or by physical force from returning to his body. When a Dayak dreams of falling into the water, he supposes that this accident has really befallen the spirit, and he sends for a wizard, who fishes for the spirit with a hand net in a basin of water till he catches it and restores it to its owner. 132. The Santals tell how a man fell asleep, and growing very thirsty, his soul, in the form of a lizard, left his body and entered a pitcher of water to drink. Just then the owner of the pitcher happened to cover it. So the soul could not return to the body and the man died. While his friends were preparing to burn the body, someone uncovered the pitcher to get water. The lizard thus escaped and returned to the body, which immediately revived. So the man rose up and asked his friends why they were weeping. They told him they thought he was dead and were about to burn his body. He said he had been down a well to get water, but had found it hard to get out and had just returned. So they saw it all. 133. A similar story is reported from Transylvania as follows. In the account of a witch's trial at Mulbach in the 18th century, it is said that a woman had engaged two men to work in a vineyard. Afternoon they all lay down to rest as usual. An hour later the men got up and tried to waken the woman, but could not. She lay motionless with her mouth wide open. They came back at sunset and still, she lay like a corpse. Just at that moment a big fly came buzzing past, which one of the men caught and shut up in his leathern pouch. Then they tried again to waken the woman, but could not. Afterwards they laid out the fly. It flew straight into the woman's mouth and she awoke. On seeing this, the men had no further doubt that she was a witch. 134. M28. It is a common rule with primitive people not to waken a sleeper, because his soul is away and might not have time to get back. So if the man wakened without his soul, he would fall sick. If it is absolutely necessary to rouse a sleeper, it must be done very gradually, to allow the soul time to return. 135. A Fijian in Matuku, suddenly wakened from a nap by somebody treading on his foot, has been heard bawling after his soul, and imploring it to return. He had just been dreaming that he was far away, in Tonga, and great was his alarm on suddenly wakening to find his body in Matuku. Death stared him in the face unless his soul could be induced to speed at once across the sea and reanimate its deserted tenement. The man would probably have died of fright if the missionary had not been at hand to allay his terror. 136. Some Brazilian Indians explain the headache from which a man sometimes suffers after a broken sleep by saying that his soul is tired with the exertions it made to return quickly to the body. 137. A Highland story, told to humor on the picturesque shores of Loch Shin, well illustrates the haste made by the soul to regain its body when the sleeper has been prematurely roused by an indiscreet friend. Two young men had been spending the early part of a warm summer day in the open air, and sat down on a mossy bank to rest. Hard by was an ancient ruin, separated from the bank on which they sat only by a slender runnel, across which there lay, immediately over a miniature cascade, a few withered stalks of grass. Overcome by the heat of the day, one of the young men fell asleep. His companion watched drowsily beside him. When all at once, the watcher was aroused to attention by seeing a little indistinct form, scarce larger than a humble bee, issue from the mouth of the sleeping man, and, leaping upon the moss, move downwards to the runnel, which it crossed, along the withered grass stalks, and then disappeared among the interstices of the ruin. Alarmed by what he saw, the watcher hastily shook his companion by the shoulder, and awoke him. Though, with all his haste, the little cloud-like creature, still more rapid in its movements, issued from the interstice into which it had gone, and, flying across the runnel, instead of creeping along the grass stalks and over the sward, as before, it re-entered the mouth of the sleeper, just as he was in the act of awakening. "What is the matter with you?" said the watcher, greatly alarmed. "What ails you?" "Nothing ails me," replied the other. "But you have robbed me of a most delightful dream. I dreamed I was walking through a fine rich country, and came at length to the shores of a noble river. And, just where the clear water went thundering down a precipice, there was a bridge all of silver, which I crossed. And then, entering a noble palace on the opposite side, I saw great heaps of gold and jewels. And I was just going to load myself with treasure, when you rudely awoke me, and I lost all." 138. M29. Still more dangerous is it in the opinion of primitive man to move a sleeper or alter his appearance, for if this were done the soul on its return might not be able to find or recognize its body, and so the person would die. The Minangkabaus of Sumatra deem it highly improper to blacken or dirty the face of a sleeper, lest the absent soul should shrink from re-entering a body thus disfigured. 139. Patani Malays fancy that if a person's face be painted while he sleeps, the soul which has gone out of him will not recognize him, and he will sleep until his face is washed. 140. In Bombay it is thought equivalent to murder to change the aspect of a sleeper, as by painting his face in fantastic colors or giving mustaches to a sleeping woman. For when the soul returns it will not know its own body and the person will die. 141. The Koreans are of opinion that in sleep the soul goes out of the body, and that if a piece of paper is put over the face of the sleeper he will surely die, for his soul cannot find its way back into him again. 142. The Servians believe that the soul of a sleeping witch often leaves her body in the form of a Butterfly. If during its absence her body be turned round, so that her feet are placed where her head was before, the butterfly soul will not find its way back into her body through the mouth, and the witch will die. 143. The Esthonians of the island of Ossel think that the gusts which sweep up all kinds of trifles from the ground and whirl them along are the souls of old women, who have gone out in this shape to seek what they can find. Meantime the beldam's body lies as still as a stone, and if you turn it round, your soul will never be able to enter it again, until you have replaced the body in its original position. You can hear the soul whining and whimpering till it has found the right aperture. 144. Similarly in Livonia they think that when the soul of a werewolf is out on his hateful business, his body lies like dead. And if meanwhile the body were accidentally moved, the soul would never more find its way into it, but would remain in the body of a wolf till death. 145. In the picturesque but little-known Black Mountain of southern France, which forms a sort of link between the Pyrenees and this event, they tell how a woman, who had long been suspected of being a witch, one day fell asleep at noon among the reapers in the field. Resolved to put her to the test, the reapers carried her, while she slept, to another part of the field, leaving a large pitcher on the spot from which they had moved her. When her soul returned, it entered the pitcher and cunningly rolled it over and over till the vessel lay beside her body, of which the soul thereupon took possession. 146. M30. But in order that a man's soul should quit his body, it is not necessary that he should be asleep. It may quit him in his waking hours, and then sickness, insanity, or death will be the result. Thus a man of the Wurundjeri tribe in Victoria lay at his last gasp because his spirit, Mirp, had departed from him. A medicine man went in pursuit and caught the spirit by the middle just as it was about to plunge into the sunset glow, which is the light cast by the souls of the dead as they pass in and out of the underworld, where the sun goes to rest. Having captured the vagrant spirit, the doctor brought it back under his opossum rug, laid himself down on the dying man, and put the soul back into him, so that, after a time he revived. 147. The Karens of Burma are perpetually anxious about their souls, lest these should go roving from their bodies, leaving the owners to die. When a man has reason to fear that his soul is about to take this fatal step, a ceremony is performed to retain or recall it, in which the whole family must take part. A meal is prepared consisting of a cock and hen, a special kind of rice, and a bunch of bananas. Then the head of the family takes the bowl which is used to skim rice, and knocking with it thrice on the top of the house ladder says, "Prrrrroo. Come back, soul, do not tarry outside. If it rains, you will be wet. If the sun shines, you will be hot. The gnats will sting you, the leeches will bite you, the tigers will devour you, the thunder will crush you. Prrrrroo. Come back, soul. Here it will be well with you. You shall want for nothing. Come and eat under shelter from the wind and the storm." After that the family partakes of the meal, and the ceremony ends with everybody tying the right wrist with a string which has been charmed by a sorcerer. 148. Similarly the Lolos, an aboriginal tribe of Western China, believe that the soul leaves the body in chronic illness. In that case, they read a sort of elaborate litany, calling on the soul by name and beseeching it to return from the hills, the vales, the rivers, the forests, the fields, or from wherever it may be straying. At the same time, cups of water, wine, and rice are set at the door for the refreshment of the weary wandering spirit. When the ceremony is over, they tie a red cord round the arm of the sick man to tether the soul, and this cord is worn by him until it decays and drops off. 149. So among the Kenyas of Sarawak, medicine man has been known to recall the stray soul of a child, and to fasten it firmly in its body by tying a string round the child's right wrist, and smearing its little arm with the blood of a fowl. 150. The Ilocanes of Luzon think that a man may lose his soul in the woods or gardens, and that he who has thus lost his soul loses also his senses. Hence before they quit the woods or the fields they call to their soul, "Let us go! Let us go!" lest it should loiter behind or go astray. And, when a man becomes crazed or mad, they take him to the place where he is supposed to have lost his soul and invite the truant spirit to return to his body. 151. The Mongols sometimes explain sickness by supposing that the patient's soul is absent, and either does not care to return to its body or cannot find the way back. To secure the return of the soul, it is therefore necessary on the one hand to make its body as attractive as possible, and on the other hand to show the soul the way home. To make the body attractive, all the sick man's best clothes and most valued possessions are placed beside him. He is washed, incensed, and made as comfortable as may be. And all his friends march thrice round the hut, calling out the sick man's name and coaxing his soul to return. To help the wanderer to find its way back, a colored cord is stretched from the patient's head to the door of the hut. The priest in his robes reads a list of the horrors of hell and the dangers incurred by souls which willfully absent themselves from their bodies. Then turning to the assembled friends and the patient, he asks, "Is it come?" All answer yes, and bowing to the returning soul throws seed over the sick man. The cord, which guided the soul back, is then rolled up and placed round the patient's neck, who must wear it for 7 days without taking it off. No one may frighten or hurt him, lest his soul, not yet familiar with its body, should again take flight. 152. M31. Some of the Congo tribes believe that when a man is ill, his soul has left his body and is wandering at large. The aid of the sorcerer is then called in to capture the vagrant spirit and restore it to the invalid. Generally the physician declares that he has successfully chased the soul into the branch of a tree. The whole town thereupon turns out and accompanies the doctor to the tree, where the strongest men are deputed to break off the branch in which the soul of the sick man is supposed to be lodged. This they do and carry the branch back to the town, insinuating by their gestures that the burden is heavy and hard to bear. When the branch has been brought to the sick man's hut, he is placed in an upright position by its side, and the sorcerer performs the enchantments by which the soul is believed to be restored to its owner. 153. The soul or shade of a Din or Tin Indian in the old days generally remained invisible, but appeared wandering about in one form or another whenever disease or death was imminent. All the efforts of the sufferer's friends were, therefore, concentrated on catching the roving shade. The method adopted was simple. They stuffed the patient's moccasins with down and hung them up. If next morning the down was warm, they made sure that the lost soul was in the boots, with which accordingly they carefully and silently shod their suffering friend. Nothing more could reasonably be demanded for a perfect cure. 154. An Ottawa medicine man has been known to catch a stray soul in a little box, which he brought back and inserted in the patient's mouth. 155. M32. Pining, sickness, great fright, and death are ascribed by the Batas, or Bataks of Sumatra, to the absence of the soul, tendi from the body. At first they try to beckon the wanderer back, and to lure him, like a fowl, by strewing rice. Then the following form of words is commonly repeated: "Come back, O soul, whether thou art lingering in the wood, or on the hills, or in the dale. See, I call thee with a tomba braz, with an egg of the fowl Raja Malicha, with the 11 healing leaves. Detain it not, let it come straight here, detain it not, neither in the wood, nor on the hill, nor in the dale. That may not be. I'll come straight home." 156. Sometimes the means adopted by the Batas to procure the return of a sick person's soul are more elaborate. A procession sets out from the village, to the tuck of drum, to find and bring home the strayed soul. First goes a person bearing a basket which contains cakes of rice meal, rice dyed yellow, and a boiled fowl's egg. The sorcerer follows carrying a chicken, and behind him walks a man with a black, red, and white flag. A crowd of sympathizers brings up the rear. On reaching the spot where the lost soul is supposed to tarry, they set up a small bamboo altar, and the sorcerer offers on it the chicken to the spirit of the place, the drums beating all the time. Then, waving a shawl to attract the soul of the sick man, he says, "Come hither, thou soul of so-and-so, whether thou sittest among the stones or in the mud. In the house is thy place. We have besought the Spirit to let thee go. After that the procession reforms and marches back to the village to the roll of drums and the clash of cymbals. On reaching the door of the house the sorcerer calls out to the inmates, "Has it come?" And a voice from within answers, "It is here, good sorcerer." At evening the drums beat again. 157. A number of plants, including rice, a species of fig, and garlic, are supposed by the Buddhists to possess so compelling virtue and are accordingly made use of by them in rites for the recovery of lost souls. When a child is sick, the mother commonly waves a cloth to beckon home its wandering spirit, and when a cock crows, or a hen cackles in the yard, she knows that the prodigal has returned. If the little sufferer persists in being ill in spite of these favorable omens, the mother will hang a bag of rice at the head of her bed when she goes to sleep, and next morning on getting up she measures the rice. If the rice has increased in volume during the night, as it may do in a moisture-laden atmosphere, she is confident that the lost soul has indeed come home to stay. 158. The kinds of Borneo fasten packets of rice, flesh, and fish to the window and the roof through which the wandering soul of a sick man is expected to return home. The doctor sits cross-legged on a mat under the open window with a display of pretty things spread out temptingly before him as baits to entice the spirit back to its deserted tabernacle. From the window hangs a string of precious corals or pearls to serve the returning prodigal as a ladder and so facilitate his descent into the house. The lower end of this string is attached to a bundle composed of wooden hooks, a fowl's feather, little packets of rice, and so forth. Chanting his spells, the doctor strokes the soul down the string into the bundle, which he then deposits in a basket and hides in a corner till the dusk of the evening. When darkness has fallen, he blows the captured soul back into the patient's head and strokes the sufferer's arm downwards with the point of an old spear in order to settle the soul firmly in his body. 159. Once when a popular traveler was leaving a Kayan village, the mothers, fearing that their children's souls might follow him on his journey, brought him the boards on which they carried their infants, and begged him to pray that the souls of the little ones would return to the familiar boards and not go away with him into the far country. To each board was fastened a loop string for the purpose of tethering the vagrant spirits, and through the loop each baby was made to pass a chubby finger to make sure that its tiny soul would not wander away. 160. When a Dayak is dangerously ill, the medicine man may say that his soul has escaped far away, perhaps to the river. Then they will wave a garment or cloth about to imitate the casting of a net, signifying thereby that they are catching the soul like a fish in a net. Or they may give out that the soul has escaped into the jungle. And then they will rush out of the house to circumvent and secure it there. Or again they may allege that it has been carried away overseas to some unknown land. And then they will play at paddling a boat to follow it across the great water. But more commonly, their mode of treatment is as follows. A spear is set up in the middle of the veranda with a few leaves tied to it and the medicine boxes of the medicine men laid at its foot. Round this the doctors run at full speed, chanting the while, till one of them falls down and lies motionless. The bystanders cover him with a blanket, and wait while his spirit hies away after the errant soul and brings it back. Presently he comes to himself, stares vacantly about like a man awaking from sleep, and then rises, holding the soul in his clenched right hand. He then returns it to the patient through the crown of his head, while he mutters a spell. 161. Among the Dayaks of the Kayan and Lower Malawi districts you will often see, in houses where there are children, a basket of a peculiar shape with shells and dried fruits attached to it. These shells contain the remains of the children's navel strings, and the basket to which they are fastened is commonly hung beside the place where the children sleep. When a child is frightened, for example by being bathed or by the bursting of a thunderstorm, its soul flees from its body and nestles beside its old, familiar friend the navel string in the basket, from which the mother easily induces it to return by shaking the basket and pressing it to the child's body. 162. The Tabunkas of Central Celebes believe that sickness in general is caused by the departure of the soul. To recover the wanderer, a priest will set out food in the courtyard of the sufferer's house and then invoke the soul, promising it many fine things if it will only come back. When he thinks it has complied with his request, he catches it in a cloth which he keeps ready for the purpose. This cloth he afterwards claps on the sick man's head, thereby restoring to him his lost soul. 163. M33. In an Indian story, a king conveys his soul into the dead body of a Brahmin, and a hunchback conveys his soul into the deserted body of the king. The hunchback is now king and the king is a Brahmin. However, the hunchback is induced to show his skill by transferring his soul to the dead body of a parrot, and the king seizes the opportunity to regain possession of his own body. 164. A tale of the same type, with variations of detail, reappears among the Malays. A king has incautiously transferred his soul to an ape, upon which the vizier adroitly inserts his own soul into the king's body and so takes possession of the queen and the kingdom, while the true king languishes at court in the outward semblance of an ape. But one day the false king, who played for high stakes, was watching a combat of rams, and it happened that the animal on which he had laid his money fell down dead. All efforts to restore animation proved unavailing, till the false king, with the instinct of a true sportsman, transferred his own soul to the body of the deceased ram, and thus renewed the fray. The real king in the body of the ape saw his chance, and with great presence of mind darted back into his own body, which the vizier had rashly vacated. So he came to his own again, and the usurper in the ram's body met with the fate he richly deserved. 165. In another Indian story, a Brahmin reanimates the dead body of a king by conveying his own soul into it. Meantime the Brahmin's body has been burned, and his soul is obliged to remain in the body of the king. 166. In a Chinese story we read of a monk in a Buddhist monastery who used from time to time to send his soul away out of himself. Whenever he was thus absent from the body, he took the precaution of locking the door of his cell. On one of these occasions an envoy from the north arrived and put up at the monastery, but there was no cell for him to pass the night in. Then he looked into the cell of the brother whose soul was not at home, and seeing his body lying there, motionless, he battered the door in and said, "I will lodge here. The man is dead. Take the body and burn it." His servants obeyed his orders, the monks being powerless to interfere. That very night the soul came back, only to find its body reduced to ashes. Every night it could be heard, crying, "Where shall I settle?" Those who knew him then opened their windows, saying, "Here I am." So the soul came in and united itself with their body, and the result was that they became much cleverer than before. 167. Similarly the Greeks told how the soul of Hermodamus of Clazomenae used to quit his body and roam far and wide, bringing back intelligence of what he had seen on his rambles to his friends at home. Until one day, when his spirit was abroad, his enemies contrived to seize his deserted body and committed it to the flames. 168. It is said that, during the last 7 years of his life, Sultan Bayezid ate nothing that had life and blood in it. One day, being seized with a great longing for sheep's trotters, he struggled long in this glorious contest with his soul, until at last, a savoury dish of trotters being set before him, he said unto his soul, "My soul, the trotters are before thee. If thou wishest to enjoy them, leave the body and feed on them." Hardly had he uttered these words when a living creature was seen to issue from his mouth and drink of the juice in the dish, after which it endeavoured to return whence it came. But the austere sultan, determined to mortify his carnal appetite, prevented it with his hand from entering his mouth, and, when it fell to the ground, commanded that it should be beaten. The pages kicked it to death, and after this murder of his soul the sultan remained in gloomy seclusion, taking no part or interest in the affairs of government. 169. M34. The departure of the soul is not always voluntary. It may be extracted from the body against its will by ghosts, demons, or sorcerers. Hence, when a funeral is passing the house, the Karens of Burma tie their children with a special kind of string to a particular part of the house, lest the souls of the children should leave their bodies and go into the corpse which is passing. The children are kept out in this way until the corpse is out of sight. 170. And after the corpse has been laid in the grave, but before the earth has been shovelled in, the mourners and friends range themselves round the grave, each with a bamboo split, lengthwise in one hand and a little stick in the other. Each man thrusts his bamboo into the grave, and drawing the stick along the groove of the bamboo points out to his soul that in this way it may easily climb up out of the tomb. While the earth is being shovelled in, the bamboos are kept out of the way, lest the souls should be in them, and so should be inadvertently buried with the earth as it is being thrown into the grave. And when the people leave the spot they carry away the bamboos, begging their souls to come with them. 171. Further, on returning from the grave, each Karen provides himself with 3 little hooks made of branches of trees, and calling his spirit to follow him, at short intervals, as he returns, he makes a motion as if hooking it, and then thrusts the hook into the ground. This is done to prevent the soul of the living from staying behind with the soul of the dead. 172. On the return of a Burmese or Shan family from a burial, old men tie up the wrists of each member of the family with string, to prevent his or her butterfly or soul from escaping. And this string remains till it is worn out and falls off. 173. When a mother dies leaving a young baby, the Burmese think that the butterfly or soul of the baby follows that of the mother, and that if it is not recovered the child must die. So a wise woman is called in to get back the baby's soul. She places a mirror near the corpse, and on the mirror a piece of feathery cotton down. Holding a cloth in her open hands, at the foot of the mirror, she with wild words entreats the mother not to take with her the butterfly or soul of her child, but to send it back. As the gossamer down slips from the face of the mirror she catches it in the cloth and tenderly places it on the baby's breast. The same ceremony is sometimes observed when one of 2 children that have played together dies, and is thought to be luring away the soul of its playmate to the spirit land. It is sometimes performed also for a bereaved husband or wife. 174. The Bonners of Eastern Cochin China think that when a man is sick of a fever his soul has gone away with the ghosts to the tombs. At sunset a sorcerer attempts to lure the soul back by offering it sugarcane, bananas, and other fruits, while he sings an incantation, inviting the wanderer to return from among the dead to the land of the living. He pretends to catch the truant soul in a piece of cotton, which he then lays on the patient's head. 175. When the Karo Bataks of Sumatra have buried somebody and are filling in the grave, a sorceress runs about, beating the air with a stick. This she does in order to drive away the souls of the survivors, for if one of these souls happened to slip into the grave and to be covered up with earth, its owner would die. 176. Among some of the Dayak tribes of southeastern Borneo, as soon as the coffin is carried to the place of burial, the house in which the death occurred is sprinkled with water, and the father of the family calls out the names of all his children and the other members of his household. For they think that the ghost loves to decoy away the souls of his kinsfolk, but that his designs upon them can be defeated by calling out their names, which has the effect of bringing back the souls to their owners. The same ceremony is repeated on the return from the burial. 177. It is a rule with the Kwakiutl Indians of British Columbia that a corpse must not be confined in the house, or the souls of the other inmates would enter the coffin, and they too would die. The body is taken out either through the roof or through a hole made in one of the walls, and is then confined outside the house. 178. In the East Indian island of Kisar it is deemed imprudent to go near a grave at night, lest the ghosts should catch and keep the soul of the passer-by. 179. The K Islanders believe that the spirits of their forefathers, angry at not receiving food, make people sick by detaining their souls. So they lay offerings of food on the grave and beg their ancestors to allow the soul of the sick to return, or to drive it home speedily if it should be lingering by the way. 180. M35. In Bulamongondo, a district in the west of Philippines, all sickness is ascribed to the ancestral spirits who have carried off the patient's soul. The object therefore is to bring back the soul of the sufferer and restore it to him. An eyewitness has thus described the attempted cure of a sick boy. The priestesses, who acted as physicians, made a doll of cloth, and fastened it to the point of a spear, which an old woman held upright. Round this doll the priestesses danced, uttering charms, and chirruping as when one calls a dog. Then the old woman lowered the point of the spear a little, so that the priestesses could reach the doll. By this time the soul of the sick boy was supposed to be in the doll, having been brought into it by the incantations. So the priestesses approached it cautiously, on tiptoe, and caught the soul in the many-colored cloths which they had been waving in the air. Then they laid the soul on the boy's head, that is, they wrapped his head in the cloth in which the soul was supposed to be, and stood still for some moments with a great gravity, holding their hands on the patient's head. Suddenly there was a jerk, the priestesses whispered and shook their heads, and the cloth was taken off. The soul had escaped. The priestesses gave chase to it, running round and round the house, clucking and gesticulating as if they were driving hens into a poultry yard. At last they recaptured the soul at the foot of the stair, and restored it to its owner as before. 181. Much in the same way an Australian medicine man will sometimes bring the lost soul of a sick man into a puppet and restore it to the patient by pressing the puppet to his breast. 182. In Uia, one of the Loyalty Islands, the souls of the dead seem to have been credited with the power of stealing the souls of the living. For when a man was sick, the soul doctor would go with a large troop of men and women to the graveyard. Here the men played on flutes and the women whistled softly to lure the soul home. After this had gone on for some time, they formed in procession and moved homewards, the flutes playing and the women whistling all the way, while they led back the wandering soul and drove it gently along with open palms. On entering the patient's dwelling, they commanded the soul in a loud voice to enter his body. 183. In Madagascar, when a man was sick or lunatic in consequence of the loss of his soul, his friends dispatched a wizard in haste to fetch him a soul from the graveyard. The emissary repaired by night to the spot, and having made a hole in the wooden house which served as a tomb, begged the spirit of the patient's father to bestow a soul on his son or daughter, who had none. So saying, he applied a bonnet to the hole, then folded it up and rushed back to the house of the sufferer, saying he had a soul for him. With that he clapped the bonnet on the head of the invalid, who at once said he felt much better and had recovered the soul which he had lost. 184. M36. When a Dayak or Malay of some of the western tribes or districts of Borneo is taken ill, with vomiting and profuse sweating as the only symptoms, he thinks that one of his deceased kinsfolk or ancestors is at the bottom of it. To discover which of them is the culprit, a wise man or woman pulls a lock of hair on the crown of the sufferer's head, calling out the names of all his dead relations. The name at which the lock gives forth a sound is the name of the guilty party. If the patient's hair is too short to be tugged with effect, he knocks his forehead 7 times against the forehead of a kinsman who has long hair. The hair of the latter is then tugged instead of that of the patient and answers to the test quite as well. When the blame has thus been satisfactorily laid at the door of the ghost who is responsible for the sickness, the physician, who, as in other countries, is often an old woman, remonstrates with him on his ill behavior. "Go back," says she, "to your grave. What do you come here for? The soul of the sick man does not choose to be called by you, and will remain yet a long time in its body." Then she puts some ashes from the hearth in a winnowing fan and molds out of them a small figure or image in human likeness. 7 times she moves the basket with the little ashen figure up and down before the patient, taking care not to obliterate the figure, while at the same time she says, "Sickness, settle, in the head, belly, hands, etc." Then quickly pass into the corresponding part of the image, whereupon the patient spits on the ashen image and pushes it from him with his left hand. Next the beldam lights a candle, and goes to the grave of the person whose ghost is doing all the mischief. On the grave she throws the figure of ashes, calling out, "Ghost, plague the sick man no longer, and stay in your grave, that he may see you no more." On her return she asks the anxious relations in the house, has his soul come back? And they must answer quickly, yes, the soul of the sick man has come back. Then she stands beside the patient, blows out the candle which had lighted the returning soul on its way, and strews yellow-colored rice on the head of the convalescent, saying, clock, soul. Clock, soul. Clock, soul. Last of all she fastens on his right wrist a bracelet or ring which he must wear for 3 days. 185. In this case we see that the saving of the soul is combined with a vicarious sacrifice to the ghost, who receives a puppet on which to work his will, instead of on the poor soul. In San Cristobal, one of the Melanesian islands, the vicarious sacrifice takes the form of a pig or a fish. A malignant ghost of the name of Tapia is supposed to have seized on the sick man's soul and tied it up to a banyan tree. Accordingly, a man who has influence with Tapia takes a pig or fish to the holy place where the ghost resides and offers it to him, saying, "This is for you to eat in place of that man. Eat this, don't kill him." This satisfies the ghost. The soul is loosed from the tree and carried back to the sufferer, who naturally recovers. 186. A regular part of the stock in trade of a Dayak medicine man is a crystal into which he gazes to detect the hiding place of a lost soul, or to identify the demon who is causing the sickness. 187. In one of the New Hebrides a ghost will sometimes impound the souls of trespassers within a magic fence in his garden, and will only consent to pull up the fence and let the souls out on receiving an unqualified apology and a satisfactory assurance that no personal disrespect was intended. 188. In Motlove, another